Welcome, everybody, to the 2022 Global Gathering Marathon. We're just getting ready to kick this off. Hopefully, at least around 8 hours of live streaming. We've got several individual hours with great topics, great guests. Everything hopefully keeps everybody entertained and wanting more by the time we're done. But unfortunately, 8 hours is all you're getting today. Different team members will be joining me throughout the day. We're going to start off just kind of recapping the gathering in New York. I've got several of my teammates here, and I'll bring in from Atlanta. First, everybody knows Jenna probably. But Jenna, go ahead and I'm Scott, by the way. I guess I didn't introduce myself, but if you want to introduce yourself, Jenna, for those that may not know or watch in the future.
Yeah. So my name is Jenna Eli, and I am one of the fine teammates here at the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society, and it is a great pleasure to be here.
Are you looking forward to this marathon?
Yeah, I feel like this whole week has been a marathon, like literally. We've been all over the place, and I feel like things are just flying by so quickly.
Yeah.
But yeah, absolutely. Definitely ready for it.
Once we get everybody in here, we'll go back to Monday and kind of start recapping what happened in New York City. I had to get a shirt. I couldn't resist it. I was like, I gotta have a I Heart New York shirt. And actually I didn't find it. One of our guests coming up found it for me. And from California, the earliest time of the day for Zach.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Hey, thank you. I appreciate it. You know, it's never a bad time to have whiskey, so 11 a.m. is not too shabby if you ask me.
But I guess you're the one that finishes earliest too.
I do. This is true. This is also true. So again, not too bad for me. So, but no, happy to be here. And I mean, as Jenna mentioned, it's felt like a marathon week, but it's been a blast just being able to constantly talk to members over and over again. And, you know, we get to talk to them every day, but being able to do it more is always a good time. So I've been having a blast. I have no complaints whatsoever.
Good. And last but not least, from Nashville, Tennessee.
Yo. Just drink a Red Bull. How's everyone doing? I am the one who got the I Love New York t-shirt. Thank you very much. I heard you talking about me backstage.
That's right.
And how's everyone doing?
Good.
Coffee.
Yeah.
This is the end of a long week. And well, I guess for all of us who were just together for quite a few days at the beginning of this week. So yeah, that's why I drank a Red Bull, because it's been there's been a few drams here and there.
Yeah.
Everybody got water by them. Everybody got snacks and food by them, things like that, ready to go.
No.
We should just talk about the lovely symmetry. What am I trying to say? Basically, this is the second year of our gathering marathon live stream. We did it last year. And it was inspired by one Scott Bruno of the Scotch Test Dummies. And now here we are 1 year later, and Scott is part of our team officially hosting the Gathering Marathon. Oh, it's such a beautiful moment.
I saw your attempt at the 8-hour marathon last year, and of course the Dummies do a 12-hour live stream. And I thought,
wow, what a burn!
Scott,
you're on the team. Jeez.
So I have a feeling this will go 12 hours. You know, I know we have 8 hours scheduled, but that last hour, the wrap up, I think as we move into Friday night and everyone's already committed and, you know, family members are asleep, I don't know if this will stop. We'll see. I think we should just see how everyone is doing in chat. If everyone's hanging with us, we can keep going, but I'm caffeinated and, you know, just ready to roll.
I will be here throughout most of the day. I get a few breaks here and there. Zach, Jenna, and Ben, they'll be dropping in and out. They're scheduled for a few different streams here and there. But we're going to start off with this first introductory hour. We're going to go back to New York and what we did there on Monday with the gathering. We'll talk about the 3 whiskeys real quick that we've released. We already did a live stream from the event Monday night and kind of showcased those 3 whiskeys. 3 great casks, though. We're going to move from that into our power hour. We're terming it as Ben and I sit down and go through all 12 flavor profiles of whiskey.
In 1 hour, we are going to taste 12 whiskeys in 1 hour, one from each flavor profile. Scott, I was thinking, you've pre-selected yours? Are you know which 12 you're going to be pouring yourself?
Yes. Yeah.
It'd be funny to see if we have any overlap. That's my big question.
Yeah. I had to go with different bottles. I got different bottles set out for different segments here, so I kind of had to bring quite a variety in. But,
okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna say I chose some that I'm like, I think Scott might pick this one, so maybe we'll have a moment on screen.
After the power hour at 4 Eastern, Daniel Whittington from the Whiskey Tribe Whiskey Vault will be joining me. We're just going to talk some whiskey education and kind of talk about developing one's palate. Developing, your nosing abilities, different whiskey skills, basically. Move from there until we've got our hour of trivia at 5 p.m. Eastern time that everybody's probably excited about. We've got several gift cards to give away, including a $1,000 gift card. Yeah. $1,000.
Yes, evil trivia. That's where I'm going to take a break. Okay, question for you guys. Sorry, I got another throat. Yeah. If you were to win $1,000 gift card to SMWSA.com right now, what would you get? Because you're up there with like a Vaults collection bottle, or you can get, really kind of like a starter collection of a few.
Are you asking us or the people?
Yeah.
I would drag it out. I would be like, apply 20% to each one of my orders until it's gone.
I would pick up 53,389 right now.
53,389. Yeah.
Yeah.
That whiskey is bananas.
Right.
Yeah, that's 9. Okay, obviously, so there'd be shipping and tax.
It's free shipping right now. So.
Oh yeah, it's free. Okay, and it's free. Right. So if you do win, well then you just have to make sure you issue the gift card in time. But anyway, good luck.
Pressure.
Yeah, 53.389. 30-year-old Isla from a refill sherry, but $995. It's we tasted some of that on Monday at the kickoff, and it's hard to pass that one up. But yeah.
All right, after the hour of trivia and we got some $25 gift cards, some $50 gift cards, $250 gift cards, and then of course the granddaddy there. We're going to move into an hour of Peat. Is it pain or is it pleasure? And Bart from the Scotch Test Dummies will be joining me as we bring in remote Chad and Sara from It's Bourbon Night. Not big lovers of Peat. We're going to try to convert them over and see what happens. I don't know if we'll succeed or not, but after that, 7 p.m. Central Time, we've got a blind tasting. Last year, Dan and Sean of the Bourbon Junkies went up against Jeremy Sires, and Sean won overall. We've brought Dan and Sean back. Hopefully, Dan is able to make it today, and we've got a mystery guest that they're going to compete against this year. So you have to wait until 7 p.m. find out who that is.
Always good surprises.
Just the cruelty. Blind tastings are so hard as they are already, as we learn. But it's like I know the mystery guest. I'm just gonna say, if it weren't for the mystery guest, I might not be here because I learned a lot from him on YouTube. Oh, it's a him. But so yeah,
good
back in the day.
Yep. I tell him good luck, Ben, of beating me and or you from our blind tasting where you won. I think you got 12 out of 25 possible points that night, and I got 11 or 11 and a half right behind you.
A 0.5. It was like half a point difference between the two of you.
It's tough. It's tough. The blind tastings are tough. So getting 12 out of 25 is pretty good.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
it's almost 50%.
Yeah. And that's us that are drinking our whiskeys and tasting them all the time. So we've actually got you think we have kind of a heads up on it, but we'll see tonight what happens.
Yeah. Well, you think I have a heads up on it because it was a clear victory, by a significant margin of half of a point.
I admit Ben won.
Yes.
I put that right up front. Yeah.
I was not I think I told you we did that competition, and if everybody, I think a lot of people probably watched it, but if not, you can go back. Maybe I think it was a little controversial or whatever, but I remember not really caring to beat you whatsoever that morning, and you were, I think, taunting on Instagram or something, or you made some comment that I really just kind of flipped the switch, and I was so happy to beat you, Scott. Felt so good at the end, a half point or not.
It wasn't me. It was the poll that Jenna posted on Instagram for people to vote for.
Oh, that's right. That's
Everybody
right.
I voted for Scott on purpose.
Yeah. I saw who Zach voted for. I took a toll. I have access to our Instagram account. Everybody loves the guy with the "I Love NY" T-shirt. You know,
right.
gotta pick him.
He knows what to do. He knows how to work it.
And then after the blind tasting, that's supposed to start 7 Eastern time. We could be a little fluid here with our times. That one could run a little bit long. As soon as that one's done, we're going to come in with the closing on the day. Myself, Jenna, and Ben will be here. Zach won't be able to make it, but we're going to talk about our top 5 SMWS Whiskies for the year. I've got Zach's list, so he'll be here in spirit. But hopefully wrap up the day with that and talk about some really good whiskey.
Yeah. That was a fun, just to say, that was a fun little thing to go through this morning of trying to choose just 5 whiskeys of the year that I just absolutely love. So that was a nice little breakfast trivia for me.
Yeah, good. Let's go through, let's do a little roll call right quick and see who's tuning in this early in the day. A lot of people must be skipping out on work this Friday afternoon. Tomcat, Eugene Bragg is here. Multicasking, Evan Bell, the Scotch 4 Dummies, John Coling, Jordan Wall, Evan Stevens, Gregory Cloyd, Adam Clary, Dustin Ward, Joe Combs II, George Kaplan, Scott Friedland, John Bourne, Mike Heinze, I think you pronounced it. Was in my virtual dram session last night. Tomcat, Bill Monteith, Pam Longville,
And us.
Johnny DiVittorio, Rory Welper, Eric McDaniel, Chris Riesbeck, Matthew J. Ryan, Tar Life.
Good seeing you, Matthew J. Ryan, on Monday.
It was.
Right.
Yeah, finally.
He was on the channel. Yeah.
Time for a dram. Gregor is tuning in. Ben Diedrich is tuning in.
Okay.
Well, that's
I'm glad he's here.
The question is, who's not tuning in? I mean, at this point, here we go. It's
Where's
Friday.
Pickly Do is what.
Yeah, Pickly Do isn't here.
Hold on, everybody, turn around. Make sure he's not behind you.
in our houses.
Brian, real quick, Brian McCoy, Kim, KLG223, Dustin Ward, Whiskey Lovers Society, Jacob Erickson, Dave Bell, and if I missed you, I apologize. I'm gonna start off. Do we want to go through all 3, or do we just want to kind of maybe pick one of the 3 to drink right now from the gathering bottles?
Well, let's just. What if we just talk about them? I mean, I poured one of them, the 3. You know, I know. We got. We can do. I guess we have 45 minutes until our hour 2. So, personally, given that we're about to do a 12 whiskey power hour coming up here, I'm gonna kind of casually sip on one of these maybe for a little while. I'm drinking a ton of water, but yeah, we haven't, all 4 of us together, talked about the whiskeys really. I think you know, and I'm curious to hear. I tasted these a year ago when they were sort of like samples from the warehouse, and I did do a little comparison. They've changed a little bit since I had last had them, but yeah, which one do you want to go into first?
I just started with the 10-year, the 63.82, 2 middle fingers of Scotch.
Okay.
One of the best names.
That's one of my favorite names of the whole year. That one I get a kick out of. That's a great one.
Yes, and this is like 66% too. This was
Yep.
You know, I remember, so all these, you know, were named by our friend Neil Patrick Harris here on YouTube last year. We did a stream, and we I know a lot of you guys caught that stream last year, but if you didn't, we just sent some samples to Neil and asked him to come up with some creative names kind of on the spot. And the 2 middle fingers of Scotch, I remember because it was so strong, like 66%, total smack in the face for somebody who wasn't really expecting Scotch whiskey to be that strong. And it was just kind of like an FU. Like he felt like, someone was giving him that 2 middle fingers. So that's the name. But, it's funny because it's pretty strong, but you add some water, it becomes really, really mellow.
No, I loved having something that high in ABV that I was Matt, you can join the club. It was that high in ABV that did not destroy my palate. Like I was able to enjoy it. I was able to get flavors. It was nice. It was complex. There was layers, and that was extremely, I knew it was good and going to be good, but that blew me away just in terms of ABV alone.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The cabinet comments have been flying today.
I know.
So I think someone got these IKEA cabinets, then somebody else got the IKEA cabinets, and then somebody else got the IKEA cabinets. Soon enough, we have given so much cabinet money to IKEA that here we are. But I had to modify mine. So if anybody's like running, did you guys have to do the same thing?
Yeah, I had to drill my own holes.
Yeah. I think it's so funny because I would not recommend getting this cabinet because everything I had to re-drill and measure. Yeah. And one of them is like slightly off by 1/2 millimeter, and even at that, like the glass bottles vibrate on the glass bottoms, and it's like, yeah. So I'm tossing this when I move next year. But yeah, it was pretty nice deal at IKEA. So
no, it's been great.
They could have been asking about my cabinets. I don't know. Maybe they were asking about yours.
Not that creative, Evan, but just spot on too. Like I commend you for that comment.
We should be a part of their like affiliate program.
Yes.
They make so much money recommending these cabinets.
Oh my, Gregory, you guys are okay. Jenna,
thank you.
Well, first of all, Jenna has 4 shelves. We have 3. So I think
first
Ben
of all,
and I
Jenna was not the OG in this. She's an OG in many things, but
I wasn't. It was ironically when I had to order these cabinets when I moved. But it's gonna be an IKEA like commercial. I couldn't get anything from anywhere. This was one of the only cabinets I could get that wasn't on back order until like December of 2020. So here we are.
But the question is, who got the IKEA cabinets first?
Oh, it was Ben. It was Ben.
Okay.
Mine was last for sure.
Yeah, it was Ben.
Yeah. And then Father Time.
Oh my gosh.
You're kind of like in like the ocean. You're just.
Yeah, you do look like you're on like a ship of sorts. Maybe like a pirate ship.
Oh yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
Fancy pirate ship. Those pirates, were plundering some good stuff, I see.
Sometimes I wonder how engaged, viewers are. But then I see questions or comments like this. Ben was first. I saw their debut on a stream once upon a time. There you go, John. Thank you for the loyalty. That's amazing. I can't even remember when the debut was.
Evan Belt has caught on. He says our bottles are empty.
If only that were the case. See, it's The problem we have is not that they're empty; it's that we don't have enough people in our home to share them with.
Yes.
Yeah.
63.
I was gonna say back to the whiskey.
Hold on, where is this? Listen, Gregory Cloyd.
Greg and I drank a good amount last night, so he might still be hungover from our tasting session.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll see you in an hour and a half, Gregory. We'll put that skin to the test with a 12 whiskey power hour. Yeah. So what'd you think of this one right here that we're on?
So when I tasted these initially, it was in New York, and I didn't really have time to like sit and like really like sit down and dig in, so to speak. It was like very quick, lots of talking, and so this is my first time really being able to like get my nose in the glass, and I really do love the nose on the first one. It's like super jammy, like strawberry and raspberry and like all of those like beautiful like red fruits and some thick stewy jam. I really like it.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of berries, a lot of fruits on it. Very fruity. I got it on the nose as soon as I poured it. So, and actually, I kind of got a sneak peek at these because Tom had me take this one and then the junior suite at the Cask Resort down to Austin to the Whiskey Vaults Bastards Ball down there. So, kind of got to preview those two to the crowd down there a couple weekends ago.
I was just checking to see if it's still available, and we got plenty of bottles left. That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, of all of these actually.
Yeah, the two Dirtiffs were there was 500 to 600 bottles of those coming from Sherry.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And they're US exclusives as well.
Nice.
But
yeah, it's like a fruit roll up, like a boozy fruit roll up.
But it's on the nose. It's on the nose as well as the palate. Just
I gotta give it a tiny little taste here.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yeah, I kind of try to enjoy whiskey seasonally. I mean, aside from when we're hanging out on stream, and the sherry bomb is definitely one I say for the winter time. It's not that it's not good, but now that I live in the South, it's really hot. It's just I'm rarely in the mood for this style anymore in the summer when it is so hot. But man, now that the weather's changing. This is now like kicking it off for me. It's sherry season.
I love heavy sherry even in the summertime, wintertime, whenever. Now peat generally I do like in the colder months, but yeah, the sherry stuff I'll drink year round. Love it.
The next one for me was a perfect sherried summer dram. Scott and I, when we talked about that on stream, but this one is with Ben. I'm a seasonal drinker. Where these sherry bombs are truly like being in Florida, it is not enjoyable drinking high proof sherry bombs or peat bombs for that either when it's 99 degrees out with 98% humidity, So that forced me into that. But now that, now in California, I get seasons and stuff.
You don't get seasons out there. It's just hot. It's hot. It's hot.
Things coming out of your mouth, dude.
Like
it's going to be 50 degrees. I'm happy with that. You don't get that in Florida. In comparison. I drive an hour and then I can go get winter or something,
There you go.
Sage Summer just comments that she plans to order this one today and make sure to take advantage of that free shipping.
Yeah, absolutely.
So Craig says, hey, first of all, hey, Craig, always interested to see who is a seasonal drinker and who isn't. Personally, I don't have seasons for most things aside from a few specialty cocktails. I don't think it's something you need to be, but for myself, I almost feel like limiting enjoyment of certain things increases the enjoyment of said things. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. So I do like, Craig's from Chicago. I always liked like October would run around and then I'd go to a pub and get a Guinness, and I could drink Guinness all year long too, but I love saving it because like the moment, I don't know, maybe it's because the Chicago winters were so brutal that it gave me something to look forward to, Yeah. But
it's like the equivalent of that's like your pumpkin spice latte, a Guinness October.
Well, exactly. Oh, someone just said that.
Him and I are on the same. Yes.
Okay. Well, and this is my final YouTube appearance. We'll kiss you guys. But yeah, totally. Yes, it is my pumpkin spice.
Ben's Dirtiff is to Starbucks PSL.
Yeah,
yes.
I think it's. Yeah, I don't know. I think isn't it like that with a lot of things? Like, I don't really like to eat like ice cream in the winter. I want like cake and baked warm things. I think it's just, whiskey's one of those things you just throw into the culinary like rotations of, however it is you enjoy to eat and drink. So
I will also say that didn't start for me in the whiskey segment until I had the ability to pick and choose what I wanted to drink whenever I wanted to drink it. So that is just, part of it is once I started having the options I was able to say, hey, let me drink some of these young and sprightlies or, the sweet, fruity, and mellows in the summer. And then winter comes around and I'm like, hey, these heavily peated and these dirtiffs are really, really fitting the bill for me. So, I've been blessed to be able to have that opportunity. So
that's a good point.
Ooh,
yeah. 26 degrees here in Duluth, Minnesota. It's way too early in the year for 26 degrees.
Yeah. She was drinking with us last night too. Hopefully that was helping you out with that chill.
Well, here's what you do: www.smwsa.com/2 middle fingers of scotch /63.82/warm me up right now with free shipping, baby. See, this is like a
like QVC.
Yeah. Just because it's free shipping. I know everybody loves free shipping. I love free shipping.
Absolutely.
So obviously our shop is kind of blowing up this week, but it's we do it like once a year. So it's all good. Whiskey Goodness says he's a moody sampler. What I fancy this. Now that's one way I didn't put it. I didn't really call myself a moody sampler, but I am a moody sampler.
Greg called himself a moody sampler. So
okay, Gregory, the one who called me the thin-skinned diva, as a moody sampler. Okay. Cheers, Greg.
Myers over here talking about it's 85 degrees up in San
Greg
Francisco right now. So
yeah,
he's just rubbing it in everybody's face.
No, the first world problem of when you do have a kind of a extensive whiskey collection at home is sometimes trying to figure out which one you want for a certain mood. And I remember when I was really getting into it, and I was like really excited to get 5 bottles in my collection to have one for like every mood. Turns out I'm a little more complex than that. And Gregory here would agree. So now it's just deciding what to have.
Hey, I felt that when I first joined the team. I got my first 5 bottles. I lined them all up by the flavor profile, and I was like, "Ooh, I have so many choices." Yeah. Now I'm like, I don't know what to pick anymore.
Yeah, I'll have a beer.
I'll have a gin and tonic, please.
Let's move on to 41.143, the second gathering, a junior suite at the Castle Resort. 15-year-old. Both of these were Speyside. The first one was a 10-year. This is a 15-year. Both exclusively, Oloroso sherry matured. Both still available. Mini bottles. We had both of these are from Sherry Butts. Big outturn, and for the gathering, all 3 bottles are really great examples, or just great casks. But this one, let's see.
This smells like if you dumped a little sherry into a glass of sweet tea.
Ooh.
I like this.
It's a lot nuttier.
Yeah.
The 10-year, the 63 is a lot fruitier on the nose. You get a lot more of those berries and those fruits coming up out of the glass at you. This one, nuttiness and even a little tobacco and leather more on the nose with those sweet or those fruits kind of in the background.
Yeah, there's like a sweeter, it smells like sweet tea and leather and I don't know if you're in a leather shop or something, like drinking sweet tea and you just throw a little splash of sherry in it to get you through the day.
I mean, maybe like Ben walked into like a leather cowboy boot store in Nashville. He's got some sweet tea in his hand from somewhere in Tennessee, and he's raring to go.
He's got to get his cowboy hat resized to fit his head, and he's carrying.
These are all things that happen. Yeah, continue. Yes.
Ben walks around Nashville doing that exact same thing.
That's what I do. Never mind the fact they don't make cowboy boots in my size here in Nashville, but if they did, I would definitely wear those around town while sipping my sherry cask whiskey, only in the winter.
Yes.
So, almost expect
that sweet tea and sherry. I wonder if that's been done before.
Yeah. The junior suite of the cask Resort, the name I remember when Neil kind of described it was that it did remind him of being on vacation in sort of an exotic location. And I think he mentioned somewhere in South America, obviously big continent, but so the junior suite is kind of just kind of elevated luxury travel type of thing. It's very much a luxurious, I think, profile, but it's and I think he was going deeper in describing that it's very much like a dessert dram, like at the end of a meal when you're like, oh, I'm just on vacation, all I have to do after dinner is just like walk to my hotel room. That's a great feeling. I think that was the inspiration. But I could just walk around in cowboy boots and it tastes the same thing.
I was gonna say I kind of expect the same comments about Wichita. Cowboy boots and dusty hats.
I didn't see a lot last time when we were there in Wichita. People were cowboy hats.
Yeah, probably not that many cowboy hats. There's a lot of cowboy boots and belts with pliers on them.
With pliers on them?
Oh yeah.
For what?
Yeah.
Are you fixing to
like a tool belt?
No, just a pair of pliers. It's what you never know when you need a pair of pliers, so people carry them with them all the time.
I can count on one hand how many times in my life I've ever needed a pair of pliers.
You haven't been to Kansas.
I have not. You're correct.
Okay. I don't understand the lack of plier usage in that, because I was like, oh, you're a young guy, but I'm like, dude, you've been alive long enough to use pliers at least once a year, and you have how many fingers on your hand? So I was doing the math here.
I got two middle fingers on my hand. That's it.
Yeah, well, I got two middle fingers of scotch. So here we go. Here we are.
Multicasting is in Wichita. He knows it. He says here in Wichita they have pliers in a leather case on their belt. Yeah.
Wow.
It's not. I mean, it's kind of a rural. It's not necessarily just Kansas, but rural farm hands, farm folk. Got to have a pair of pliers.
It's like a pocket knife, like a Swiss Army knife, but pliers.
Yep.
All right.
Never know when you got to fix the fence.
I was gonna say you never know. I guess.
Yep.
Always ready.
Can I propose a question to chat? We're doing later at the end. We're going to be sharing our top 5 whiskeys, society whiskeys of the year. But because I think we might all be in a different state of mind, and I won't remember to ask this, I'm curious to hear from everybody. What's your number 1? What's your top pick? Most memorable? Your favorite society whiskey of this year? And I'm not going to reveal, I think, mine. I don't think any of us will reveal ours until the end.
No.
But I'm curious to know if there's going to be any overlap between what your members here in chat, are choosing versus what we have.
And Jacob already said insanity dram.
That thing was bonkers.
It was a Blair Athol. A delicious sherried whiskey in our Dirtiff selection that spoke Dirtiff through and through. It was phenomenal.
Wait, wasn't Insanity Dram the one that tasted like vegetables and like pickle brine and like that was like the weirdest?
Yeah, I think it was
craziest.
It
was a Dirtiff.
Very savory vegetal.
It's so cool.
Yeah, that thing was weird.
Mm-hmm.
Clam bake on the beach from Scott Friedland.
Rara Avis, that was a cool one.
A lot of people loved that one. That was, I think, that was when we poured at an outturn preview around the country, and I remember getting the feedback from members who attended these events, and that was like hands down the 112.83 Rara Avis.
That was a really good one. Curious Situation 78.46. I agree. That was a great whiskey. We got a lot of great feedback on that one too. I remember.
This one, the junior cask or junior suite at the Cask Resort comes alive with water. So I added a drop of water to this one, and it's just bursting at the seams, more so than it was neat.
Man, Brian McCoy just dropped Dark Secrets, that 53,391. That was a fan favorite as well at the tastings we poured it at. I think that was this month. Yeah, that was a good one.
That was finished extra matured in a second fill Oloroso cask. So it just got some slight hints of Oloroso in there with that 53 character, and delicious.
Yeah, that whiskey is really good.
Let's see, 93-170 Mermaid Karate, another good one. 29-278 and 1650. What was 1652?
Ooh, I believe.
Catching from a barbecue.
I think that was 16.
Oh no, that's 53.
59. Oh, 53. Okay.
I think that was one of the, if I'm not incorrect, one of the duo that we released.
Oh.
I think
Yeah.
that one might have been the PX cask.
For this. Oh, I remember.
We did a duo. One was Oloroso, one was PX.
Oh yeah, it's from the unpeated.
Is this? I could be wrong. Let me see. No, this was campfire breakfast on a damp morning. That was one of our tasting panel experiences.
Right.
Yeah, which will be similar to the next whiskey I think we have.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Coming up. Yeah, it was just interesting to see. There's a couple duplicates here, meaning that a couple members have picked the same whiskey, but by and large, it seems like everybody has a totally different answer, which is pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to remember all of them. And I'm curious to see what ours are. I mean, obviously, we'll share our top 5, so there might be some overlap. But yeah, it'll be fun. And I totally agree with Adam Clary's comment here about 4.293, a cunning combo. I haven't even selected my top 5 yet, but that's now that I'm like, oh, I forgot about that one.
Greg asked about the 9-year-old Distillery 130, and that was a very limited release we had. But that was a Japanese whiskey that was one that really threw me for a loop as to what I was expecting and what it actually was. That was top quality. I mean, that was such a cool pour. So that one was. There was a lot of good feedback around that from the people I know that got to taste that one. So.
Northwoods Whiskey says Rara Avis is my favorite whiskey in my selection.
Wow.
Is that
that's a good one? That whiskey was
society
really
whiskey selection or just like all selection? Like either one, it's still pretty impressive.
Oh yeah.
And last but not least, our heavily peated edition from the Gathering, the 3rd bottle, U.S. exclusive. Be Distill My Peating Heart. Another great name. Neil Patrick Harris, great job naming all 3 of these. But
yeah.
16.56, 12-year-old Highland, heavily peated, like I said. 61.1, and a nice peaty roasted peanut just jumps out of the glass at you.
I think it's fantastic, this one. I mean, it's really, we've been fortunate to see a few casts like this. We were just on another one. But it's a gem.
Yeah.
So what I really like about this particular 16 is I find it to be very different from what we've released in the past. So like the ones that we've released in the past, I have found to be like super like meaty and like bacon and like campfire in the woods kind of thing. But this is like crisper and clean on my palate. Like it's more herbaceous. There's like lime zest in there. It's like a very unique profile. I love this whiskey. I mean, this is like definitely will not last long in my house, but I just really love, just how different this particular 16 is. I think it just gives you a very different experience. And I just really love that crisp, clean, for something being in our heavily peated, profile, it's just so crisp and clean on your palate. Almost, I dare say, like a little refreshing. So I'm a big fan of this one.
Yeah. I love that difference as well. A local guy loves the 16s that we release. And so he'll always share them. And this one was the most different. As you said, that herbaceous, earthy peat was much more there than the previous ones. But to me, I love that difference in seeing the difference that Highland peat can bring versus what we're so used to when we're seeing most of our islets in our peated selection. So this one was really cool for me, specifically on the difference of what it is compared to the others.
Yeah, it's great whiskey.
I like this one too. I pointed out during the live was that a lot of these, or not a lot, I think the majority of some of our peated whiskeys are refill bourbon barrels, refill hogshead, second fill, kind of those things. And so this recharred hogshead really imparted a lot more cask influence on this one. And you see it, we get a 10 or a 12-year-old from those refill barrels, and there's a really pale, really light color to them just because they don't pick up that much cask influence. So you get some peat and you get some citrus and some sweetness. This one with that recharred hogshead really brought in more toasted notes, more brown sugars, more darker fruits, and it just overall was a much thicker, richer palate, I think, than what I was expecting.
And so here, Andrew Walker says the description sounds very similar to the Kilkerran heavily peated, which are incredible. Super excited to get my bottle tomorrow. I feel like they're those are very different whiskeys, because a Kilkerran is you really kind of have a coastal vibe going on, and this one you don't. But yeah. I think that's there's a lot of similarities there with the balance of the peat and the spirit beneath it. So I think I would be interested to do that side by side, knowing that they're different whiskeys, but I think they could pair well together nicely.
I was just getting a different a sour wood note, really different from what I've gotten before. Almost like a wet campfire that had been rained on, and you were out the next morning by it, and you could smell all that kind of musty.
Yeah, but it's like where the air is cold and it kind of burns your nose.
Yeah. Wow, I had not got that note before at all.
I actually love someone mentioned, Kim mentioned one of her favorite notes of the year was from a recently released 93117 that we actually did as well this month. And she said the aroma of melted butter was so strong, she started laughing and doesn't know why. So it's cool to have such a specific descriptor that sticks out so clearly in your head when you're drinking a whiskey that you're just like, oh my God, like I didn't think I could taste that.
And drinking whiskey makes it not weird to say it out loud. Like some of the stuff that comes out of my mouth, I'm like, if I was not with people who like drink whiskey or spirits or like are really into tasting things, they'd probably think I was out of my freaking mind.
You ever walk by a wet bonfire and think, I wonder what that tastes like?
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
Me neither. Until now.
I've never walked by a wet bonfire, period. I mean, I just,
neither have I.
But it is something we all use. I use to describe whiskey often. It's a wet bonfire. Wouldn't really light, but
I have to say, like our members are so awesome. They remember so many like little things that just like it's so sweet, and it's so I don't know, it just makes you feel like very warm and good inside. I don't remember what tasting it was that we did, but somebody had mentioned that I had made a note of what it was like to be like horseback in the forest while eating cake or something. And I was like, it's just very sweet. So thank you, Kim.
Yeah.
Kim says, I'll never forget Jenna's chicken pot pie note on the Curious Situation. Spot on.
Sounds good right now.
It does. I was just thinking the same thing.
Good.
Dave Bell is popping out. He'll probably pop back later. And we expect people to kind of be coming in and going, leaving, coming in, leaving throughout the day. We're going to be live for 8 hours. So if you can stick around for the whole 8 hours, props to you. But yeah, I don't expect too many people to sit there and watch for 8. I don't expect myself to sit here for 8 hours. So,
well, you are, Scott. Newsflash.
Yeah, I expect nothing but full attendance the entire day from everybody. We had some people hang out the whole stream last year. It was great, yeah. And it was a lot of fun. They were the most active, participants. Yeah. I think some people had kind of even took work off for the day. It's kind of what people do for like 24 hours of Le Mans. Like it's a whole thing. You plan for it, and then I remember at the end thinking, "Wow, then they haven't gone away." And so listen, if people can line up for iPhones, they can hang with us and enjoy some whiskey. From Scotland, it's not that difficult.
I don't know if this would be a good note to give, but John Colling says at one of the SMWS tastings, my daughter said 53.386 reminded her of the cadaver lab.
I've never smelled a cadaver lab. I hope I never have to. But I love that the specific note. That's the fun part about it.
Formaldehyde and
I don't want to know what else.
Matthew J. Ryan, I'm at work until 12 p.m., so I'll be here most of the night. LOL. Don't disregard your work, Matt, on our account. You need to don't get fired.
But don't stop watching us.
No. Just plug your phone in somewhere and you'll be good.
Yeah. Listen, don't get fired. Don't injure yourself. Be safe. But let's all hang out for 8 hours. That's what I'm committed to. And Scott, you and I, we can hang out together all the time. But I'm expecting full group today, especially as we really put ourselves under real strain here in about 11 minutes with our power hour.
I'm going to tune in for 2 minutes at the beginning, once in the middle and once at the end, just to see the change of personality as the 12 dram goes on.
As the meme they do now is, hi, I'm Scott, and this is my first drink of the day. And at the end, this is my 72nd drink of the day.
I wish you all the best of luck.
Yeah, Jenna's off the hook this year. She and I did the marathon in 2021, and then we had one less person last year.
Yeah,
Scott, because you weren't here. You came on as a guest, which is funny for one of the hours, but
Yep.
So we know what it was like. I just remember the next day I was just completely worthless. And I told myself I will never do this again. And about 2 months ago, we're thinking, what should we do for the gathering this year? And whether it be just the jolly good time we had or a lack of any better idea, here we are again, ready to punish ourselves. But yet again, the anniversary of punishment.
I've got to take it pretty easy. I got to go to Kansas City tomorrow for a Royals baseball game, taking the boys up there, enjoy a Saturday baseball game.
I have to go to Disney on Ice in the morning, so I better not be too hungover. It goes to show what life stage is wearing.
Oh, yeah.
I got to go to Grand
Take a baseball game
cigar in the afternoon.
Yeah. Well, that's my world, everybody.
All right. We got a couple of minutes left. Here in a few minutes, we can wrap it up, and then Ben and I can get prepared for the
power hour.
The power hour.
Oh, fun.
Yep. That's early. We probably should have scheduled that one last, maybe. I'm not sure about who did the arranging of the hours here.
Did anybody do power hours ever in your life? Like when I was in college, we did power hours all the time. Like before going out, you would just no.
I do when I go to like Halloween events. I'm like, let me do a power hour before I go get scared because it's a lot more fun. Sporting events, just because I don't want to pay $18 for a beer when I'm in there, I'll usually power hour beforehand. But otherwise, events. I think post power hours after tastings is what's really come to be. You start drinking and then everybody's having a grand time. So you just, hey, let's just keep going.
That is not me. I will not. The only power hour I've ever done is the one I did last year with Ben. And that is it.
We had like a power few hours this last weekend when we were in New York.
We had power days. Ooh.
Yeah, we're all in New York. Jen and I got in around 2 p.m. We sat down, we had a coffee, got checked in, and then quickly got bored. And so we immediately went to a bar. And then it was like, the cocktails were so good there. I felt like we were just on a roll. Then Paige came in, and we went to another bar. Then we moved back to the first bar. And then it was Wednesday. And now it's Friday, and here we are.
I legit am sad, though, that like at the end of today, I can't walk to that bar and have a smoke and roses. Yeah.
Well, let's go back to Brooklyn more often. The question is, which bars did we go to? Yeah, we stayed in Williamsburg at the Hoxton Hotel. That was the SMWS headquarters of New York for a few days. And there were some great bars and restaurants right there in Williamsburg. But our event was at Fine and Rare, or kickoff for the gathering on Monday. We had about 100 members come up, and
beautiful venue, beautiful place.
Yeah,
I mean, Tommy's done a great job. It's amazing there.
Yeah, and I did see the comment from Mark Robinson about the definition of power hour. I think so. It used to be.
Oh God.
It's like every minute there was a drink.
Every minute.
It was like a shot of beer. Yeah, it was like a 60, but a shot of beer. Which is equivalent to like taking a sip of beer. Anyway, I remember there was some sort of rhythm or structure to it.
Yeah, kick rocks with that.
Yeah,
I don't do that kind of power hour. Mine is more of let's try 12 different whiskeys in an hour. You guys ever go to like personal tastings with friends and there's like 30 bottles on the table because everybody brings one? My power hour is, I want to try everything on the table. How long is it going to take? And by the end of the night, I learned very quickly how to pour much lighter drams. Very much.
That's a hard no.
See, but I just had to Google it because according to Wikipedia, power hour or 21 for 21 is a drinking game where players must consume a specified number of alcohol shots within 1 hour. So yeah, there was always, and there were I remember because I was in college. It seems like many years ago now, but there were like soundtracks or just like musical tracks that were recorded for power hour. Like there were a lot of playlists where like there would be 60 songs cut up, and every minute when the song changes, it's the next minute. And so I was in school in the sort of mid 2004 to 2008. So like in that era, were the MP3s probably? Yeah. Like there were a lot of tracks and it was just all bad 2000s pop usually. Or like some hardcore like Rob Zombie, like power hour shit, so that was a thing. Okay. Now Scott and I are gonna do like the sophisticated, stemware power hour.
Adam Clary.
Yeah.
Adam Clary is pointing out that the society does not encourage swigging, chugging, or glugging.
That's true.
Or knocking back.
Nope.
Yeah, Adam, we're just gonna knock it back today. So you're right. Those other things we don't do.
Wild. Y'all are crazy.
All right, Jenna, Zach, thanks for joining us in the kickoff.
Well, we'll see you guys again shortly in a few hours. So
yeah, Zach and I will be back to host trivia. So if you are interested in winning some money
or drinking with us, that too,
to spend in the shop, be sure to join us.
$1,000.
$1,000.
I love giving money away. Hey,
I know, right?
Have a good time.
So we'll be back for that. And gentlemen, have a great power hour ahead of you. I wish you all the luck. Drink lots of water. Eat your brownie brittle.
Yeah.
Do we have minimum pour sizes? Are we doing like 1 ounce of each? Are we doing ½ ounce of each? We going full 2 ounce pours here?
I mean, I think we have to. It's funny. This is sort of a marathon. So yeah, but I think no more than 2 ounces each.
Oh yeah.
No more, no less.
I think what we'll do is we'll taste one from all 12, pour something, and talk about it, and maybe Scott, like we should just talk about, introduce the whiskeys, introduce the flavor profile, talk about it, introduce the whiskeys. I'm curious to know like why you chose the 12 that you chose. I'll kind of share my thoughts on why I chose mine. We'll see if we have any overlap. That would be cool.
Okay.
Well, best of luck and
enjoy,
later.
Gentlemen. Enjoy. We will see you guys later.
Zach, Jenna.
Bye.
Bye.
All right. So I'll be honest. I had some bottles set aside for others' deal, and then I knew I had the profiles. So I was literally trying to grab different bottles, and I really didn't put a lot of thought into it, getting something decent and getting that flavor profile. So to me, it was more about kind of talking about the profiles, what I like about them, and what a person, our members, should expect, from those flavor profiles.
Yes, and I hope everybody doesn't mind a little bit music to lift up the spirits for this 12 Spirit Fest. I agree, Scott. So do you want me to choose the order? You got an order of which to go through? I figure we'll go. I'm going to get all my glassware set situated. I got a ton of water. I mean, like a ton of water in this jug. I got a ton of water to drink.
I did. Yeah. Give me a second as well. I'm going to grab it because I got the 12 flavor profiles printed off. I was just going to grab that to show real quick. Take me about 15 seconds.
Not advisable, but I need this. Question is from Mike Hines, who says, let's see here. Mike says, which SMWS drams pairs best with Rob Zombie? Jesus. I think that the process of having 12 in itself would pair well with Rob Zombie. But to me, it's probably like a dirty peated cask, a dirty Isla in some sort of, raw Spanish sherry cask. Ooh, nice little grit. Oops. Sorry, just made us bigger.
Now, myself, I would recommend we start with young and sprightly, sweet, fruity, mellow, and just kind of, I figured, cover the 3 purples, go to the 3 blues.
That's the order I got. That's the official order. It used to be, fun fact, on the old labels that we had and the previous ones, there was like a line going through down the label on different positions of the label. And if you line them all up in order, that line would gradually move from left to the right side of the label. So there was an official tasting order. Now some of those were tough because you'll see the light and delicate comes after the deep rich and dried fruits, but that was like the official deal.
Yeah. All right. So somewhere here, if I can get it without tipping over. My first, the lightest shade of purple is known as young and sprightly. And really, we've only had this year 2, maybe 3 in the young and sprightly category, I think.
Not a ton. And I know Jenna's a big fan of this one, typically. Which young, typically, I think the profile. Now, just really quick for everybody who's wondering what the hell are these flavor profiles. So all of our whiskeys, bottled by the Scotchman Whisky Society, are categorized into 1 and 12 of these. They're color coded. You can see it on the website and on the label of the bottle itself. The whole purpose is to, I think, encourage exploration of spirits, whiskeys, whether from different distilleries, different cask types, that all fall within your sort of preferred style of whiskey. I think in reality is some of us might have a favorite, but I don't think from our experience, society members aren't really exclusively ordering from one flavor profile. Some might, some people who just like the peated ones are ordering the green ones, but the idea is, because if you're not yet really familiar with cask specifications that we list on the label and maybe how that can contribute to flavor, you're really just kind of getting into it, or you've been a couple of years into the whole whiskey game. It does make it easier, and we do have a lot of members who feel more comfortable, I should say, or confident tasting whiskeys from different regions, distilleries, or cask types, as long as it falls within a flavor profile that they typically enjoy. So anyway, not like rocket science, but I think it's pretty ingenious, and it's been a unique, I think, aspect of the society for coming up on maybe 10 years we've had them. So we're going to taste one from all 12.
And I'll tell you, so I think majority of the time, it's pretty clear, the profile. I can think of maybe 2 this year where it's kind of like, okay, I think this one feels like it could be spicy and sweet, or it could be, spicy and dry. Or, you have one and it's sweet, fruity, and mellow, and you're like, this probably could be, a dirt of something along those lines. But not that often. Most time they're pretty spot on with the flavor profiles that we assign.
So which one did you pick for your young and sprightly?
This one was, I believe, from July, 79.6 rough and jumble, 9-year-old Highland, first fill ex-bourbon barrel, 60.8% ABV.
Okay. I picked 52.40 sweet and zesty sea air. It's from a 7-year-old cask from a Northern Highland distillery, maybe the northernmost distillery in the mainland, perhaps. Usually has a very coastal profile, but I actually thought this one was cool because when we tasted, I remember tasting this here on YouTube for an outturn preview, and It was very different from anything that we ever seen from Distillery 52, which usually has more of like a maritime note, but it definitely fits with this profile. So if I had to taste it, I would have never guessed it was from this distillery. And that's what I liked about it. And that's kind of the point, that the flavor profiles will help you explore whiskeys from other distilleries that you wouldn't expect, you know.
One other thing I've learned though too with them is that they're in the young and sprightly category, and sometimes they're a 7-year, an 8-year, a 9-year. But most of these blind, I would never guess were that young. A lot of these come off as much older whiskeys, just because I think of the casks used and that cask single cask strength option where it's not diluted, and it just so much more is packed into the flavor of them.
Yeah, I agree. A lot of these, this one included, you to kind of get pick up of they're all generally again younger, for the most part in age. So generally very malty, sort of spirit forward. I think that's the whole point. Young and sprightly. It's more of a spirit-driven dram. Wow, we're on whiskey number 1 of the Power Hour. I'm already struggling to pronounce the flavor profiles themselves. No, but I think that's the typical profile. So young, aggressive, but not too much so. Obviously, every whiskey's scored before bottling, so that it's not going to be like overly hot. But yeah, on the spectrum, this is like really, really vibrant and lively, I would say.
Yeah. And mine, let me pour a little bit more. I'm not going to drink all this, but just so people can see the color. These are generally going to be, lighter in color. They're younger. This is a 9-year, even though it was a first fill ex bourbon barrel. It really looks, if I saw this and you wanted me to guess what cask this had been in, I would have guessed a second fill or a refill bourbon barrel just because of how pale it is. So very little cask influence on this one.
Should we go to number 2? Adam Clary pointed out a minute ago, we have less than 2 minutes left to stay on track. That's right. We are doing 12 whiskeys in 1 hour. So where are we going from here?
Did you taste yours?
Oh, yeah. No, I've just about finished mine.
Oh,
58.6%. It was very pale.
Yeah.
Again, a little coastal, but not very much so. But very spirit forward, very, very sort of a lot of ripe orchard fruits, very zesty.
Mm-hmm.
High influences, sort of like a white peppercorn, presumably from the alcohol itself. I haven't even watered it down. I'm just trying to be efficient with time.
Yep.
So
normally I probably would. Mine very citrusy, very sweet, nice oak, nice maltiness. Mm-hmm. Actually, at first I got a little pickle juice, and I don't know what that was from, but it was a little vinegary almost came through on it.
Yeah, I did get a little pickly dude juice too. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna rinse that one out. Move on.
Okay, we're going to move on to what is called the next purple, or the next shade of purple, the middle one here, sweet, fruity, and mellow. Right here in the middle, top of our flavor profile chart.
I feel like this profile we see a lot of, this fuchsia color, because usually it's whiskeys, I think unpeated whiskeys that have been matured for around anywhere from like 12 to 20 something years. It can be a lot of them, spaced out our Highland, I think, for the most part. But I would be curious. I don't know the answer. Like of all the profiles, I would suggest maybe this is the highest percentage of whiskeys in any one flavor profile come from this.
Yeah, it could be. Guessing, I would say spicy and sweet, but it could be sweet, fruity, and mellow.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one did you pick?
So I grabbed 35.303, a dazzling display. 15-year-old, so in the age range that you just mentioned, 47.9%, a little bit lower. This one had dropped, must have been a pretty leaky barrel. This was from a couple months ago.
Yeah, I picked one from earlier this year as well, 59.65 red oak. This was, I haven't had this since we did a lot. You remember this one?
Oh, yeah.
Did we taste this together?
Well, we might have, yeah. Ex wine barrique.
Yeah. Double matured, started 13-year-old, probably I think the first 11 or 12 in an ex bourbon hogshead, and then final cask was a first fill ex red wine barrique. I remember this just being one of the most balanced red wine cask matured or finished or whatever whiskeys I've ever had. Very, very little tannin whatsoever on the palate. It was sensational. I was really blown away. For 13 years, it was like, for me, it's probably one of the best value whiskey experiences I think we've offered than this year.
I agree. And that one actually reminded me of a younger version of the Rara Avis that several people had mentioned earlier that was ex-Sauternes, extra matured. So, but, that red oak I found really nice as well. So
this would be a gateway whiskey for a lot of people, if you're really kind of getting into it. Like if I were, rewind back to the year that I was really kind of getting into single cask whiskeys or, cask strength, this would have really piqued my interest because it's so different from anything that you would find on a shelf. Well, maybe there's some similar, but yeah. Sensational.
I think Sweet Fruity Mellow is a great name for this profile. And that's what you get most of the time. They're sweeter. There's a lot of fruits going on here, and even orchard fruits. There's pears and peaches in this one, grapes as well. Mellow, Sweet Fruity Mellow, usually nice and smooth. And this one at 15 years, very pale. For a 15-year, it's very pale. Just looking at the color, you'd never think 15-year at all. Probably from the second fill ex-bourbon barrel. So it picked up very little cask influence.
That's phenomenal.
Now, that one I may have picked because of the ABV, Ben, because it was 47.9. Lighter dram is good during the power hour.
Yeah, mine was 55.7% because I didn't come here to lay up. But the question was, what is 59.65?
Wow.
Is the number that was just asked. Everybody's pouring in right now. It seems like we're about to move on, but I would keep that in my glass, and I would love to just spend the next 51 minutes just enjoying that with everybody in chat. But let's move on. Pour myself some water here.
Yep.
Rinse out the glass. I'm using the same glass actually. I thought about lining up 12, but
I know I didn't feel like washing 12 glasses
because there are a lot more than 12 that are be poured.
Oh, exactly. Yeah. So no, this is not I wouldn't recommend this method. You should have, if you got 5 whiskeys, have 5 different glasses and don't taint the glass. But for power hour and 12 different whiskeys, 1 glass is going to be okay.
Yeah.
Now, spicy and sweet. The next on the purple chart, moving across. Over here in this, what would be my upper left-hand corner. Does it come away on the screen? Spicy and sweet, the darkest purple. And I picked 7.270. Distillery 7 does some great whiskey. Perfect Posture, 17-year-old, second fill ex-bourbon barrel.
Interesting. I picked similar whiskey. Nah, not really, but 19.63 leftovers in the pantry, 18-year-old Highland whiskey from a first fill barrel. Last time I was on the channel, I think a couple of weeks ago, Jen and I tasted this together, part of our latest distillery dive series. This one, I think after revisiting and after tasting live, then revisiting, this was the one for me. So much going on in the glass. Again, first fill. Have you picked you said 17-year-old whiskey is yours?
Yeah.
First fill barrel, you don't see that. We were seeing that more and more, I think, from our selections. We're letting a lot of casks from first fill barrels mature longer. It used to be that I think they would be bottled at around 12 years because you get so much flavor from just the first 10 to 12 years from a fresh bourbon barrel alone. But we've been letting them go because I think typically it's just to differentiate from a lot of the unpeated whiskeys you'd find on the market, which would be usually like a refill hogshead aged for 17, 18 years. By letting some first fill barrels go a little longer, it's just the intoxication of flavor is so much greater. So we've just been having fun with those. And now we are close and intimate, and I'm gonna pour it.
Accidentally, let's see. Someone had asked what the number was on the red oak. It's 59.65.
Yeah. I put it back up after.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
And let me see. I accidentally.
It's a great one.
Wrong button there.
The red oak is just.
This was second fill. You were talking about first fill, but this one.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yours. Okay, yours. My apologies. Okay, yours was second fill. This is first fill.
Yeah. And how old is that one?
18 years.
18 years. Yeah.
Yeah. All 3 of them from our latest distillery dives were all 18 years from first fill bourbon barrels.
Huh.
And just sensational.
Spicy and sweet it's one of those profiles that I really enjoy, and I think usually going to get some age. You're going to get a lot of fruity, kind of darker fruity notes, usually not lighter citrusy notes. A lot of berries sometimes, and just sometimes a little pepper spice, but most time it's more cinnamon, nutmegs, kind of those sort of spices.
I will say this might be, I don't know, I'm just going to say it. For a couple years, it was a flavor profile that I just deliberately did not dabble in too often for whatever reason. We all have different palates and our palates all evolve, but there was a good period of time in my life where a lot of the whiskeys that were in this purple profile didn't really, connect. I didn't connect with them well, but I think we've seen a big expansion in the profile because within spicy and sweet now, we have a lot of double matured whiskeys, like some whiskeys that were in a bourbon cask and then spent some time in like a French red wine. It's funny, the red oak was that I just had that whiskey cask 59.65. That was in the sweet fruity mellow. But if you let that age a little bit longer in that wine cask, that probably would have bumped up into this spicy and sweet, where we see a lot of whiskeys that again double matured in some sort of sherry or wine cask. And so as we're doing more and more of that, the number of whiskeys and the variety, like even within the profile, is really expanded. So I think it's amazing. There's so many whiskeys that like hit this sweet spot and are very versatile, can be enjoyed all year long in this profile. So I'm a fan now.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's usually the spiciness and the sweetness on these. It's really it's a palate punch. A lot of times it's just a palate pleaser, and there's a lot going on with them. Distillery 7. Not disappointing on this one. 59.1%. I don't think I said it, so that one was a little bit higher.
I'm curious for members watching, does anybody have like a favorite flavor profile or one that they tend to lean toward when choosing a bottle? I think there tend to be some that are inevitably more popular than others, but I'm curious to know. And the question from I see here from multicasting is, how many barrels do you have aging at any given point? Around 15,000. I think maybe this might be a little outdated as of a year ago, but at one point we had about 13,000. I think a year ago we had 13,000 in our warehouse in Scotland, and then another 2,000 maturing in warehouses, run by distilleries in which the spirits originated, which is pretty common for, bottlers will just purchase them and said, leave them in our warehouse, just leave them there for the time being, and eventually we'll transfer. So I would say around 15,000,
Yeah, I've wondered myself how that number is doing, if it's been growing or kind of stayed the same, because I know it seems like it's kind of been around that number for a couple years now.
Well, we're releasing a lot of whiskey because our membership is really growing, but at the same time, we're really beefing up our acquisitions. Yeah. And we're buying younger spirit with the intent of allowing to mature longer, because our stocks, we have enough stock to really supply and meet sort of member demand for the next 2 decades or so. And maybe that'll change again depending on the membership growth and whatnot. But we're always looking to buy stock and allow it to mature for years.
All right, next up, going down to our lightly colored blue, which is light and delicate. Over here on the right side of our color.
We're skipping down the row.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, cool.
But then we'll come back up to the little bit heavier spicy and dries and dirtifs and old.
Yeah, I agree with your selection. I mean, you're right, because you go to the dark and then go to the light. I'm with
especially you. So we probably have the same one here. This is the first light and delicate that I've had. This was one I'd been missing and needing to fill my flavor profile gap. So, but this is a newer one. You may not have gotten this one. I've got 44.148. Just came out last month, I believe. It might have been at the first September outturn.
Hold on, I realized I actually didn't grab one.
Okay.
Because we have 3 blues.
Yeah. Yep. But 17-year-old, an intricate finesse. This was from a second fill ex-bourbon barrel. And what I really found interesting or intriguing with this one is the fact that it's a 17-year-old and it's from Distillery 44. We get a lot of sherry cask whiskeys from Distillery 44. And 44 also uses worm tubs in their process, which sometimes creates a copper or a meaty sulfur type note. And to take a 17-year-old second fill ex-bourbon barrel and make it get it in that light and delicate profile was just it's so intriguing to me that can happen. But it did. And our color on this one, again, I would think this was a 10-year-old whiskey, an 8 or a 10-year-old whiskey, and or older, but had been aged in a refill, bourbon barrel, because it hasn't picked up very much influence at all.
So I grabbed I only had a few back there because you're right, it is kind of a rare sight to see light and delicate, but yeah. I grabbed 35.292. This is another 7-year-old called Canvas in the Breeze. 7 years from a first fill bourbon barrel. And I grabbed it because I started off with a 7-year-old Highland whiskey from a first fill bourbon barrel. So again, 2 different spirits, 2 different regions, but same cask type. And this one's coming in at 59.2%. So like some of the specs are similar. Again, different whiskey. But it's interesting because the first one we started off with was young and sprightly, and you tend to get more of the spirit, which is what you tend to get generally from younger whiskeys. But this one, not so much as they've decided. Yeah. So, and just writing down the nose, again, 7 years in a first fill bourbon barrel. This cask was much more active. You can tell just right away, just as the warming of the aromas. Yeah. Much more the bourbon notes. Classic sort of burnt citrus peel, a lot of caramel, toasted caramel.
Yeah, John Bourne pointing out that 44148 and Intricate Finesse is the only one on the site right now. Yeah, for light and delicate. But that's still so you pulled out a 7-year, which usually your light and delicates I think they're going to be a little bit younger as well. And this one being that 17-year-old and still fitting in that light and delicate profile, and it does. The palate on this, it's so intriguing. It's just, I love it. This is a great whiskey.
I did see when I went to grab this, you're right, most of them are younger. Mm-hmm. I did have a 23-year-old Space Setter also.
Oh, really?
That was a bit of an enigma because it must have been like a third fill hogshead or something, a very gentle cask. For the whiskey to age over 2 decades and still have very, very sort of light profile and fit into this color here.
Yeah.
That's just, I think, the unpredictability of nature, I suppose.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, I thought 17 years was an odd one to have in there, but 23 is even more of a rarity. But
I have to say, I really like this one, the profile rather, because if this were just a whiskey off the shelf bottled at 43%, I might find it to be just, I don't know, I mean, come on paper, like not the most invigorating kind of experience, but because it's also a cask strength, you have a chance to enjoy something with lighter notes at like a really powerful delivery. Power hour. I just think it's cool. It's again, I like the things that you can't get everywhere in this sort of experience. A whiskey experience is in itself pretty rare. So,
and that's a good point. I didn't think about with the Intricate Finesse. If that was, and it's 53.5%, which still comes off pretty warm. But yeah, if that was down at 40%, you would probably think it was pretty lackluster.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's one of the benefits of the cask strength. All right. Next up, Juicy Oak and Vanilla.
I love this one.
There are we get some great examples in this profile right here.
I just think it's one of the, and I'm just generalizing here, better experiences for the money. Meaning like on average, the whiskeys that fall in here, I don't know, if you're putting a dollar value on experience consistently, everything seems to be solid from this profile. Nothing's ever too outlandish. Meaning most of them are American oak, matured, usually pretty fresh casks. But so nothing's going to be wild, but everything is like classically beautiful, in my opinion. Maybe not everything, but most of the whiskeys.
Yeah, no, some really good ones. In fact, I've got one of my buddies he was strictly bourbon and rye. And then when I started working with SMWS and he was coming over here hanging out and trying the whiskeys, he's a juicy oak and vanilla lover. I mean, he's all in on it. He's a member. He just ordered a couple the other day because of the free shipping. And I don't know that he even drinks that much bourbon and rye anymore. He's into the cast strength single barrel whiskeys. So, yeah.
Which one did you go with?
Okay, so I picked 135.33 Fond Memory,
Ooh.
a 9-year-old first fill ex bourbon barrel.
That's funny. We are totally flipping on the age selection here because I picked 5.79 Paris in Spring. Is that visible?
Oh yeah, I can.
Yeah, you were big on this, I think. I know a lot of members were really keen on this one. 18-year-old Lowland whiskey from a first full bourbon barrel. Look, we don't reveal the distilleries on our bottles. You have to look at the codes if you wanted to, but Lowland Distillery, known for its unique triple distillation process, unique to Scotland, I should say, or Scotch whiskey.
Here's my bottle of that, and I don't know if you can see the fill line in it, but it's down here, and that's because of my buddy drinking it that loves this profile. Yeah, he hit that one. He's hit that one several times.
You know, I chose this Distillery 5, the sort of the house style, the common profile is not been one I've always kind of like struggled with to really love it. I'm just being transparent. I mean, most whiskeys I can connect with. This has always been hit or miss for me. This one, I tasted this. I was like, this is probably one of the most exciting examples of what the spirit can really be.
Oh yeah,
18 years from a first full bourbon barrel. You get everything, but the distillery's core, sort of the spirit profile itself, the sort of bright red fruits, raspberries, a little bit of like creamsicle vibe, a lot of confectionery sugar, all of that is there. But I think it just is intertwined so nicely with the bourbon notes from the barrel.
Yeah.
So
real quick, Be More Bourbon is asking where would you start with SMWS Scotch? I have and like Abelauer Abuna, Alba, Lagavulin 16, and Lafroig Carchus PX Sherry. Thanks for any suggestions.
That's a really good question.
Our deep, rich, and dried fruits flavor profile are our sherry cask. Most of them are sherry cask. Look, we'll put the cask type on there on the label and on the product page, and then our peated whiskeys. And there's at least one or two on the site now that, well, they might both be sold out. We had the peat with some sherry, but I think those might be all sold out now. The Distillery 53 rare release.
I think that's still available. No, well,
it's gone.
He's mentioning the Abuna Alba, which is Aberlour's, the Abuna in the bourbon casks. And so,
that's right.
If you're asking about that one, and I see John Bourne answered it below, I would definitely choose this profile, the juicy oak and vanilla.
Yeah.
Juicy oak, vanilla, like those three words, simple, describe the profile. A lot of first fill bourbon barrels. And I know we've got on that, but a lot of cask influence for sort of a moderate amount of time in the wood itself. You have a young one in yours. How old is that one? Like 9 years old?
Yeah.
This one's 18. Those are both kind of on the opposite ends of the sort of profile spectrum. Typically, they're around like 10 to 12 years. Fresh casks, really good balance. And so I would put the Abuna Alba like in that profile personally if I tasted that. But you're right, Scott. Like that the peat and sherry is a unique combination that I think we all love. I'll check too, because the one that's on there, the Dark Secrets.
Yeah. No, it's sold out now too.
Oh, it is? It is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep. Unfortunately, and that was a good one as well. All right, we need to get moving on to the next one.
Well, there is, I will say, 4.292 Peat Fire Tales is lightly peated. That's ultra in a PX sherry cask. That's perfect.
19 years exclusive sherry maturation on that one. And moving on to our darkest blue color, one we don't see much of and a fan favorite. It's called Oily and Coastal.
This is, you're right. We don't see it often anymore.
Yep. We've only had maybe 3 this year in Oily and Coastal.
Wow.
And so I grabbed one. We might have the same one here.
If we're gonna have the same one, this is the one.
You want me to reveal first?
Yes, I do.
42.68. And
not the same one.
An Atlantic Morning Dip. This was our seasonal selection for summer of 2022.
Oh. I don't know if this was released this year. I just grabbed, try to keep newer whiskeys. You get a lot more than I do. I picked 93.169 inside the engine room, 17-year-old Campbelltown from a refill bourbon hogshead. Absolutely love this style. I think yours was 42, right? You said?
Yep, 42.68.
That's a great, and the unpeated variant, presumably.
Yes.
Yeah, because it's blue. Yeah, or it's because it's in the.
There could be a very light, maybe a very light, ppm on there, but this one is and the color on this. So this is a 15-year, definitely darker than any of these others we've looked at so far, and just a blast of. I got toasted honey and maritime seaside goodness. Wow. And this one is actually a double matured ex-bourbon hogshead and then a second fill charred hogshead.
I'm enjoying a classic Campbelltown expression right here. I had a chance to visit this distillery 93 a few years ago, and in the warehouse you could do the tasting, and there was a couple of these sort of unpeated or lightly peated expressions, casks rather. Well, whiskeys maturing in single casks, and the bourbon barrel. I think over 15 to 20 years, this is like the sweet spot. Great representation of the Campbelltown style, particularly that of this distillery, and industrial, sooty, coastal, funky. It's really everything.
Yeah. 42.68. This one just a blast of coastal. I about said oily, but I want to say oily, but I mean it is. I mean it's almost seawater that's come in. There's some moss and some seaweed floating in it. And it's kind of that you'll almost see that kind of oily residue on top of the water from all the vegetation that's in there. Really just kind of reminds me of that, but sweetness, toasted honeys, honeycombs, slight nuttiness, slight tobacco, but yeah, just a mouthful palate pleaser.
Andrew Walker says Distillery 93 is one of the best hidden secrets left in the Scotch world, but even it's becoming increasingly difficult to find. I couldn't agree more, Andrew. I remember walking in that distillery, and it does not have the sort of it's kind of like a little cousin to a more popular distillery called Springbank in Campbelltown. And I remember walking in there and looking around and looking at everybody else and saying, wait, this is the real deal. Why aren't people freaking out about this? The whole experience was great. The spirit out the stills was great. The whiskey's aged in the warehouse, the tour, the ambiance, like the whole vibe was just, to me, like I don't know, it was perfect. And of course it's in Campbelltown, which is this beautifully quaint, sort of on the edge of the earth location. So yeah, I'd like to see more of it. Both of these, and 42, one that you have in your glass, is also a bit of a gem to find. And I think members really these tend to go pretty quickly when we release them.
About time to move on to the next one. Give me a second here. I've got to send a quick email as well to our next guest.
We're halfway through, by the way. Wow, we didn't. Oh, well, first of all, I thought we were further along because I realized I had these all on my desk, and I had two more underneath the desk, the peat and the heavily peated. I was like, okay. I thought we were making good progress, but we're just right on time.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
How are you feeling? Let's a quick wellness check.
Yep, doing good. Good.
How's everybody doing in chat? Is anybody following along with us here? I don't expect that anyone, but it did happen last year. I remember a couple people did actually follow along and do the 12 profiles with us.
If this was Friday night at 10, I would expect more people to be following along.
Yeah.
Friday afternoon, it's 2:30 Central Time. Probably not that many people. All right. Next up, spicy and dry.
Oh, I feel like this is a Bruno profile.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this one. We've had some great whiskeys come out in this one, and it's kind of a sleeper profile to me. It's one of those we don't get. I mean, there's not a lot of these that come out either, but I've had a couple of these that have just been excellent whiskeys.
Mm-hmm.
And one I can't even remember off the top of my head now. Earlier this year, that I'd recommended to several people that they picked up, and they were just blown away by it. So
yeah.
I chose 77.72. Admire the architecture. A 12-year-old Highland in a refill ex-bourbon hogshead.
I chose 82.37. Chewing pencils in a barber shop.
Yep.
8-year-old Highland from a first fill bourbon hogshead, 62.9%.
Yeah, that one's a great example of the spicy and dry profile.
What I like about this profile is that I find most of the whiskeys that fall in it tend to, I don't know, I find that there's really nothing on the market today. Like if you go to a big store, look at all the whiskey on the shelf, very few whiskeys ever taste like this. They're always very raw. I feel like it's, okay, let me say this way. Every whiskey can be approachable to anybody, but I feel like this is the enthusiast profile.
Yeah.
Meaning if you're just kind of getting into it, it's going to be a little too raw and aggressive. If you then continue along, you start to like taste like older, mature whiskeys. Those are easy to love, hard to get because they tend to be more expensive, but they're easy to fall in love with. And then when you sort of go a little further and you really start, maybe you visit Scotland, you visit distilleries, and you want a whiskey that's representative, I think, of this experience of tasting whiskey that's aging in a cask, maybe one that's not even quite ready, or something that's just, I don't know, makes you feel like you're in, a dusty warehouse in a distillery floor. Anyway, this profile, spicy and dry, for me is, I think, like, I don't know, so assertive, woody, and raw. And again, in a way, it's like perfectly imperfect. Does that make sense? Like I feel like most brands, if they had a cast like this, they'd say that's really unique and wild, but we need something a little smoother or something a little bit more mellow, and it's not. It's like it's got real personality, and I think you have to be a real whiskey enthusiast to really latch onto this one.
Yeah, because I mean, there would be, if you were a beginner and you pick this one up, it's not going to be a flavor profile that you're like, oh, that's delicious. And this one that I think once you have some whiskey experience and you've tried a range of things, and then you move into this one, and it can blow you away. So this one, I mean, though, spicy, and it's like a oak sawdust, literally like I was in a wood shop and got hit with a blast of sawdust from the sawmill that was running. Cherries, and just a great palate. It was just an awesome mouthfeel, better than I remember. Slight citrus notes, vanillas, black pepper, white pepper. Wow. Oak sawdust.
This one's fantastic too. This 8-year-old Highland. Yeah. The sawdust, I think, is something I'm tasting in this very different whiskey too. Mm-hmm. But I think that's that's a great tasting note to describe, I think, what I was getting at as like a common denominator is like this sort of raw sawdust, very rural type of profile. I don't know. It does make you feel like you're out there in the country somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
Fantastic.
All right.
If you're new to it, I might not it's maybe more polarizing. So if you're kind of new getting into this, maybe what we had, like the juicy oak and vanilla, the blue ones, might be a safer bet to really as a starting point. But yeah, here we are.
All right, and moving on, it's time. Watching the clock here. I've got the invite out to our next guest coming up in almost 20 minutes, 25 minutes. We're going to one of my favorite profiles right here in the middle, our burnt orange color, deep, rich, and dried fruits.
You call this red orange? I call it like a
burnt orange.
Oh, burnt orange, yeah.
Yeah. I had a 1980
Brown.
burnt orange 1980 Z28 that was that color. I have to find that picture.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say it reminds me of like a carp. I was thinking like a deep bronze or burnt orange, like a carp.
Yeah.
Carp paint.
Yep. All right, and I chose 12.67. As Jenna pointed out, one of her tasting notes is horseback in the forest. This was a 12-year-old Speyside from a second fill ex-red wine barrique, actually double matured ex-bourbon hogshead, second fill ex-red wine barrique.
And I chose the whiskey that I thought you might choose. I don't know why I thought that, because it's a whiskey that we as meaning myself and everybody in chat, while we viewed this live, have agreed that this whiskey describes Scott Bruno better than any other whiskey, which is cask 100.29, misbehaving in a country house.
Good.
That one. Fantastic. 11-year-old Speyside that has been double matured from an ex-bourbon hogshead to a first fill Oloroso hogshead. Presumably, when you see the Oloroso hogshead on our labels, it's likely a cask, especially if it says final cask, so it's the second cask that the whiskey's aged. Likely a cask that we've acquired from a sherry bodega, meaning it's American oak, because 95, maybe 99% of all sherry itself in Spain is actually aged in American oak casks. True sherry casks are American oak, and then if you see something that's like Spanish oak, European oak, most likely has been seasoned for Scotch whiskey maturation exclusively. So yeah, American oak, presumably, doesn't specify, but finished in American oak, first fill ex Oloroso hogshead, and just a beautiful gem of a sort of a lighter autumnal Oloroso sherry expression. A lot of sort of the dried macadamia nuts, some cloves, cinnamon. I'm just nosing it. I haven't even tasted it yet.
Yeah,
but classic representation of the sherry, Oloroso sherry style.
I'm getting so much nuttiness on this one. Slight darker fruits. This one's just a characterizer, or it's a second fill ex-red wine barrique. So I don't even know if this one was Oloroso or PX, but it would probably say if it was. So I'm assuming something else. But the influence it has on this one is just overriding, and it doesn't even feel like it's a double maturation. But all of those toasted nuts and spices and dark fruits, it's just these are beautiful whiskeys, and I look forward to them.
Yeah, I would say it's with this style, it's so much of you don't have to dig too deep to experience the complexity of flavor. It's so bold and in your face, that, again, I think is positive for somebody who's, really getting into whiskey or in the early years. And I don't know, I'm just a big fan of making this, hobby accessible.
Yeah.
So I think it's easy to really become captivated by anything in the deep, rich, and dried fruits profile. And so, yeah, typically when I have friends over, we come up in this room, and I gravitate towards this. If someone's new to Scotch whiskey, I live in Tennessee. Bourbon is everywhere. Most people drink bourbon. 99% of whiskey drinkers are bourbon drinkers. This is a good place to go from there, because it's, again, really cask-driven profile, very bold, very rich, but different than bourbon, of course.
Rory Welper says, Rory's wife here, which Scotch is this? If you're watching live, we're kind of doing different Scotches. We're actually doing our flavor profiles. We're on deep, rich, and dried fruits here. We haven't lined up. Ben picked his bottles. I picked mine. We've had different bottles just from the same flavor profile. So that was number 8. We're moving on to number 9.
8 whiskeys down in 40 minutes. Man, we're on a good time.
Yep. All right. Old and Dignified.
Ooh.
We're going to hit this one before we move into the green labels next, as most people are looking forward to, I'm sure. We got a lot of green label fans out there. I call them eclectic.
Not exactly a flavor, Old and Dignified, but definitely a good description of the actual character, of the whiskeys, which are just, I think I would say, as advertised.
Kind of the maroon label. Most of these should have the black label, I don't know if we've done any old and dignifieds that don't have. There you go. So yeah.
Boom.
Yep. There you go. A 20. So I see yours has 23. I dropped the mic. I chose 33-year-old G515.
Ooh, a grain. Nice.
Yep. This one surprised me though. 33 years, double maturation, ex-bourbon hogshead, and then a second fill, ex-wine barrique. This one came across as a lot of older grain whiskeys turn tropical, and you get lighter, fruitier tropical notes with them. This one to me really felt like an older single malt Scotch whiskey. It didn't turn tropical. And it could be because of that second fill ex wine barrique. I'm not sure, but yeah.
What a beautiful. On paper, I've never tried that one, but 33-year-old grain is just a special whiskey to try. As is this one, which is not that old, but it's a malt whiskey, 66.193. If these walls can talk, I remember tasting this and immediately thought this is probably one of the best whiskeys I've had in recent years. We're gonna do our top fives at the end tonight, and I'm thinking about it, which ones are gonna make it to the top five. 23-year-old Highland whiskey, also double matured. Initial cask is an ex-bourbon hogshead, as most that are double matured start off in a hogshead, sort of a light classical maturation. And then final cask is a first fill STR, shaved, toasted, and recharred Oloroso barrique. Totally an enigma of a cask, because you don't see a lot of shaved, toasted, recharred Oloroso casks. You don't see a lot of Oloroso barriques. Barrique is a type of cask, or rather a size, typically used for red wine. And Oloroso sherry is typically aged in either a sherry, what's called either a butt, everyone's favorite cask, or a puncheon, which tends to be, I think, usually PX. Anyway, point is, I don't think I've seen an Oloroso barrique in a year or two, at least. Nor have I seen a first fill shaved, toasted, and recharred one. Total. Someone, well, you and who's our spirits manager, was having a lot of fun with this one. I can just tell out in the warehouse, thinking, let's just transfer this, this old Highland whiskey, 21 years, put it in this STR Oloroso barrique for 2 years. Anyway, old and dignified is the profile. But what's unique about this, and I'll just say why I picked it, 66195. Most of the whiskeys from Distillery 66 are peated, and this one's not. So on paper, I saw this before it came out. I thought, what is this going to taste like? I can't wait.
Very nice on this one. Just like I remember, definitely this one definitely feels just more like a single malt Scotch than it does a grain whiskey, especially at this age. Such a nice palate. It's got a great finish on it. It's digging in. And actually, for the old and dignified, I didn't have that many to choose from. So I think I had 2 old and dignifieds.
A lot of them are in the Vaults collection now, just because these old whiskeys are hard to come by. And we do release old whiskeys around 30 plus years, and they tend to get a fancy black box. This was a sleeper because it was just a regular white label. I don't think if this were bottled, moving forward next year or anyway, I think this will be a black label with a box.
I think this one was kind of a sleeper too. This one, 33-year-old, and it's a single grain whiskey, but it was also, if I remember right, I think it was $335 or $345 for a 33-year-old. And like I say, just a great palate on it, really a sleeper, and was a great buy. All right.
Max Kruger says, shoot, I'd trade someone else's firstborn to give that dram a try. Max, if you're ever in Nashville, Tennessee, hit me up. I don't want anyone's firstborn just showing up at my doorstep. But if you're thirsty, come on by with an appetite, and I'll give it to you. How about that? I'll give you a sample. You can drink it together. I'm not parting this bottle for the rest of my life.
All right, and for the greens, we're starting with the lightly green, or lightly peated, as it's known.
I have to finish that one in its entirety.
I chose not too long ago. We released 39.229, A Merry Dance. This is a peated 10-year-old peated Speyside, double casking, ex-bourbon barrel, And then final maturation in a refill ex-peated malt barrel. So this is one similar to the cask number 1 that we released a while back, one like no other. Probably an unpeated distillation, unpeated whiskey, then finished or aged in a barrel that used to have previously peated whiskey in it. So there should be just light peat influence here, hence the lightly peated category. And let's find out.
Good choice.
Yeah. And yours?
I chose cask 39.229, A Merry Dance, the exact same whiskey, baby. Oh, after this is whiskey number 10, I was so nervous we wouldn't have any overlap. Finally, you can have a dram together. Jesus, I mean,
finally we picked the same one. Yeah,
it is because it is. I think we picked it for the same reason. It is so unique to see a whiskey, a peated whiskey that's achieved the peated characteristic only because it was aged in a cask that previously held a peated malt. And I think I don't know if you just said that. I apologize, Scott, but the cask previously held in a peated Isla malt, so there is a little bit of coastal vibe going on in a Speyside whiskey in which it has no business of having that character. Mm-hmm. So total alien in that sense. But I think it was just so. I love unique whiskeys, and this is it for me.
Yeah. I think it's neat to be able to look at some of the, and that's one thing I think as the SMWS that we do well is we have this ability. We have that ability to get those unpeated whiskeys, like the one like no other from distillery number 1 several months ago. Again, you would never see, and it was lightly peated because it had been matured in a barrel that previously held peated whiskeys. But it's these. How many people get to try, a peated whiskey from distillery 39 or a peated whiskey from distillery 1. So I think that's one thing that we're doing. And I hope that we do more of is kind of that exploration and experimentation.
This is a whiskey. We're getting off brand here. This is the Old Pulteney 1989 vintage. And it won the award for best whiskey in the world at the World Whiskies Awards, like however many years ago. But it's again. This is why I'm so fond of this because matured in a peated cask. So it's a peated whiskey. That was the first time I ever got it. And this is I had another bottle I drank, but I kept this one for a special occasion. So Scott, if you're back, or if Pickley do, if you're ever in town, we can open this one. I'm waiting to, but yeah, I think it's just such a unique way of absorbing the.
Wow. Well, I just took a sip of the Merry Dance, and boy, that's a stunner. That was a good one. And moving on to the next, we're on our time. If we keep on our time frame here,
we're correct, doing great. Now we're in the real Peat.
Mm-hmm. No more messing around. All right.
It's really sunny in my room. I'm just seeing this. I'm looking at myself for the first time. It's like,
yeah, it's daytime. All right, peated. This was kind of a fan favorite from a couple months ago, and mine as well. We were talking about this distillery a little bit ago. 93. 93.174. Fortune favors the brave.
That's a great name.
Yeah. 8-year-old, first fill, ex-bourbon barrel.
I need to change up my my selection.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. I might do two. In fact, I needed to get some Isla going here quickly. I had one picked out, Highland, that was similar to one we tasted earlier. 53.316 wood shavings in a boatyard. The classic Isla cask that we tend to come up with as often as we can. 10-year-old from a refill bourbon hogshead. 57.5%. This to me is
you just got a warning sign up there.
Oh, well, hold on, I'll fix this.
We're almost done. Meanwhile, there we go, maybe. Or we lost him. While he's doing that, I will talk about mine. So Fortune favors the brave. This is a Campbelltown. Most people know Distillery 93. Fan favorite, of course, for obvious reasons. They do some magnificent whiskeys. Their peated whiskeys don't disappoint at all. 8-year-old first fill ex-bourbon barrel. Light color on this one. And there's Ben. Our next guest is in the background here. We're almost done. We're going through 12.
I love when guests are in the background and you can talk about them, but they can't talk about you.
Can't do anything about it.
I haven't. Do we know who? Yeah, people know who he is. It's Daniel Whittington. Daniel, we haven't actually met in person. Love your channel. Big fan. So we can just really embarrass people backstage. I remember when Charlie McLean was backstage and he didn't realize he was backstage. And so we were having a conversation, but people can only hear him or only hear us. Oh, that was brutal. That was so much fun. Yeah.
All right. We're on the peated, and I was talking about mine. So you go on yours, the one that you chose there.
Yeah. I mean, I just spoiled it. I got a couple Islas. We have the peated, then we have the heavily peated. Isla's on the mind. I was just there a few months ago. Just my appreciation has been renewed. Not to say it went away, but again, I think what's interesting is we have, this is distillery 53. Again, we don't reveal the distillery. It's the largest distillery on Isla by volume, at least. Meaning we tend to get more cask of this specification. 10 years old from a refill hogshead, kind of the bread and butter of Isla on paper, I should say. Yeah. But I chose it because I see it coming up every month, maybe every other month, and I think, oh, here's another one, but every one is different, and that's kind of the beauty of the single cask. And so this is just, yes, a wave of just sea foam. Smoked bacon, all the savory goodness. It's a polarizing profile, but it's just glorious, Yep.
That is funny, and I should have considered the distillery numbers in trying to move into an Isla, because even my heavily peated is not an Isla next either. So I went, I've kind of Highland to Campbelltown to Highland. But and that's one thing I would tell people too is, and I've talked to several members on the phone, and they're like, I only like Isla, whiskey. I'm like, well, have you tried any Highlands? Nope, I just like Isla. Like, well, you need to try some of the Highlands and even the Speysides, because there are some excellent, great peated whiskeys coming out of those other regions besides.
Yeah. I mean, peat is such an unique component of the whiskey making process. And it's, I think, where geology can play a larger role in like the makeup of flavor, because, peat grows around Scotland, around the world, but and depending on where you cut the peat from, and then subsequently burn the peat in the process of drying the malted barley. Anyway, the components of the peat itself, which is essentially bricks of dead earth, will determine the flavor profile. So if you're cutting peat from the coast off the Atlantic Ocean, you get a lot of like saltwater, brine, and seaweed. But if you cut peat from the rolling hills of like the Scottish Highlands, like Inverness, where a lot of peat comes from, you get more of a bonfire, burnt forest floor profile. Totally different. I find like that the peated Highlands to be like more of like a American palate almost, because of like a lot of barbecue smoke and hickory smoke. Like I tend to come up with a little bit of that from these peated Highlands. I don't think one's better than the other. It's like that's. I think Isla is a beautiful place. But yeah, different.
That's what I say. I think there's great peated whiskeys coming out of Scotland, not just from Isla, but Highland and Speyside region as well. So moving on, let's finish up. Let's wrap up. We're almost there with the last flavor category of 12. I think we've done the Power Hour, managed it pretty well here, Ben. But heavily peated is our next. It's the darkest green label for our flavor profiles. Again, not too many whiskeys, only a handful this year or less have been in that heavily peated category. Now, mine we've already talked about today, and I'm not going to pour it. I've still got the last one. This is from the Global Gathering, 16.56, the 12-year-old Distill My Peating Heart. 61.1%. Of course, it's still on the website, but just a glorious, again, heavily peated Highland whiskey.
Yeah. Fantastic whiskey, fantastic distillery. Well, I mean, again, we keep saying we don't rebuild the distilleries, but it is, in my understanding, the oldest working distillery in Scotland today. I had the privilege of visiting there a few months ago. It's like a beautiful cottage distillery north of Glasgow, about an hour drive, easy, which means to say it's accessible. Beautiful, beautiful place. I stuck with Islay because, as I was just lamenting about like Highland Peat, I went with last year's Gathering Cask 29.281 Driftwood Barbecue. 10-year-old from a second fill bourbon barrel. I'm going back-to-back Islays of 10 years just to compare two different distilleries. This is the one that got me into it. This whole deal all those years ago when I was probably too young to get there. But yeah, medicinal, smoky, just seaweed bomb of a whiskey.
Yes.
And I saw somebody else was drinking that. John Bourne, I think, maybe said something about, or somebody mentioned John Bourne finishing with 29.281 Driftwood Barbecue from last year's Global Gathering, and that's what I'm finishing with. So
very nice.
Well, it's good to come out of this sprint alive.
I think we managed pretty well.
Started a marathon with the sprint. Whose idea was that? I legitimately don't know if it was mine or yours. Was it a good one? It wasn't so bad. Yeah.
Let me bring in our next guest while you're here. We'll wrap up this one, and then you can say highs and buys and whatever else you want to talk with Daniel about.
We didn't talk shit, but that's okay. That's.
Oh, you're muted. See, good thing we were talking shit. He's muted. So
I know. I see that's the bad habit of not wanting to accidentally say things. Probably a good habit.
Daniel, good to meet you. Thanks for joining us on the channel.
Yeah, glad to be here.
Always a pleasure. I think we were talking about, I learned a lot from your channel over the years, and obviously, I can say I was definitely entertained by your channel because you guys do some crazy shit that is always fun. But I think it's good because, man, we have within everybody watching today, and I'm sure we have people of all varying levels of expertise in whiskey. I know you guys are going to be talking a little bit about really kind of fine tuning your palate, which I'm assuming is not going to be the most. What I'm trying to say, I don't know. I'm expecting a lot of whiskey to go down in the next hour, but I think it's really important. We have so many new members who joined us.
I only brought 2 actually.
Oh, okay.
So I'm going to slow roll it.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying we have so many new members at SMWS, people who joined during the pandemic and are now at this point. Every day we get so many questions. So Scott and I were talking about who can we bring on to who's potentially also recognized by a lot of people because we're here on YouTube and also kind of share some insights. So anyway, you're the man. Appreciate you. And
nice to meet you.
I'm going to have this last whiskey and Scott, well done. We did it on time.
Yeah. Yep. Good job. Good job.
I was on a motorcycle until about 15 minutes ago. So I didn't bring bottles with me where I stopped, but I poured samples that I rode with.
Nice.
So my first one is the Shaman's Cabinet, which is 7.
Oh.
7.259, which happens to be one of my all-time favorite distilleries. It's a 13-year-old expression of that one.
Well, let me see what I can find.
I'm going to let you two nerd out. I'm going to go drink a coffee and maybe eat a cracker or something. So
do it.
Enjoy. Cheers.
All right. Thanks, Ben. See you in a little bit.
Bye.
Daniel, you were going to be possibly at Waco at Balcones, I think, today. Is that where you're
at? I'm in Waco, but I didn't. I realized it's going to be too loud in Balcones, and there's the chance of background noise in the bar, and so I'm at the house instead. But I was considering bringing a couple cornography or one of the Balcones SMWS releases because I thought that would be kind of fun.
Yeah.
And since I was running a little bit behind on the ride, I just grabbed a couple that I knew I would love. And so ironically, you were just talking about 93.
Yeah.
And I also brought 93.
Okay, good. Let me.
So I'm going to be on polar ends of the spectrum, starting super space sidey, light and gingery, and ending Campbelltown.
Let me find a 7 to share with you. I had one earlier, but let me just find a different one. I hate to drink the same one.
The most recent 7 was a really great release.
Yeah, it's probably the one that I had earlier, and maybe I don't.
I can't remember what it was called though.
That one was 7.270 perfect posture.
So I haven't tried that one actually.
But right, maybe it was 3. Oh no, because these are all together. Anyway,
I'm 11 releases before you because this is 7.259.
All right. Well, I'll pour this one again. But no, and just looking at topics for the day and things to talk about. And we've got plenty of, bottles to talk about and peat and blind tastings. And I thought, let's just have an hour where we talk about whiskey education, just talk about developing one's palate, one's, ability to nose whiskeys. Let's just talk whiskey and relax for a little bit and answer viewers' questions.
Yeah, I love it. It's good to see you again. It's not been long. Nice.
Yeah, just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah.
I'm still wiping the sweat out of my eyes.
Oh man, that was a warm day.
So that was what 2 weekends ago, Bastards Ball occurred, and you guys started that. So hey, real quick, but there's probably some people watching that don't know you. Maybe everybody knows you, but real quick, do talk about yourself. Tell us, where you're at, your YouTube channel, the Wizards Academy, and all that stuff, and we'll go from there.
Yeah. So I am the chancellor at Wizard Academy, which is a business school in Austin, Texas, focused on marketing and communications. Out of the Wizard Academy, I founded the Whiskey Marketing School, which trains whiskey sommeliers. We're now 15. We're now 7.5 years old. Wow. 7 years old. Yeah. Which is nice. I'm aiming for like the decade mark is when we know whether it was a good idea or not. And then founded a couple of YouTube channels about 5 years ago. And now I'm still co-host on The Vault, which is a part of the Whiskey Marketing School. And so that's actually the nonprofit school. The whole purpose of that channel is first impressions of whiskey and teaching people about a non-snobby way to assess and understand and dive into whiskey. The Tribe channel, I'm a guest on all the time, it feels like. and that one's a little bit more shenanigan heavy, but it's sort of hot topics in whiskey with a weird take on it. Whatever's happening in Rex's brain on that given week. And Brianna's been joining us a lot, and she's really been a really fun addition to that channel.
Good.
I own Crowded Barrel Whiskey with Rex as well, the crowdsourced whiskey distillery. And I was sort of the head distiller. I'm still overseeing all the distilling, but I sort of feel like recently we've been talking about we really need to call the Patreon people the head distiller because they're the ones who decide everything. And I'm more just quality control. But yeah, so it's been a fun to get to join the whiskey YouTube community. When we started, that was really cool. Mm-hmm. And to get the chance to hang out and meet really amazing, interesting people and to try really interesting things. I've been an SMWS fan since before the Vault channel started. And I was a member since before we even started the YouTube channel. So when you started working with them, I thought that was super cool. And getting to appear on an SMWS release was like sort of like a bucket list thing for me. So I was pretty excited about that. So I'm pretty grateful to be here.
Good. Are you still now? You were the president or on the board of the Texas Whiskey Association or the Texas
I
Whiskey
stepped
Trail?
down 1 week ago.
Huh.
So I'm one of the founding members. I've been on the board for 3 years, and we put in board limits. So 3 years is the limit, and I hit it, and I handed it over on Saturday last week.
Was there a big farewell ceremony for you? Tears were shed?
No. Mostly a lot of trying not to smile too much because it would be weird. We're all so tired when we step off the board. We're like, oh, it's your problem now.
And that is that the Texas Whiskey Trail board? Is that what that is?
Yeah, well, no, it's the association board. The trail is owned by the association.
I got you.
Yeah.
So you're kind of overseeing the Texas Whiskey Trail, but it's the Texas Whiskey Association. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you were also, I know you had contributed as well with the kind of on the board that was, they were creating the regulations for American single malts.
Yeah, there were 8 of us that were in the founding group of, sorry, I'm thinking of the association. Yeah, the single malt, I'm just a member of that one. And I just when they ask for thoughts from the members, I contribute. It's some of my heroes of craft whiskey in America that started that. And that's really cool. And yes, they did add term limits right early on. We won't assume we know why.
So they did within the last few months, though, too. I think the definition of American single malt was kind of nailed down and put in print and released as well.
We are like this close to it being federal regulation. We are right on the finish line. And that is incredibly exciting because if you know much about the craft whiskey industry right now, we are about to not have a lot of new oak barrels, but we are also about to have a whole lot of used oak barrels. So that's perfect timing for American single malt to be able to also, the rules say that if they get passed, the rules say we can use used oak and still call it American single malt. And so we're about to have a whole explosion of malt. So for all the malt drinkers in the world, our time is now. We have arrived.
Now, what have you seen with that along those lines from the crowded barrel aspect of getting barrels to use? Because you started. So let's go back a few years. I think it was 2018 when you had the first Bastard Vault, which was
4 years.
That was the breaking the champagne bottle over the first barrel of crowded barrel releases. Yeah. And the first year of it up and going. So since 2018 to now, and I've heard some stories of some other distilleries about the current state, of sourcing or getting, barrels to use because of the bourbon boom, because of the growing of the craft distilleries. Have you seen our bourbon barrels harder to get?
Well, I mean, it's not the craft distilleries, but okay. So first, yes, new oak barrels right now are getting harder and harder, and no one's taking new clients. So, it's about to be a pretty big crisis. Like 2023 is going to be a come to Jesus moment for new oak, but
for a lot of people, right?
Not because of craft.
Right.
It's because the production of the big guys is about to double.
Wow.
And they have a lot of money to tie up new oak barrels, and craft guys don't. Let's just say for crowded barrel, and I'm not going to speak for anyone else, we went to try to order some new barrels recently, and they said, sorry, we're not taking new orders until 2023, potentially 2024. So we called the other major cooperage that we had never worked with before, and they said, sorry, we're not taking any new customers. So we called the third biggest cooperage in the US, and they said the same thing. Sorry, we're not accepting new customers. And then we called a couple of baby guys who are smaller, and they said, we would love to help you, but we can't get the wood to keep meeting production right now.
Huh.
So yay. Luckily, I know a couple of really big craft distilleries who said, like, if you guys really need it, they're still taking orders from us, and we'll just like siphon some over to you.
Let you piggyback in, basically.
Yeah, but we've been filling a whole bunch of used oak this year. So almost everything we've made has gone into used oak, no matter what the mash bill.
Huh.
And partially that was because that's what Texas does to barrels. We're looking to try to buy some time and soften things, but yeah.
Well, I know there's a distillery north of you up in north end of Texas. Last year, a couple years ago, it switched as well from the standard bourbon barrel from the 53 gallon up to the bigger one, the 60 some gallon one that has.
Yeah.
It's what I'm sitting on right here. It's got 8 bands on it.
Yep.
Because of that.
So many more. And the hot climates are going for larger and larger barrels to try to buy time.
Huh. Interesting. Very, yeah. The bourbon barrels and then even sourcing juice from Indiana has really become a problem as well, I think, for a lot of.
Yeah, they also closed the doors on us this year. We went to order some more MGP for Eleanor, and they said, sorry, we're no longer selling anything except for new make and 6-month-old.
Wow.
And the pricing on it is double what we used to pay for 2-year-old.
Holy cow.
Yeah.
It's crazy, isn't it?
Well, think about it. They are now probably going to be the primary source for Yellowstone, and they are doubling down on their own brand releases like George Remus.
Yeah.
So they're tying up stock.
Huh. Yeah, and I heard though too that even there, they had said, hey, your wallet needs to be a lot deeper as well when you go to them because you've got to be able to order X amount now, which is quite a bit bigger than it used to be.
They did that with our gin. We sourced our gin from them, and they have 8 different gins, or somewhere around 8 different gins, and we used 4 of them at the time. This is 2 years ago. We blended 4, and then we sent them our recipe. They blended a tote, which is 1,000 liters, and sold it to us.
Mm-hmm.
I asked for it again, and they said, sorry, we're now only taking orders in tanker sizes.
Oh, what?
Which is 40 totes.
Oh,
so you can only order custom gin, if you order it by the tanker at 40,000 liters.
Oh,
yeah.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Crazy.
Yeah, but just think, at least, even for you been since 2018, and Crowded Barrel isn't that big. You're not sourcing a whole lot of
no, we weren't. That was the problem.
But think of some of those even little bit bigger craft distilleries that have been in the market for maybe a year or two, or just trying to get started, and it's going to be near impossible for them to continue.
Well, the good news is there's a whole lot of other large craft distilleries who are seeing that and going, hey, you know what, guys? We'll sell you whiskey, including Gulf Coast down here in Texas and Houston, who has thousands of barrels available for sourcing.
Huh.
So, yeah.
Good.
Well, Giant. Good. They're renaming as Giant Texas Distillery.
Yeah. Huh. Interesting.
And there's there's another dozen across the U.S. who are ready to step up to the plate. They just need to start telling people they exist.
Yeah. Yeah. But then again, it's got to be one of those word of the mouths and just kind of probably a slow grow for them as well, because if all of a sudden they were hit with 100 requests right out the chute, they're not going to be able to fulfill that either.
Yep.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, you got to be able to grow to meet demand. But
yeah.
Anyway. Adam Clary says, love this insider talk.
Yeah. I sure hope you do, because that's what that was.
So, yeah, but no, and we are the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society. 99% of what we do are single malt scotches, but we've branched out. We've done some American whiskeys. We've done some gin, some Armagnacs, some rums. And we've worked with Balcones down there in Waco, where you're headed. And our idea here in the States is we want to kind of grow that even more. And because we're in the States, we've got all these American members that love bourbon as well. Right. And we kind of want to expand that and start bringing more American whiskeys to our members here in the States. But that's a constant battle as well, just trying to get that upped. But
yeah. When you guys buy barrels right now, do you have places in the U.S. to store them like you do in Scotland?
Ben is a better one to answer that question than me. So I
Because
know,
that like a lot of the independent bottlers will buy barrels and then have the distillery sit on them, so that they only pull them when it's time to bottle.
Yeah.
So I guess you could do something like that pretty easily.
Well, and Ben was talking earlier that a while back, SMWS had around 15,000 casks that we have purchased, and 12 to 13,000 of them were in our warehouse, and then we had 2 to 3,000 that were still outsourced, basically, that had been bought but were being aged by the distilleries themselves. That would pick up at a later time.
Yeah, so that makes sense.
I know we're trying to work on, in the States, is kind of getting our own bottling and stuff going here. And so we don't have to buy a bourbon, send it to Scotland, have it bottled, shipped back, and sold to our members here. So fingers crossed. But yeah, anyway, let's move. So let's talk a little bit. Like I said, when I thought about having you on for an hour, and really I wanted to kind of set up your knowledge, your expertise. And some people may just know you from the Whiskey Tribe or the Whiskey Vault, but you've been around whiskey for a while. I think you have a great palate. You've done a great job with the outturns, the preview tastings that I've done with you. I think your palate is really good. So let's talk about, and because I get asked all the time, and I know other, my coworkers do too, how does one develop their palate? How does one get to be better? So let's just one tip. What would be one tip real quick that you might tell someone?
Well, drink more. I know that sounds obscenely simple, but that's so, especially with smelling, picking up scents is just pattern recognition. Mm-hmm. And so you can't recall a pattern you haven't built. Right. So when someone picks something up and finds these subtleties and nuances of things, that's there because they've encountered that before and then explored it. And so if you don't have that to recall, you're just going to be like, oh, it's smoky, or, oh, it's, you're going to find patterns that exist in other things, not in whiskey, which is, what most smells are an overlap of historical patterns. But you're going to find all the big dominant caramel, vanilla, smoke or no smoke, char from a really heavy new oak, and, stuff like that. But to find the things behind that requires two things: patterns already existing in your head, and then repetition. Yeah, that's it. And actually, Eric Waite and I were talking about that one time, and it was really like, we're both so nerdy that we will read tasting notes on things, and if we find a tasting note of something that we've not tried, we'll go find it in the grocery store and smell it. Like one time I read a SMWS note that was boysenberry. And I was like, I don't know what boysenberry. I mean, I know it's a thing, but I've never smelled boysenberry. So I went to the store and got boysenberry jam because that was the only boysenberry thing I could find. And when I opened it, I was like, oh, okay. I see what you're doing there. Yeah. And so I am the dork that you'll find like roaming the spice aisle, opening up the bins going, oh, yeah. And then like pulling the interesting ones that I feel like have an overlap with whiskey. At one point I had a box that I just had like tiny little Ziploc bags of all these spices because I didn't need them to stay fresh, like for eating. I just needed to be able to smell them. Mm-hmm. And that's how I built patterns. Yeah. Drinking more whiskey and smelling weird things in the grocery store, or while you're walking around town, or when you pass flowers.
Yeah, that's a great tip. I call it on the job training, OJT.
Yeah.
You got to drink more whiskey,
but you have to think about it.
Yeah.
But I know guys who've been drinking their whole life, and
they
don't pick up tasting notes.
That's true. But at the same time, some of those guys, they're drinking, Evan Williams, or they're drinking Johnny Walker Red. I mean, it's like the same thing. It's the same drink. It's what they've drank for 30, 40 years. Maybe they have 2 or 3 whiskeys. Right. If you want to me, if you want to develop your palate, you've got to try different whiskeys. Don't go to the store and buy the same bottle. Don't just rebuy stuff that you've had and you've liked. You've got to try different distilleries. You've got to try different regions. You've got to
Which
try
can get really expensive.
Yeah. Oh yeah, it does.
But that's why finding a good bar is really important.
Well, yeah.
Where you can just try like small sizes of things.
Yeah. Or having a YouTube channel where you can write your whiskey purchases off on your taxes is a good idea.
That's true. Yeah, but there's only so much tax write-off that's helpful before it's like it's not evening out here.
So, I mean, Bart and I with the Scotch Test Dummies, we started almost 10 years ago now, October of 2013.
Yeah.
We're coming up on 1,000 reviews that we're done. We're in the 900s. But just that, and I mean, that's just video reviews that we've done. And I've tried a lot more whiskeys. I've had a lot of samples and stuff that have been sent to me.
Right.
And I think too, trying whiskey side by side, having 2 or 3 or 4 whiskeys side by side and going back and forth and looking at the differences of those and tasting them. But like you say, exploring it as well and looking for those. What is the difference? Why is this one different? And it's not just drinking it, knocking it back, slugging it, and moving on. You've got to, and to me, even I get more out of being in a quiet environment. Either beginning of the day, which is better. A lot of times it's been end of the day, work is done, you're home, TV, maybe the TV is on, most of the time not. It's just you and the quiet and the whiskey, and it allows you to really dissect it and I think learn from it. But getting rid of the distractions.
Yeah, your palate's always best in the morning. Like about 2 hours after you wake up is when you're freshest. But that can also be when you have this laundry list of things that need to get done and you can't settle your head. And so sometimes it's a trade-off of like, I know I'm fresh, but I'm also distracted. Whereas at the end of the day, I'm not as fresh, but I'm also blank slate.
Yeah. You're relaxed in your recliner, you're sitting on the couch at home. It's
when you think about it, smelling is just sensory input, right? And so like to really focus on it, you got to limit other sensory inputs.
Yeah. I had something there on the morning. Bart. So Bart and I generally will get together and film, and it's in the morning time. We've done it, at nighttime as well. But you do have to think about, if you had that extra spicy burrito, for lunch with raw onions on it, and your palate you're still tasting it. Don't try to taste a whiskey at that point.
Right.
If you had something mild and no, I try to avoid garlic, try to avoid onions.
Anything oily.
Spicy, anything along those lines, and just keep that palate a little bit fresher. And to me, that really helps. So, and I think that's why morning time is better, because you haven't really saturated your palate yet, for the day either. Right. But yeah, a lot of times you're just distracted because you're looking what you have to do for the rest of the day. So, like, it is a trade-off.
Yeah.
And I can tell you too, when I can remember when we first started 2013, of course, Bart and I were both pretty young in our whiskey days, but I was lucky really if I got 2 or 3 notes off of a whiskey. I mean, I might be able to tell you it was peated.
Right.
I might pick up like a citrus, vanilla, a caramel, like you said.
Right.
And it's as you try more, then a couple bottles later, you get 4 notes. And then you're getting, 5 or 6 notes. And then it really starts to grow at that point. And now you're going from that memory recollection, like you say. And to me, developing, so think of and pull them up online, but there's the palate flavor wheel.
Yeah, like Charles McLean's wheel.
Yeah. It's got like nuttiness on it and citrus and fruits or, oaks and wine, all this stuff. And so as you taste it, you think, well, I'm getting a nuttiness here. And then you're like, okay, what kind of nuttiness is it? Is it peanuts? Is it almonds? Kind of go through all those notes and see it. Sometimes you can tell, or, sometimes you can't. You're just like, well, it's just a nuttiness. I can't really tell.
Who knows?
Yeah. And it's the same with citrus. Okay, well, it's lighter. It's more citrusy fruits. Well, what kind is it? Lemon? Is it lime? Is it a zest?
Orange.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Or or is it darker fruits? Is it berries, orchard fruits, stone fruits?
Yeah, I think
apple.
one thing to help beginners know is that I call it the Sherlock Holmes effect. Is when you've been doing this a lot, you make all those connective tissues in your head without saying anything. And so you smell and you go down like 5 decision trees in your head. And then the first time you speak, you say, oh, this is like a burnt orange zest.
Mm-hmm.
Right. But you didn't start in your head with burnt orange zest. You started with this tree. And because you're doing this sort of deductive, no, not yes, no, well, and then you land somewhere from an outside perspective, it can look like you're way ahead of everybody else, or you're way like, man, you have all these instant recalls, but that's not actually what's happening. You work really fast. You're working through a decision tree that you've already built and already gone down. Mm-hmm. And so for beginners, the best thing to do is verbalize that decision tree. So like you just did, Scott. Hey, this is vanilla. Okay. There's a lot of kinds of vanilla.
Yeah.
So is it vanilla bean? Is it vanilla ice cream? Is it a vanilla latte? Is it charred vanilla on a creme brulee? Is it,
Yeah. Spanish vanilla?
Yeah. Say it out loud. Just yeah. Is it dun, 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 dun. Is it vanilla ice? Says Eric McDaniel. That's really funny.
Dave Bell is asking, do you remember when you went from I like whiskey to I want to learn all about whiskey?
Yeah, in Scotland. At 19, which is when I had my first whiskey for real. And I was in Scotland, so I was like, oh, this is really cool. And then it stopped, and I went back to my real life in America and didn't explore whiskey for 2 more years. But I don't know if you're like me, man. I nerd out about anything that I find interesting, just period. So if I find anything interesting and it really captures me, not just like, oh, that was nice, but it's really nice, the next thing I do is start looking things up and reading things and researching.
No, I'm more a product of just experience and knowing. I mean, like, I like sherried whiskeys. I like sherried scotches. I like Oloroso. I like PX.
Right.
Like Marsala. I've had Amontillado, Manzanillas, great ones. Love them. I see them. I want them, but I haven't really done. I don't too much detail bores me. I mean, I don't want to know why the chemistry, makeup.
So what we're discovering right now is that you sat at the cool kids table and I sat at the dorks table.
Yeah.
Which is probably still true.
It's you get into the fine details. It kind of but it kind of depends though too, and I'll start to lose a little bit of interest. I'm more the broader, general, type knowledge base. Like I say, you start talking, molecule strains and DNA makeups of stuff, and you're gonna lose me pretty quick. But
see, I love that. One of my favorite books that I got turned on to by Anthony Dina, who's a level 3 on our crew, but a really amazing chef. There's this book called Taste Buds and Molecules, or I think that I'd have to look it up. It's a French guy, and a lot of the intros and things like that are in French, but the book is written in English, and it's a guy who took food and the flavors of food and explains the molecule breakdown responsible for those dominant flavors, and then shows you all of the other foods and liquids and beverages that also have that food molecule that you would never realize have the same flavor note, and that's what impacts it, how they're all tied together. And then he ties it into spirits. So it's like, here's molecules in whiskey, and that molecule is also in bananas. It's also in this fruit. It's also in toasted bread. It's the same molecule. And we would use that to build tastings, partnering whiskey with this thing that should not go with whiskey, but has the same chemical in it. And when you have them together, you go, oh, wow, they really are related. Who knew? So that when you start talking that kind of molecule, I find that fascinating.
And I probably would as well. But I kind of like the Cliff Note version of that. I don't need the breakdown. I don't need the whys and the hows. Just tell me, like, Macallan 12 pairs well with banana cream pie. And I'll pair it all.
Since we're at 3:30, Mark, I am going to switch to 93 Campbelltown. This was 93.109. It was released for the celebration of the Campbelltown Malts Festival. And it's called Let Them Eat Hake.
Where's my Campbelltown? I've got what was the 93 Campbelltown?
Am I allowed to say out loud?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, yeah. It's Glen Scotia.
Well, yeah, I know Glen Scotia. What was it named, or where's my?
Oh, Let Them Eat Hake. 93.109.
No, wait. Well, no, this year's. It wasn't Peat.
Oh, this year's, I don't know.
Changes faster than a chameleon. There we go.
Distillery. Oh, no, I had that one. I had that one in Scotland at the Vault in Leith.
That'll be a good one for me. That's what I was looking for. But I was looking into.
So why are you guys not allowed to talk about the distillery, even though it's like Googleable within 3 seconds?
Yeah, I know. And the thing is, so when they first started, it was about trying distilleries without knowing the distillery names, without any biases, any prejudice.
Which I love that.
And so the numbers were assigned for several years, though, and up until I think 2015, 2016, we used a new members packet. We would include a list of the distilleries and the distillery codes even.
Right.
At some point, the decision was made, hey, let's get back to our roots, and we want to avoid all talk of the distilleries. We just want it's the whiskey, it's the exploration, it's getting people to try different things. So
I like that.
Yeah,
that's cool.
They don't like it.
Bring it.
But yeah, for guests and whoever. And the fact is, when me and you did one of the outturn tasting, I think there was 5 or 6 whiskeys that we went through, and you kept trying to guess all night long, and I was like, yeah, that's fine, guess away. We had some comments,
I think that's fun to me, but that's because I'm a dork.
But I'm like, yeah, I mean, the guests can comment and guess all they want. We just can't. Yeah. We can't confirm nor deny.
That's right. I can neither confirm nor deny. Oh man, Campbelltown is so underrated in the general whiskey community. I mean, the distribution just isn't big enough for most people to know what it is, Yeah. But it's so good. It's got all that medicinal kind of brininess of Islay, but also all these other things. Yeah, I love it.
Oh, this is an 8-year-old 93. It's a distillery 93 rare release. So this was a small batch. They took several barrels or hogsheads and combined them together. Yeah. There were actually 14,000 or 1,400 bottles in this release. 8-year-old distillery 93 rare release, we called it, or small batch. 59.7% ABV and oily and coastal on this profile.
This one is 9.
9-year-old.
9-year-old, yeah, but there's not a lot of details on this bottle because it was a special festival release. And yes, Eric is right. Campbelltown can be a little punchy, but that's also kind of why I like it.
Yeah,
because it's not for everybody.
Yeah, it's got its own characteristic now, and I'll tell you, I haven't had any of the Society Springbank offerings. Yeah. Several of the 93s or as Glen Scotias, as you said, but even core range bottles, I've had more Glen Scotias than I have Springbanks. And I'm one, and I'll probably get some hate for this. I've preferred the Glen Scotias that I've had over the Springbanks in
SMWS, I agree. But there's still a few things that I think kick as much butt as Springbank 12 cask strength. That one specific release is so dang good. The other spring banks are interesting at varying levels, but specifically the 12 cask strength, that is my home turf. And then outside of that, I also tend to kind of fall into Glen Scotia.
I've had the 12 cask strength in the past, which was good. It was one of the better ones. At the La Quinta down there just this year, somebody had the newest bottle, 12 cask strength, and I really thought it was just average. I really
Well, I haven't had the newest one, but yeah, I mean, Kim said it too. They're always different because they're batches. But I haven't had the most recent one, but I have yet to have one I didn't really love.
Yeah. I mean, I wasn't. I mean, it was good, but I wasn't really that impressed with it. I didn't think it was that good of a batch, I guess, as you would say. But Kilkerran, another.
I know. I like Kilkerran too.
Yeah, they're doing some great things. Now, I will tell you, I've had some Hazel Burns, which is the unpeated spring bank. Those have been great, and even some long rows, the heavily.
Yeah, those Hazel Burns are a little reminiscent of like the unpeated Bruichladdich, where it's not peated, but it still is hefty and rich and oily.
Yeah,
which is nice.
Yeah, yeah. It's an interesting region. I think it's growing in popularity. I think Ben was even talking about he had gone to he was at Glen Scotia at the distillery and was just blown away by the distillery itself and the whiskeys presented there and everything and the region of Campbelltown, and really kind of wondered why that hasn't blown up more, than it has.
Well, it's also a little harder to get to. I mean, it's almost as hard as Iowa. It's just, there's nothing over there. You got to go past all of the main tourist destinations and then keep going.
Ooh. Boy, that one is sweet and rich. This
I have not added water to mine yet, but I'm about to.
Wow. Woo! That's burning a little bit going down the gullet.
So my favorite thing to do to teach people who are new to nosing is this experience that I always think is really fun and kind of freaks you out a little. But like, what's his name? Sir Richard
Patterson.
He has the hello there. Hi, how are you? Nice to meet you. And I love that. And it's not just clever, it's scientifically accurate. So if you live in a whiskey like this, just live in it, and you never take your nose out, you will find it almost impossible to come to conclusions. Just live in there and don't take it away, and try to come up with any tasting notes that are interesting. And you're going to find it a real struggle no matter how good you are at this. And the reason is you are constantly shoving sensory data at your brain. Yeah. And your brain is in receiving sensory data mode as opposed to coming to a conclusion. Your nose goes from here, senses right here, right behind your eyes, to the right side of your brain, to memory and emotion. And that's where it processes its incoming sensory. And then it completes the journey to the left side of the brain to draw conclusions about what it's experiencing. And so if you keep smelling, you're continuing to feed your brain data, but you're not giving it a chance to complete its journey and bring all of your brain into a decision. But if you leave it away too long, so smell, and then take it away, count to 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now try to remember that smell. Nope.
Yeah, that's hard.
Right? Try to recall any of that. You can't. It's too ephemeral, right? And so the trick is to bring it up, introduce data, try to think about a conclusion. You start to forget it, bring it back. Try to introduce data, you start to forget it, you bring it back. That's why Sir Richard Patterson's method is so accurate.
I've never heard it explained that way, but I mean that's exactly what I do. I don't live in the glass,
right?
It's a sniff, and it's away, and then maybe it's on the other nostril, and then it's away, and then maybe it's on the other nostril, and then maybe it's mouth open.
Yeah.
Which is another good open mouth circular breathing type.
Yeah, letting all those vapors bypass so they don't build up and overwhelm your sense.
But yeah, I'd never heard it explained that way. But
Now, a real neuroscientist is going to have kittens about that explanation. But
yeah,
but it's the same way if you've ever been around neuroscientists and compared a brain to a computer, they flip out. Brains are not computers. That's not how it works. Yeah. But for the layman and for kind of like an easy analogy, it holds really well.
And yeah, you don't have to. You remember me talking about how if you went into too much detail, it'd put me to sleep.
Yeah,
that neuroscientist is going to do it right there.
Yeah.
I'd be crazy says I've never found the mouth open thing to help much. I think it depends on the person. That's why I say so I tell people, I'm like, put your nose in there and nose it. Come off of it. Try it with your right nostril. Come off of it. Try it with your left nostril. And try it with your mouth open. And just see, and just try both nostrils, try one nostril, try it mouth open, and just see. Some people may pick up more with the mouth open. Does it work for everybody? No.
Yeah.
But
I think for me, what it does is it doesn't add new things, but it feels like it widens my peripheral vision. And so I go from this like really narrow view of the whiskey to this wider view of the whiskey. That's hard. That's super like soft explanation, but that's what it feels like when I open and inhale and I get all the surrounding air as well. It feels like I just get a wider impact.
Yeah. And then, what was I going to say? I just forgot it. With cast strength whiskeys, especially, I found it inadvertently, but if you just kind of blow into the glass just with a little puff of air and bring those vapors out to you, sometimes help as well, especially when you're dealing with a lot higher ABV whiskeys where it's so concentrated coming out of the glass.
Well, and IB Crazy was saying he hadn't found the mouth open thing, but there's a couple things with that. One is if you're drinking out of an old fashioned kind of fat, wide open glass, it's not mouth open or not is not going to change anything.
Right.
This is only going to work when you're drinking from a tulip shaped glass that's focusing the nose. And high proof absolutely makes a difference. That mouth open with Jameson or a 40%, 80 proof whiskey, not as big of a difference.
Right.
With cask strength, big difference.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, good point. Good point. Trig is saying, I love and embrace Daniel's explanations. I was like, you're even explaining it, kind of way I hadn't thought about it or heard explained before too. So yeah, definitely good explanation. And bringing up glassware as well. Drink whiskey out of whatever glass you got, and sometimes you have to make do with whatever. If you really want to, take tasting notes and explore a whiskey, I think a proper any glass that has a funnel shape or comes together at the top to help. Is it a funnel shape or what do they call it? The Glencairn has it. It's going to be a bowl at the bottom. It's going to get narrow, and that helps bring the.
They call it a tulip.
Anything
tulip roughly tulip. Yeah.
But something along those lines, especially with the nose. Oh, that's not a Glencairn, is it? I saw the top of it. I was thinking that was a Glencairn, but you're stemmed. But yeah, something you want to kind of concentrate those vapors. So you want it narrower at the top than it is at the bottom.
Yeah.
With the nosing anyway, that helps. They've claimed even with the tasting that certain glasses work better.
So here's the thing. That is true with wine.
Yeah.
But it has to do more with it's focusing the flow of how the wine and the vapors hit and where they land when you drink that way. With high proof, it's such a punch that it's going to overwhelm a lot of those subtle differences in the glass.
Yeah. What's the weirdest glass you've drank whiskey out of?
A cowboy boot glass.
From like a Dolly Stampede,
Yeah, like it had a handle and it's shaped like a cowboy boot, and it was the only thing that was available at that moment. We were packing up boxes at my relative's house and like wrapping everything up, and someone brought a whiskey, and we'd already packed all the glassware, and the only thing left was this decorative. And so we were like, screw it. Pour it in the glass. It's better than drinking out of the bottle.
Well, yeah, there's
we'll
that.
pass the boot around. At least it's not a real boot.
Yeah. That's a coffee cup is the word has been the funniest one for me, and you see a lot of people posting that as well.
Oh, and when you're camping, a metal coffee cup, that's the only way to drink whiskey.
Yeah. But Bart and I had met Simon Brooking, with Theme
one of the greatest reps.
Oh, he is. He's awesome. Simon Brooking is awesome. Yeah. He represents Lefroy, Bowmore, and Auchentoshan.
Yeah.
But it was a 30-some. It was after the tasting we'd done this night. We actually did a kind of a bar crawl thing where different tastings that were paired with different foods at different whiskeys in Kansas City. And then afterwards, we were kind of hanging around, and he had a 30-some-year-old Bowmore that he pulled out. Well, the only thing we had still available at the time in the restaurant we were at were coffee cups. So we were sitting around drinking 30-year-old Bowmore from
that's fair
coffee cups.
You got to do what you got to do.
All right, just a second.
Oh, someone commented earlier that Roy and Ralphie are announcing the nominations right now. That's really funny. I didn't know that. They sent an email link, but I forgot to put it in my calendar.
Hold on just a second. Yeah, catching up on my messages here for the rest of the day. Any other thing? We've talked about palate. We've talked a little bit about nosing, glasses. What about blind tastings? I like blind tastings as well.
I love it because so much of what you think you get is determined by what you know you poured.
Yeah.
And so I find blind to be really important if you want to really understand a whiskey.
Yeah.
If you want to truly understand a bottle you've bought at least once, you need to experience it without realizing you're experiencing it.
Yeah, good point.
And we're just, our brains are too malleable. We're too influenced by surroundings, Yeah.
Yeah, and some people don't like to do blind tastings or even do them publicly per se because they might get embarrassed. But they're such great learning tools, and I think it's okay to just put it out there. Like, yeah, I mean, if
you just verbalize why you come to your conclusion, you can be wrong about your conclusion, but not wrong about the things you experienced along the way. Yeah. And then it'll be really interesting to find out where was the point at which you stepped left when you should have stepped right.
Yeah.
When you were coming to a decision.
Yep.
And I find that, like, if I'm analyzing something blindly and I get it wrong, I usually find that if I had simply listened to what I was saying and instead of just jumped to a conclusion, I'm more likely to be right.
Actually, I think when I'm doing blind stuff, I second guess myself more.
Yes.
I'll be right with my first intuition most of the times, but I talk myself
overthink
out of it. Exactly. But no, and we did some virtual Zoom sessions with members. We just did another session last night, and Trig, who's watching, he was in mine last night, and he had asked some of these how to develop, your palate, your nose and stuff. And I knew we were going to be talking about this today. And I had even, a couple of the guys had, 200, 300, 400 bottles in their collection. And I had brought that up, and I was like, if you've got somebody else in the household, or when your buddies are over, have them pour something for you blind and try to figure out what it is.
Yeah.
And it's amazing the small percentage of times you get it right.
Right. Yeah, and really, like, when I get it right and it's at my house, it's a lot of it's because I know it's in my house. And so I'm not deducing what I'm drinking out of thin air from the world of millions of whiskeys. I'm pulling from the limited catalog I know exists in my kitchen.
Yeah. Yeah, you do that as well. So, Northwoods Whiskey Words is asking if your camera is okay because your V-neck isn't black.
Yeah, I know. I just realized. I've got multiple colors of V-necks, but I try when I'm shooting with Rex, I'm only wearing black mostly. But the rest of the time, it's anyone's guess. And then I realized as I was writing, I hadn't brought a black shirt. It's like, oh well, whatever.
We were all in New York for the gathering tasting Monday night, and it's been I've been to New York since 1988, a long time ago. But that was number one on my list, was finding a I Love New York t-shirt. So here we are.
Got to do it. It's got to be done.
IB Crazy says, how do you all handle practice doing analytical tasting for multiple whiskeys in a row? I can get through 3 or 4, but not much beyond. But much beyond that, I find my palate gets pretty blown out. That's actually standard.
If you're drinking, you get to 6 and it's going to be iffy. I can go a lot further if I'm only smelling. But still, the thing is, like, say you did that with 12. By 12, you're going to be influenced by the first 10 and 11, right? And so you're going to have to go back to that again some other time and change the order.
Yeah. I would say standard really is 5 to 6 whiskeys. After 5 to 6 whiskeys, your palate is pretty blown by that point, and you're really not getting what you should be getting. So, and all of our tastings are 5 or 6 with SMWS, 5 or 6 whiskeys, and that's it. And that's still even sometimes 6 cask strength whiskeys. That 6th one, you may be pushing the boundaries there a little bit, but if you got,
that's why we do vault shoots in 4s.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Daniel, we're going to come up here. Jenna is in here. We're getting ready to start our trivia hour, and I'm going to maybe, if she comes back, bring her in a little bit early because I need a break.
Yeah, right. Well, thanks for having me, man. This has been fun. It's always good to hang out with you on camera or otherwise.
Well, and I know you're a busy man, so I appreciate all the time that you do give us. And I know you're a big supporter of the SMWS as well. And I've brought this up with you before and on live streams. There may be some people that aren't watching. Last year's Bastards Ball was in mid-October of 2021.
Right.
And I had just retired from my first career, which was with the Wichita Police Department after 29 years. And I came down to the Bastards Ball, and I had gotten my job with the SMWS, but we hadn't released it yet. I knew
I hadn't talked about it.
I had retired from the police department. I had a month off, and then I was going to start with the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society. But I'd come down there for the Bastards Ball, and we were hanging out in the whiskey vault down there. And you found out I had retired. The fact is, that was my last day. And so you said, hold on, I'm going to get you a dram. And you came back and you'd brought me, I think it was a 32-year-old.
It was cigar juice.
Juice.
SMWS.
And it was just so strange that, here I retired from one. I knew I was starting with SMWS. And then you're going to bring me without, and you didn't know.
I had no idea.
Yeah, it's just purely coincidence. Rory Welper says, thanks, Daniel. It's been a real pleasure to hear this conversation.
Yeah, thank you guys. It's a joy.
And what's the plans then? Can you say what you're doing at?
No, I'm just hanging out
at Balcony.
But we've got level 3 coming up in a week and a half. And so I've been doing a lot of prep for that. So a lot of reading.
Yeah.
A lot of refresh, memories. Yeah.
I just need the Cliff Notes. That's all I need. All right, Daniel, again, thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. And like I say, I know you're busy, and I appreciate all the attention you do give us. And thank you.
Yeah. I'll see you guys later.
All right. See you, Daniel. Bye. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, we're getting ready to start. Jenna will be back here shortly. She's going to do trivia in the next hour for you. Starting up, Jenna and Zach will be here. And as soon as they get here, I'm going to take off because I need to take a break. I could even maybe do that and just leave y'all hanging for a few minutes, but let's look at some comments we've got coming in. IB Crazy says absolutely thanks, and SMWS and Vault crossovers are always excellent. They are. I love talking to Daniel. He's very knowledgeable, does a great job. He's got a great palate. He's very busy. He's got so much going on, and maybe that slowed down a little bit since he stepped down off of the board of the Texas Whiskey Association. Kim is commenting on, I think that's the Intricate Finesse. Is that right? 44148. Yep. That's the 17-year-old in the light and delicate profile. That whiskey is so intriguing to me. And you may see it later today. We'll find out. John Colling says you two have been amazing. Thank you, John. Appreciate it. I see Zach is here. Let me bring Zach in. Zach, welcome back.
Hello. How are you doing today, Scott?
Jenna was here. She stepped out for a minute. I just finished up with Daniel. I'm gonna let you fill the screen and talk for a minute because I've got to go take a quick break.
You are fine. Jenna should be joining us here very shortly.
Yeah.
You know, she had to run out, but she is on her way.
The trivia is coming up. If you can fill air for a minute, I'll be right back in case she doesn't make it back real quick.
No, absolutely. So awesome. Well, hey, like Scott said, we've got trivia coming up. So for the next hour or so, we'll be going through some trivia questions. Questions are all whiskey related in some way, shape, or form. And we'll kind of just be going through those questions. We will be looking for answers in the chat. So, there we go. Jenna is here. So we'll be looking through the answers in the chat. So as we go through all of these questions, we will let you guys know when to answer. And then we will be taking the winners directly from chat. Much better. My head was far too large.
Yeah, so I missed this whole first section. I was, digging through my piles of money so we could get those gift cards to give out. But so did you mention that we're going to just be monitoring it on YouTube?
Yes.
Great.
So we'll just be so essentially we are in 2022, but we are still using YouTube here to be our answer guide. So once you guys answer, we'll be pulling the winners from the first comment that we have timestamped on our side for YouTube. So we will be keeping that as fair as we possibly can. Jenna here is going to be reading the questions off, and then I will be monitoring the chat. So we always have eyes on that to make sure that we are picking the correct winner. They are all an exact answer. There's no trick questions or anything. Where is our chat here? Let me pull this up. So Jenna, if you have anything, let me see if I can get this all set up for you guys. Did everybody enjoy Scott and Ben's Power Hour? Did they?
No, I missed it all
the way through.
I did miss it. So I don't know how they fared during that.
I'm with you. I went to join and everything else happened. So busy for us all. But
yeah. So we have. So sorry, we were like a little rushed. Some of us had to step out to take care of some other things, and we're just getting back to our desk. So we are going to have 18 questions. We are going to go through, I'm going to read the answers, the first person to answer, and I'll throw the questions up on the screen so you can see them. And let me get that up here so we can hopefully do this without sharing.
Sorry for any technical difficulties. We're working through this.
It's been a week. It has
All right,
been.
let me see if I can get set up on my end. Where are we at here?
All right.
Apologize. 1 second. All right.
All right. Let's see if I can. You let me know when you're ready to go, Zach, and I think we can make this work.
We're doing what we can here. This is all live.
Here. Yes.
Let me see. Sorry, I'm just searching for something. A lot of moving parts.
A lot of moving parts.
Yes, high-tech scotchies. We are very, very high-tech here.
But we have a whole team of people who get to do this fun stuff, and it is not Zach and I who do it.
They did not hire me for any technological devices or any sorts of help. Let's see. I'm just trying to pull up our questions here, make sure we've got everything in check.
In true form, we're trying to just, give away some money, and we're having a hard time doing it. So,
well, we'll give it away. There's no questions there.
Zach, you may not be able to, since you're not in as an administrator. Jenna will have to share her screen for the PowerPoint.
yeah.
Oh,
Can you send Zach the answer list?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
So we have that.
All right. I'm here in the background if you need anything. Just say, Scott.
No worries.
All right. All right. So I can share my screen. Let me just do one more quick thing here, and I think we will be good to go. All right. You let me know when you're ready.
Just waiting. Scott should be sending that over real quick. And then
just send it to your to the ABCK account.
There we go. We are ready, everybody.
Yay! All right. And I think this means I am going to be ready as well.
Now, the only thing that was not, we rearranged some of them. So they're not in order, but they should all be in there.
That is okay. Hey, I know how to read through them, so thankfully I don't need tech for that. So I should be good.
All right. We ready?
We are good to
ready to
go.
Let's
do it.
All right. So I'm
Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Scott. Father time and father technology. All right, so I am ready for this. Zach?
Is everybody ready for this? Are you guys ready for this? Everybody here ready to win some money for the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society of America?
Yes, this is very exciting. So I'm going to read off the questions, and the first person to comment, again, Zach's going to be watching our YouTube comments. So not from the back end. So it is fair, and everything, shows up. So just make sure that you are paying attention and get your answer in first. And Zach will let us know who gets to claim each of the gift cards.
Give me one. My YouTube is making me log in for chat. So
all right.
I want to make sure we're all good here. Oh man. I have so many tabs open now. My computer's going slow. Sorry, guys.
Yeah. We're just prolonging this. We're just gonna torture.
Yeah, we want you guys to be able. Awesome. All right, I think we're ready.
All right,
let's do it.
All right. Well, the first question up on the docket is going to be for $25. In what year was the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society founded? In what year was the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society founded? This is for 25 doubloons.
We've got a lot of answers in, but wow, everybody is quick. We do have a winner, though, in Whiskey. Chris was the first person. The correct answer is 1983.
Well, congratulations, Whiskey Chris.
Yeah.
Zach, are they going to be emailing you their
Yes.
information?
So if you do win, do email me. I will put my email in the chat here. Please email me with just your member name and then whatever's on your account. And then I will have the list of winners on my end. So I will send you that gift card. I will try and get those gift cards sent out to you guys today. That will be after, obviously, 5 o'clock Eastern time. But you will have time to get that order in to use the gift card before free shipping ends. So no worries there. But please do, if you win, again, I will have the winners written down. So no, you will not fool me. But if you do have a different name on YouTube or anything like that, please make sure to let me know who you are so I have all of that information.
Wow.
So, Whiskey,
One down.
Chris, you are first for the $25 gift card.
Yay, yay. All right. Are we ready for question number 2?
Actually, to make it more fair, just to keep anybody from trying to fool, if you have a different name on your YouTube, please put your last name in, or you can message me your last name so I know who to look for when you email me. So, but otherwise, yes, let's keep it going.
Let's keep going. Question number 2.
Yes,
All
yes,
right.
yes, let's do it.
For 25 more smackaroos. What does the word single and single malt whiskey mean? So what does the single refer to in a single malt whiskey? It is a single what?
Man, we've got a bunch of answers already. These guys are on top of it.
You're all fast.
They are. Yeah, it seems that you need to go quick if you want to win here. But we do have a winner. It looks like Mr. Martin Fielder has won. The correct answer is a single distillery. Obviously, as we know, how a single malt is classified, the single does mean a single distillery.
Yeah, I remember when I first was getting into whiskey and, you know, people were just touting how, you know, spectacular single malts are and, you know, you can only drink single malts, don't drink blends and all that nonsense. And then when I learned that it was just whiskey from one distillery, I was like, oh, they made it sound like it was like this single cask or this, oh, wait, you know.
Exclusive product.
Yeah, exclusive, like very prestigious thing. And don't get me wrong, single malt definitely is an incredibly beautiful thing. But there's a lot of great whiskey out there. So while we want you to always love our single malt, single cask Scotch whiskey,
Yes.
get out of your box sometimes because I think you'll be pleasantly surprised.
No, absolutely. And that was my thing. It actually took me quite a while to really understand that there was much more to the whiskey industry than there was just single malts.
Yeah.
And once you get into those single grains or those blends, like there's so much out there that it's just so good.
I agree.
But it just takes getting rid of that stigma around the only good whiskey is a single malt Scotch. I'm not saying obviously they're not great. They are wonderful, obviously. But that was something that did take me quite a few years to really get into.
Yeah, so there it is. Question number 2. I feel like we're gonna cruise through this pretty quick.
I know. How do we make this
19 questions.
Yeah.
18 questions.
18 questions.
18
yeah.
questions.
I don't know. How do we
Well, I say we're just gonna fly through it and see.
Then we can chat about everybody's winnings afterwards.
Exactly. What
are you
everybody
guys gonna buy and all that fun stuff.
Exactly. And there was a question about kind of how we're tracking this. And the reason we're doing it this way is because if we did use a randomizer, we would have to collect everybody's, email addresses and names to reach out to you all, because a lot of your names are different than they are in our system. And that is quite a task, to say the least. And so that's the only reason we're not doing it that way. And we are strictly relying on our YouTube chat because to gather everyone's information, we got lots of answers to these questions. I think it would get a little messy and we wouldn't be able to make sure that we could keep up with everybody's information. So that is why we are going to go ahead and do it this way. So we're doing our best on this end. So apologies if anybody's having a little lag or, what it looks like on your end. This was the way that we found it to be as fair as possible. So yeah, we did have Scott come in and kind of give us a walkthrough on how to do it. And I don't know if he's still back there, if he wants to chime in on that, on using a randomizer and that sort of thing.
Oh, hey, Scott.
Oh, hey. You're our
we did discuss using the randomizer, but we went with the deals like, hey, the randomizer would take everybody that got the correct answer and then choose someone at random. And it was kind of like, well, let's reward those with the quick fingers this time. And so the person that gets it right or gets the answer in quickest is the winner.
Yeah. No, and it's great feedback though for future streams for sure to see if that's something we can use. Usually though, with 18 questions, remember now we're all manually doing this here. That would just take a little while. But for sure it's great feedback. So we do appreciate you guys sharing that with us as we want to make sure.
And there's a one gift card, coming up for that $1,000. And we didn't want that to be random. We wanted that to be someone that is going to know that question and be able to type it in and get it in the quickest.
Yes.
And so, that's kind of what we took into consideration.
So I promise we did consult with Scott.
Hey, bye.
Living proof right there.
Straight from the horse's mouth. All right. So
awesome. Well, hey, everybody ready for question number 3?
Question number 3.
And just someone did mention if you have multiple devices that you can bring up, you try opening the stream on your phone, on a tablet, on a laptop, whatever it is you have, just to see which one is maybe ahead. But also make sure that you are live. As someone mentioned, make sure you didn't accidentally rewind or anything during that, as you will be behind, as it won't automatically catch up. So I believe they said you just click the little live button on the broadcast, and that should bring you up to the live point of the video as well. So,
all right.
But yeah, otherwise, hey, let's get on to question number 3.
Let's do it. All right. So question 3 is, in addition to being a world famous poet, Robert Burns also worked in the Scotch whiskey industry. What was his occupation, or what was his role? What did he do outside of being Scotland's most famous bard?
George Kaplan, the first person to answer, takes it home already. He was quick. He knew it. So
yes. Old Rabbi Burns was also an excise man or a tax man.
Mm-hmm.
So he wrote about whiskey. He made sure people paid up, and you are correct. So congrats, Mr. George Kaplan.
All right.
All right. I feel like I need to pour a whiskey. So
there's a very much in that.
I'm going to do that. And I feel like, I don't know. I can't talk about my top 5 yet, but I do have to get a glass. So hold on one quick second, because all of my glasses are dirty. So I'm not going to be on brand here, but I'm going to grab a clean glass and
I'm with you here.
I'm going to do a random, not look and pick something. All right. And I have chosen cask 19.64 Sweet Moment.
Yum. I have chose This is not in my top 5. So anybody watching later on, no, you're not going to be sly. This is not part of it. But it's 68.47. This is the UK name called Riveting Raspberry Ruffle Truffles.
I had this feeling that's what you were going to pick. I remember, gosh, when this came out, us talking about this whiskey, because you were such a fangirl for that distillery. So I'm not
This entire shelf right here is just this distillery. And considering it's not a very large one, I think almost 24 different bottles is pretty, I like it. Pretty much.
I think your 68 is my
112.
No, it's my Isla
23.
baby. It's my Isla baby.
Mhm. That's your 23. You don't get any of those.
I know. You know what? It's okay. I'm just waiting for them to send me there so I can like super sleuth and maybe tuck one into my bag to bring back. So
I'm gonna hope that I'm right next to you so I can super sleuth one into my own bag.
all right. Well, George Kaplan's asking which one that was.
68.47. In the US, I believe the title was just simply Riveting. The good old TTB does not like us putting fun, flavorful names. So we did have to change that, but it is 68.47. That would be the exact same cask number. So there we are.
Brilliant.
Drink though. Hey, cheers to that. Cheers to everybody winning some money tonight.
Yes, and
this afternoon, wherever you are in the country.
Well, I'll send a happy cheers to you and to everyone out there.
Yes.
All right. Now that I'm warmed up, let's get into question number 4.
Number 4.
Ready?
Yes, let's do it.
All right. Question 4. In Scotland, a single serving of whiskey is known as a what?
Boom.
Boop, boop.
I see about 722 correct answers on the board here. So, man, we didn't have this pop up, but it looks like Martin Fielder won again. Are we double dipping here? Scott.
I think Scott's probably eating his freshly baked sourdough.
That's a good question. I meant to ask Ben that, but yeah.
Comes in with a full bite of sourdough as he's.
Yes, I in true, form of what we did last year, we did double dip. So
You did? Okay.
we did. Yep.
Perfect. Well, let's stick to it. Martin,
Are you eating sourdough, Scott?
Not yet. I've got a limited amount left, and I can't. I've got to prepare it today for tomorrow if I wanted to bake it, and I can't because of the live stream, and I can't prepare it tomorrow because I'm going to Kansas City for the Royals game.
Yeah.
I've got to wait till Sunday to prepare it to bake for Monday.
Oh my gosh.
How
I thought for sure
terrible,
that's where you would be, like checking on your bread.
Bye.
All right, bye.
See you, Scott.
You keep like zilching out on us.
I just saw that. Hold on. Let me see if I can reset here. Kick me out.
All right.
He's blipping.
Yep, I'm kicking him out. So it's just me. I'm so sorry. All right.
I'll come back till he gets in there.
You come hang out with me. Yeah, I don't know. We may not get Zach back, so we may need you. Sorry,
Right.
I had to break you away from your snacks.
I would, the only thing is I would suggest, Martin Fielder's won twice. Maybe he waits now till we're done with the $25 gift cards.
Oh yeah. So like you can only win one per.
Yeah.
One per.
And then he's got to wait for the next dollar amount, which is $50 next. So yeah, that's just a suggestion. We didn't establish those rules, but if he wants to wait till the next one.
Well, we'll give him, I guess, the option on that.
Yep.
So
Hopefully you've got the PowerPoint, don't you?
I do. So if you want to, while Zach is figuring his life out,
Yeah.
you want to monitor the chat.
Yep, I'm there. I'm
Yep.
ready.
You ready?
Yep, we're ready for number 5.
All right, we're ready. All right. Woo! Tally ho, here we go.
Now, was Zach writing them down, or are you writing them down?
That would be Zach who is writing them down. So
Let me
you
grab-
watch on YouTube, you pick the winner. You pick the winner. You see the first person with the correct answer that comes in, and then you announce who wins.
Let me grab my pen and paper here, and I'm ready. All right, let's go. Number 5.
All right, you ready?
Yep.
You got it pulled up?
Yep.
All right, here we go. Question number 5. In 2020, the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society opened its 4th members room in what UK city? Maybe some of you have been there.
Are we taking typos?
I mean, like, yeah. I mean,
Griffin Wright has it, but he spelled it wrong. Probably a typo.
Yeah, that's okay. It's
All right.
If it wasn't the correct answer, then obviously we wouldn't take it. But
I would say, like, on the $1,000 question, when that one comes up, you make sure that one's going to have to be correct. You know, I don't know if we should accept typos. You want to make sure you're typing it in. It's got to be like Jeopardy, you know, or Wheel of Fortune. It's got to be exact.
all right, so
yeah, Griffin Wright, and then Zach is having them email him. Is that right?
Yeah, you can just email Zach. So we'll keep that the same. So
Zach at SMWS. It's ZAK at SMWSA.com.
Correct. So congratulations, Griffin, on that. The correct answer is Glasgow. It is an absolutely beautiful space, and I'd love to know if anybody out there has actually been to our Glasgow room. It is so beautiful and moody, and like all the colors they used are just like you just want to sit in there and drink whiskey all day. Really beautiful. So,
yep. All right, and I added a little banner down there with Zach's email address.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Look at you, our tech genius here. I love it. All right, so that was our 5th question of the evening. Shall we?
Yeah.
Keep
Now
on.
you could hear Bart is going to show up here soon.
Oh, Lord.
In the next segment, Peat, Pain versus Pleasure.
Is he going to be wearing his manga shirt?
I'd almost guarantee it.
I've never asked though. You know, like I have a kid who's very into anime. And so I remember when I first met Bart and he would talk about his manga shirt. I was like, what the hell is that? Like, I don't even know what he's talking about. But now I'm quite curious to know who is on his shirt. Do you know who's on his shirt?
No, I have no idea. No. And I try to ignore it and it just doesn't go away. So Bart is, you know, those, like, there's some kids, like a kid does something funny and you kind of chuckle at them. So the kid keeps doing it over and over and over again.
Yeah.
You know,
That's the manga shirt.
That's the manga shirt. Yeah. Bart got one years ago and I was like, oh my God, what is that? That looks terrible. And so he's like, well, I'm getting more of them. I'm going to wear them all the time. And I was like, that's dumb. He's like, I'm done then. I'm going to do it. So now he's got like, I don't know, 20 of them or something.
He has 20 manga shirts?
Oh, at least.
If he ever gets rid of those, I may have to buy him off of him. my kid would be like, you know, so happy to have 20 manga shirts.
Yeah. Yeah, just because I, you know, didn't like it at first, and then it spurred him on. So,
well, I'm excited to see who he'll be wearing tonight.
Summer stout liked my impression.
Yeah. Bart. All right. Well, shall we continue to try to like knock this out before Manga Man walks in?
Yeah.
All right.
Yep. And it's Turn That Frown Upside Down, George. That's what that shirt was. Anyway, number 6.
All right, here we go. Tally ho into number 6. Finish this SMWS flavor profile. Young and what? Young and what?
Do, 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 do,
Peat,
do.
peat, peat.
Whoa, Kim.
Holy moly.
That was quick.
That was quick, but I love Rory's answer. Young and beautiful. Very young and beautiful whiskeys. I agree. Yes, it is indeed young and sprightly. A flavor profile that we used to see a lot of, and now we don't see, that often anymore. And it was a flavor profile that I was into personally, like for a very long time. And if we ask Mr. Ben Diedrich what flavor profile I am, he coined me young and sprightly, and I coined him old and dignified, even though we are 9 days apart, which is hilarious. But I'll take it. I love young and sprightly whiskeys. I think, there was a time when I would just hear that, every Scotch whiskey you have has to be like 12 years and older, or, I won't drink anything under, 12 years and blah, blah, blah. And then I had these like beautiful 7, 8, 9-year-old, whiskeys that totally just blew me away. Actually, I remember one in particular, 95.36, which I included in your blind tasting challenge that we did. Yeah, Herbal Bouquet. That was an 8-year whiskey, and holy cow, like that whiskey was one of my favorites of all time. It's not in my top 5, so don't worry, not spoiling anything here. But absolutely love that whiskey. So don't skip out on the younger whiskeys.
So we all did just meet up in New York, over the last weekend, and young and sprightly is definitely Paige.
Oh yeah, she's like this little powerhouse.
Yeah.
So if any of you have ever had the pleasure of speaking to Paige, she is a gem and a wonderful, tiny human being. So.
All right, Zach is back. I'm going to bring him in.
Zach is not back. Zach is still blacking out and super glitchy. So
glitching a little bit.
Yes.
Just a little bit. I see it.
Yeah. I think
right. I'm still going to go take a break. If I need to, I'll jump back in.
All right. Sounds good.
We did 5, and I've got the 5 and 6 winners. Zach, so I'll send those to you.
Please do.
All right.
All right.
All right. Well, shall we continue before we lose you, Zach? Which it looks like we've lost you already.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, but we can't see you.
You know what? That might be for the better anyways. So I wouldn't be too scared.
Yeah, you're completely glitching out on us here.
I can see him. It looks like you two are in the same room, actually.
Oh.
We are. Awesome. So,
right, so
question 7.
Yeah, let's do it. Question number 7.
Do it.
And single pot still Irish whiskey is produced using blank and malted barley. Whoop.
All right. Apologize. My answer sheet closed when my computer froze on me.
Zach, you should know the answer to this.
I know. I think it looks like Scott Friedland came close, but he said unsalted. No, we do have a winner. It looks like a malt minion. Water, yeast, souls. I love it all.
Souls? Oh gosh. Oh. It is in fact unmalted and malted barley.
It is. Right.
I'm such a fan of Irish whiskey. I wish we saw more of it.
It's I love that it's making a comeback. When you dig yourself a hole and have to work very hard to process exactly, or to fix anything you went through, as obviously long ago when Irish whiskey was trying to make a comeback, they decided that they wanted to do quantity over quality and very much put a different look in everybody's eyes. Whereas now they are obviously going a very different route, which is phenomenal because they make some great whiskeys.
Oh my gosh. I get asked that question all the time. Like, what are your favorite styles of whiskey? And I mean, Scotch whiskey is my first love, my true love when it comes to whiskey, but it is Irish whiskey is a very, very close second. So I will happily have an Irish whiskey any day of the week.
Yes, I apologize. The UPS man knocked, so the dog was ready for that one.
It's okay. My dogs heard your dog, and now they're barking.
We are in the same room. See, Scott told you guys.
Yep. So, all right. Well, fantastic. Well, congratulations, Malt Minion. I hope you share your winnings with Gru. And I guess
we ready for question 8?
Let's do it. We're just gonna keep this party going.
Let's go.
All right. So, question number 8: to be legally categorized as straight bourbon, a bourbon must be aged for a minimum of blank years. To be legally categorized as straight bourbon, a bourbon must be aged for a minimum of blank amount of years.
This looks like the first question that has thrown a lot of people for a loop. But we do have a correct answer, and it was the first answer on the board. Hokie Lee with the correct answer of 2 years. So if you don't mind, Hokie, please email me with your information.
Or you can just chat me. I chat with you all the time.
You can chat with Jenna too.
I feel like that's like my bestie who just won.
Well, then please don't email me. Please chat Jenna.
Definitely email Zach.
Yes, you want to make sure we have that all. George Kaplan McGill bourbon. What's that?
Good old bourbon. It's a fine drink that we see from time to time here at the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society.
We see it just a couple times a year.
Yeah.
Some of the more popular bottlings that are released. A lot of people like that stuff. Let me tell you.
Yeah.
They've been exciting though. Those are ones that the difference between the store bourbons and the single casks are just phenomenal. So being able to see and taste the ones that we release is always a treat, I will say.
Yeah, I agree. Very, very different profiles. And I'm excited I can't give away too much information, but I'm excited for what's to come.
As am I.
Here,
not to get anybody excited.
That's all I can say.
What's that phrase some of the companies use, like more to come, or like they're just like, yeah, you wait and it'll be here.
Yeah, I mean there's some good stuff coming. But that's all we can say.
Hey.
So awesome. Well,
yeah. Well, man, we're not even halfway done yet. That's exciting.
Yeah, we're cruising. So
cruising for some whiskey and gift cards.
Number 9. All right,
you
ready?
Number 9. Let's do it.
Let's do it. Question number 9. How many flavor profiles does the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society offer? How many are there?
Ooh.
How many flavor profiles are there?
Seen answers already. Hey, if you've been on the stream all day, you'll know. What? Adam Clary, though, has come in first with the correct answer of 12.
Yay.
Again, if you were here just, 2 hours ago now, when Ben and Scott went through a power hour, they tasted through all 12 of those flavor profiles. I'm not sure how it went. Are they still alive? Is Ben still alive? Does anybody know? Did he make it through?
I have spoken to Ben. Ben is quite well.
He's alive and well. Good.
Yes,
good.
He's quite well, and Scott's popped in, so we know he's accounted for. So
we know we'll talk to him later. Okay, good.
Exactly. And
actually, that is a good question. Adam asked, when does the next tier start? Let me take a look. Hold on. Give me 1 second. I will see if I can pull that information up.
We're getting close.
I think so.
We are getting close. A sweet tarts flavor profile, George. I mean, that's kind of young and sprightly. I think I used sweet tarts as a a flavor descriptor on many of those young and sprightly casks.
They do. They have the closest flavor, that tangy texture. They're close.
Yeah.
To answer you all, though, it looks like the next tier actually starts with question 11.
So this is our last question.
Yes.
10 is going to be our last $25 gift card question.
Yes.
And let's just knock it out. Ready?
You guys go ahead.
All right. Question number 10 for the last $25 gift card is, for whiskey to be labeled Scotch, it must be distilled, aged, and what in Scotland? What are those requirements? Distilled, aged, and what in Scotland?
Wow, it's the first one. We don't have a correct answer yet. Oh, we finally got it. There it is. I'm seeing them all. So it is misspelled, but as we all know, we are in the whiskey industry, not the English literature industry. Multicasking is correct, where it must be bottled in Scotland as well.
Congratulations, multitasking. You got the last 25 doubloons to spend in the shop.
Yes. Ooh, that's a good currency. I like that. Doubloons.
Yeah, I don't know. I think I have pirates like in my head now. I'm gonna go watch the pirates after this because I felt like Scott was on a pirate ship. That was my dog. I blame my dog. I blame my dogs on a lot of things, to be honest.
Okay. It's a good excuse.
Yeah, I blame them often.
I can't blame my dog for anything unless she's chewing on a pillow or something. She never does anything wrong.
No, I blame mine a lot. All right, so we have.
How many questions we got left? Like 8.
Yeah, so we're gonna do a little jump here, and so this is gonna be our next kind of gift card tier. So, open the floodgates and get your answers in, and good luck.
Absolutely.
You ready?
Let's do it. Let's do
All
it.
right. Question 11 is, the 5 whiskey producing regions in Scotland are Highlands, Speyside, Lowlands, Islay, and what? What is that 5th whiskey producing region of Scotland? This is for $50. $50.
I love seeing the 17 different spellings of this region.
Yeah, it took me a little while to get it right, because then my phone or my computer would flag it, and then I would have to second guess it. And
the pronunciation throws it off sometimes.
It's close enough. It's close enough.
Adam Clary already coming back with a second in Campbelltown. If you want to Campbelltown, whatever you want to say, Adam has said it first. So congratulations, Adam, on that.
Some of our coveted whiskeys that people really love come from that particular region. I have to say that, being a part of the society has introduced me to that distillery. I had never had it before I was a part of the society, before I was a member. And I'm such a massive, I get so stoked to see 93s coming down the line.
Yeah.
And I love that particular distillery because we see it in so many different flavor profiles.
They come out
heavily
everywhere.
Coastal, I think we've even had, have we had a Dirtiff?
I think we did once.
Yeah, I think we did too. But you just see so many, that distillery costs, quite a few flavor profiles.
I believe Meyer, Whiskey Goodness, just said his first society whiskey was from there, the barbecue and fishnets. I believe that was a Dirtiff. That was 2019, I think.
That was Ben's.
Yes, that was.
That whiskey, I remember.
That was wonderful.
Oh, gosh. That whiskey,
So
I remember tasting that like amongst whiskey friends, like, you know, just people who really love to like nerd out on whiskey. And I think all of us, like, we tasted it and we had that like, holy crap moment. Like, we're all kind of looking at each other and we're like, okay, I think this whiskey is really fantastic, but I don't want to hype it up, you know, like to see what everybody else is. And I think everybody was just like, kind of like, oh my gosh, I want to jump and scream and celebrate because this whiskey's so fantastic. But yeah,
what a treat. What a snack. That was, that was so good.
Yeah, that was something. Woo!
We don't typically see much from the other two distilleries on the island. But
yeah,
is it an island or is it a archipelago? What is that? Peninsula. I think it's a peninsula. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was actually just reading an article that there may be some more distilleries to come.
Yes, I did. I actually just read that as well. It looks like there might be a few new exciting things coming. So, hey,
exciting stuff.
I think we're ready for question number 12. Another $50 gift card coming up.
All right, let's do it. So question number 12 is, which forest/woodlands in Missouri are known for producing barrels for whiskey and wine maturation?
I'm excited to see the answers for this one.
This is a tough question. There are some great cooperages, you know, that make cask from this particular place, and really, yeah.
There's a couple people that answered fairly quickly.
I was like, damn!
Wow. And it was close, but Whiskey Chris yet again pulled that out just before George Kaplan, who, exactly like the first question, Whiskey Chris beat him by half a second. So congratulations yet again, Whiskey Chris. It is the Ozarks. Very, very reminiscent of the popular TV series.
I was going to say. I'm going to hit up Marty Bird for some wood.
Yeah. So that's fun, though. It's just such a thing you wouldn't even think about is, you know, where, you know, everybody knows, oak barrels, there's so many of these and that, and this or that, but they've got to come from somewhere. Where does that oak come from? So that's always fun to kind of see the difference and learn new things like this all the time. So there we are. Ooh,
awesome.
So, hey, it's fun, though. As we get through, someone asked just earlier, does whiskey affect the spelling part of our brains or the quickness of our answers part of our brain? And as we get later into the evening, I'm assuming more and more people are drinking a little bit more whiskey as we go through these questions. So, but hey, let's move on. We've got a couple more questions.
All right. Question number 13. Lucky number 13.
Another $50 gift card.
Another $50 gift card. Palo Cortado sherry is produced by beginning to make Fino or what other type of sherry? It's Fino or what to make Palo Cortado? You begin by making either Fino or blank. Ooh.
Greg Cloyd pulling it out real quick. Greg, the correct answer is Amontillado sherry. This is always fun because, again, this is a subject that, you know, pops up every single day in whiskey conversations because of sherry casks. But diving deeper into sherry is its own thing, its own world. The different styles of sherry are just so exciting to talk about. So look at Greg Cloyd. $50 gift card coming your way, Greg.
Congratulations, sir.
Looked like Oloroso was a popular answer. A few said PX. Some went the traditional sherry route. But hey, Griffin Wright just said these are harder than last year. I think that's a compliment. I think we're getting better at this stuff.
Yeah. Digging these out of the vault, so to speak.
No. So yeah, well, hey, we've got, looks like 2 more $50 questions before we jump up in value. So For those of you that have already won this round, you got 2 more questions to sit out. But this is going to get exciting here shortly. I'll tell you.
All right. Ready for number 14?
There we go. Let's do it.
All right. Question 14 for $50 is: earlier this year, Scott embarked on a whiskey road trip visiting well-known YouTubers who live in 4 states: Kentucky, Ohio, Indiana, and what? What is that 4th state that our beloved Scott Bruno visited on his whiskey road trip?
They're all coming out quick. Everybody, I see 6 different states. They're keep them coming. Keep them coming, guys. Somebody did win, I will say. But I love seeing all these guesses, man. These guys are on top of it. But I will say Tony has pulled that out. The correct answer is Michigan, with, I believe, the Bourbon Junkies.
That was, I think that's where they are. That was the 4th state that Scott visited on his road trip. So you had to have probably been following along on his journey during that time that Scott took his little whiskey trip to know the answer to that. So pays to pay attention.
So boom, Tony, congratulations, Tony.
Congrats, Tony.
You guys, this is the perfect time to win gift cards when shipping is free.
I know. So free shipping and
free shipping and a gift card. Come on.
Yeah.
You can't beat that. Those Vaults Collection bottles are looking a lot more obtainable right now.
Got that big $1,000 gift card here coming up. So
that'll get you almost any bottle on the website. Almost. There's, I think, one that you're not going to be able to get, but it'll get you a good discount on it.
All right. So we are going to move into our last $50 gift card question 15. And then we jump up to $250.
$250.
Yeah, $250. So this will be our last $50 gift card. So here comes question 15. Released earlier this summer, cask 70.46 Plenty of Razzmatazz was matured in a cask that previously held what type of French wine? This was one that we have not seen in quite some time.
It's also one that not a lot of people know about.
This is
loving
true.
This. I'm seeing a lot of different grape varietals pop up here. This is wonderful.
Yeah. So what was that cask matured in?
We do have a winner. I will say it took a couple people to guess, but it looks like a Steve Balzac has won that last $50 gift card. The correct answer being Chenin Blanc.
Congratulations, Steve. He was in my virtual drink session last night.
Yeah, that's not a thing that you see very often. I mean,
no,
it's a varietal that unless you drink a lot of wine, you probably a lot of people haven't really heard of it. But it has a fun little effect on whiskey.
Yeah, that was a really, really just different experience when it comes to, tasting whiskey. It was very good. So,
hey, well, congratulations, Steve. You have officially won the last $50 gift card.
Yeah.
And we're getting up there now. We are now 3 gift cards remaining. We've got 2 of them at $250. And the final one at $1,000. So these next 3 winners, everybody is eligible, obviously, on this next question. And everybody is eligible to win the last $1,000 gift card. So, as you guys go, make sure you're paying attention. But you guys are in for a treat. You can pick up quite a few bottles on the website with these next few gift cards. So
yeah. So
let's go ahead and give them all the questions.
Let's do it. All right. Question 16 for $250 is the acronym DIRTIF stands for which SMWS flavor profile?
George Kaplan had the answer in before you finished the question.
DIRTIF.
I think we have we have a winner. This was why didn't we have Scott come on to ask this question? This
I
would've been
know,
really
right?
fun.
It is really his flavor profile.
That is Scott's thing. Dirtiff is we should coin that term. We should have Scott name a bottle, pick a cask, and just write Dirtiff on it, nothing more. That's the name, Dirtiff, DRDF. But the correct answer is deep, rich, and dried fruits.
Yes. Our deep
So George Kaplan has come away with that. So congratulations, George, who was also in my group last night. So we also got to share some whiskeys.
Nice. Well, I feel like I'm like excited now. I want to keep going.
I know. I want to keep giving away free money.
I know. I'm ready. All right. So what is going to be the next? What are we at? Another 250?
Is another $250 gift card. So George is the only one that is not allowed to participate, but everybody else is open to it.
Yep.
So please, everybody.
All right, here we go. Question 17 for $250 is, what was the name of the well-known malt milling machine that put itself out of business by being so efficient that it never broke down or needed replacing? If you've ever visited numerous, Scotch whiskey distilleries in Scotland, when you take the tour, it's something that they like to talk about quite often. But what was the name of this mill that put itself out of business because it was so reliable and so efficient and never broke?
We do have a winner, I will say. That was quick. I think Mr. Malt Minion knows his stuff, as the Portus, I believe.
Good job. Yeah.
Has won. So congratulations on that, Malt Minion. You got a $250 gift card coming your way.
Congratulations.
And that's a tough question. People that just, you like you said, if you've been, you usually talk about it. You'll learn about it. But otherwise, I think that was the first question that had the least answers. So
yeah, it's a tough one.
Tough one. It is a tough one. So, but we've still got one question left.
No, don't we have 2 questions? Do we have 18 questions? 19
18.
Questions. Holy crap. This is it?
I believe so. This is it.
Oh my gosh.
I don't even know what the question is, so I'm excited to see it.
Holy cow. This is crazy.
So, so we have one final question. We have a $1,000 gift card that will be sent to the winner. Again, everybody is eligible. Even if you've won already, this is the final question of the day.
Wow.
And if I pick you to win, you have to share it with me, no matter what. It's
Zach,
only fair. I'm just kidding. No, the final question, though, is a $1,000 gift card. As I mentioned, everybody will receive these today. As soon as I get kicked off the chat by Scott, I will go in and send these. Please, again, if you have not already, email me all of your information. If you would like the gift card, right away. I will get these sent to you as soon as I can. It's already, it's after hours, we're closed, but I want to make sure everybody can get their bottle orders in to take advantage of that free shipping. So your gift card does not go towards it. It goes towards the bottle itself. So with that said, do we want to go ahead and get on to the final question?
Let's do it for 1,000 smackaroos. Get your stretch out.
Yeah, everybody get your typing fingers ready.
Get your spirit fingers ready to go. And here we go. For $1,000. Earlier this year, the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society was awarded Global Whiskey Bar of the Year at the Icons of Whiskey Award in London. What is the name of the bar, which is located at 28 Queen Street in Edinburgh? What is the name of the bar at 28 Queen Street in Edinburgh?
We do not have a correct answer yet, so keep on guessing. Everybody keep going.
It is an award-winning.
We do have a winner. we finally have a winner. It is not the vaults. 28 Queen Street is our members' room located in Edinburgh. And downstairs at Queen Street, there is a non-members bar that is also an award-winning restaurant on its own that is open to all, called the Kaleidoscope Bar. So our final winner, who, mind you, let us know that he was just there last week, is Whiskey Goodness. So Mayor has won the $1,000 gift card to the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society.
Well done, sir. And I mean, Mayor, that's so awesome. I mean, he is incredibly generous, always sharing, always willing to, pop a bottle for anyone. So well done.
I can speak to this. My first tasting in San Francisco, Mayor kindly showed up and asked to take me out to dinner to share whiskey with some of his local friends, and has since shared many a bottles with me as well. So, I'm not allowed to just pick a random winner, but I'm very glad that everybody has won. So, a lot of people have been able to win gift cards today. It's good to see a lot of familiar faces as well. I love that we're able to share this kind of stuff with you all. And Whiskey Chris, I will say, was not far behind. It was a very, very, very close answer there at the end. And the most suspenseful. I think this one had the most people guess before we finally found a correct answer. So that's always fun. But congratulations to everybody. Kim says she's disappointed she didn't study more SMWS facts last night.
It's okay. Next year.
Next year, yes. Everybody definitely keep an eye out for next year. But yeah, well, this was great. This was so much fun. I'm glad we got to share this with everybody. I'm glad that so many people were getting involved in this. Like I said, I have everybody's minus whoever answered 5 and 6. I will get those from Scott. Scott, whenever you're there, please send me those. But otherwise, if you have not emailed me your information, I will send gift cards out over the next hour or two as I get those in. So please email me your information. The little tab at the bottom of the screen here is showing my email address. Send that over to me. You can just send your name and your member number over, and I will get those gift cards sent to you guys so you can go place some more orders and take advantage of free shipping.
Shipping ends tonight. So
yes.
Zach, it was a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And
Who's that? Who's that other guy on our screen here? What?
This guy? We don't know who that is. This is Bourbon.
Jenna was wondering which shirt you were going to wear.
Yeah, that's right. Well, a little combo. I got a little bit of the Edmonton's whiskey club under there too.
But what manga is it?
I don't know all the manga. I learned them. I picked these up because I called them. What did I call them, Scott? Visual whimsy.
Yeah.
Visual whimsy. They were bright. They were colorful. And he said, "You'd never wear that." I'm like, "Get it! I want it
in public."
Yeah, I'd go out in public.
And he doesn't.
Right. Well, I'm huge. Nobody's going to say
anything. You should start a manga testing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, let's test it manga style.
People will leave comments and say, "Oh, that's whatever, kangaroo or something." And I'll be like, "Oh."
I know. That's why I was telling you. I was like, I got to see who's on a shirt tonight.
Yes. Yeah, I don't know.
I just see a hand.
But congratulations for Mayor. Is that right?
Oh,
yeah.
Mayor got the 1,000 smackaroos. So
Justin here. All right.
Go, Mayor.
All right. Well,
thanks, Jenna. Thanks, Zach. And what job well done. And Zach, I'll slack you real quick. The other two winners.
I thought you said slap him for a second there. I'll slap you real quick. I was like, wow.
And Scott, I will see you later this evening.
All right. Sounds good.
All right. Bye.
I will. Bye, Jenna. Thanks for joining. I will not see everybody later this evening. I will, I had a great time. Thank everybody for coming. As we talked about, Scott has my top 5 whiskeys of the year. So he will share those with you guys on my behalf. You know, I hope he shares the right ones and doesn't make me look like a schmuck.
I'm just gonna make some stuff up.
Yeah, White Dog.
Peanut butter whiskey, Zach's number one.
That's right.
That's my favorite. How did you know? Fireball. That's it. Nothing else. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But
All right.
well,
Well,
I will
thank you,
leave you guys in good hands. You've got Scott here. You guys are gonna take over.
Coming up on the Peat,
Bart's here
Peat
too.
Power Hour.
Woo, Pete Power Hour, baby. I'm looking forward to it.
I'm gonna watch you guys go through some pain and pleasure.
All pleasure.
From the other side of the
pain
screen.
Pain makes no sense.
So awesome. Well, thank you guys. I will see you guys later. And like I said, reach out if you guys won, and I will talk to you all later.
Yep. Thank you, Zach. See you later. Bye.
So we're in.
All right.
Yeah, what's
so,
this pain?
Hold on just a second.
I don't know. You got to bring them in.
Our
I see 'em.
guests are in the background, Chad and Sara. They can hear us and we can make fun of them.
Yeah.
But they can't do anything about it.
They're all fuzzed out. I can see they're in there. They're screaming at the camera, let us in, let us in. We're like, no, this is a little bit of pain.
People can't see them. They can't see the faces that they're making.
That's right.
So we were looking at, for what is this, hour 1, 2, 3, 4, hour 5, Peat, pain or pleasure.
Complete
We started out,
pleasure.
we started out, Peat is pleasure. And we thought, well, sure. I mean, a lot of people like Peat. What kind of show is that, though?
Love
Peat,
it.
pleasure.
Love it.
We said, what if we did pleasure and pain and brought in somebody that isn't so hip to Peat?
Maybe they got bourbon in their name.
They got bourbon in their name. And Chad and Sara came to mind. I'll bring them in real quick.
Boom. Hey, look at that. We boomed at the same time. I got to scrunch a little bit. Scott had this set up for short ones.
I do have it. I've got it set up for normal size.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on over there.
I was gonna say maybe you should sit down, but I just realized you are sitting.
Oh,
But I'm even sitting short. I'm all hunched.
Wow.
Welcome and thanks for joining us. And I know, so introduce yourselves real quick. I think everybody probably knows who you are, but just in case.
yeah. Thank you for having us. Question mark? I'm not sure. We'll see how I feel at the end of this. Do you do the thing?
Oh, hi.
You always do it.
Hello. We're Chad and Sara of It's Bourbon Nights, and we review bourbon because it's in our name, as you said.
We don't tend to take too kindly to Pete.
We don't take kindly to people named Pete.
No.
Not in these parts.
Not around these parts.
You know, we both born and raised Kentuckians. We're very familiar with bourbon flavor profiles. I think the first time we tried a peated scotch, it was a big shock that I don't know if either of us has fully recovered.
Well, I think it was sort of the learn how to swim by getting thrown
Pushing
into
you in the
the
deep end.
type of thing.
Yeah, I think it was Ardbeg.
Yeah, I think it was an Ardbeg.
I was not ready.
Ardbeg 10?
I think it was.
Yeah.
I think it was an Ardbeg 10, actually.
It's been a few years now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised.
From then I thought,
tattoo it.
well,
Good one.
from that point on, I think I swore that I would never love scotch, and Chad felt the same. But lately, I don't know, with the SMWS
Thanks
bottles.
to Scott.
Thanks to Scott
Yeah.
here.
It's been breadcrumbing us.
And Matt from Whiskey Crusaders, who's
Yes,
provided us a lot
it's
of
been
scotch samples over the
Mhm.
years, and some other fans who've provided scotch samples who are trying to kind of figure out a way into how to take what we like and find something in scotch that we might also enjoy.
Mhm.
I feel like we're opening up to it a bit.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
I definitely am.
Yeah. You take 2016, 2017 us who had that Ardbeg 10
I would have been like, never again.
to now, yeah, it was big difference.
I
but-
willingly drank scotch on multiple occasions at the Bastards Ball this year. So where's I need a star.
She needs a star.
There you go.
I know you
This one was
stopped by the SMWS table, matter of fact.
Oh, I did. And I tried all the things, I think.
Mhm.
It was delicious. I had a great time. I was like, now this one. Now this one.
Now, it needs to be
Well, I
said,
didn't know when I would get to try them.
I wasn't a huge fan of Pete right from the jump either, though.
Hmm.
So we were at our
mean,
very first whiskey tasting, and it was Lagavulin 16. And all I got was ashtray, and I was like, "Oh my god, what was that?" But I liked the Talisker. We had a Talisker, Special Reserve, I think that was there. It was one of their specials.
Distillers edition.
Yes, that was it. And I liked that, so I liked it a little bit but it was a little bit later. What, about a year and a half in, that Compass Box got me with their Peat Monster, and I was in.
But you started liking
like Flynn.
You started liking it quicker than me, and it still took me at least another year or 2 years before I started liking it.
Oh yeah, I said we're going to do a 16 bottle blind with Peat. You were like, ugh.
Yeah,
I was like,
I did not like it.
I was like, yeah.
And he kept buying Lafroigs and Ardbegs and all these, and I'd show up and he'd be like, I got a new Lafroig, and I'd be like, oh, it's disgusting. I was like, what are you doing?
I'm like, shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
I mean, does anyone really like Peat right off the bat?
Some do.
Sure.
I've actually had some Ardbeg 10 in my glass at a bar, and it literally, a very nice woman came over and said, "What are you drinking? I can smell it way over here." And I was like, "Ardbeg 10." And she was like,
And you said, "No, I just haven't showered."
Yeah, that's right.
That's what it is.
I was out running.
So I could see how you would mistake that smell for scotch, but actually, I just haven't showered. Yeah.
So
what do we got?
Anyway, let's roll into our first round. I sent you 5 samples, okay, and we've got. So the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society has 3 peated flavor profiles. We've got lightly peated, and heavily peated.
Ooh, what's that last one?
Heavily peated.
So
I've sent. We're going to start with the lightly peated and work our way up.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yeah, you don't want to go the other way. You don't want to go the other way. You would never get.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
No, you wouldn't.
So yeah, and I told you guys, I said, hey, honest reactions. If you like it, you like it. If you don't, let us know.
Yep.
This is pain or
Chad will let you know.
pain or pleasure. And
this one won't be shy.
Chad's representing.
Oh yeah, he's got the trucker version. Nice.
Okay, so we're gonna start with 1.246, named A One Like No Other.
Ooh, a one like no other.
So this is
sounds like secret.
Lightly peated.
Nice.
This is an unpeated whiskey that was matured in a cask that used to have peated whiskey.
Wow. So you guys should like.
So it's like a telephone game of Peat.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not Peat, but they know Peat.
Right. Yeah. Distant cousin.
Yeah, I know Peat.
They're driving Pete's car, and they took it out for a ride. It's a classic.
I find like things that I like on the nose. Like, I mean, I get a little bit of that kind of faint. I don't know. I guess I would call it smoky. I have less of a Scotch terminology kind of, word library to choose from.
Good.
So
you're good.
But I also get like some berries and some like light fruit and honey and stuff, which I find really nice.
Okay. Yeah. Good.
I think those that don't like Scotch just call it Band-Aids.
Oh.
It's a very misunderstood spirit.
that comes through a lot with Peat and some Isla whiskeys will have like an iodine.
Yep. There's a little faint touch of iodine in here, which is some of that Band-Aid note as well.
Mm-hmm.
What I didn't mention, this is an 8-year-old. It's single malt Scotch. Cask type was a second fill ex-bourbon barrel. So it had bourbon in it, and then it had peated whiskey in it. And now this distillate that was unpeated before it went into the barrel. So it should just catch just a little bit of that peat from the remnants of the whiskey before, that was in the barrel.
I get a little bit of berry and a little bit of peanut as well, but everything's very nice and soft and faint and light.
What do you call I want to call it like a metallic note, but like, this is weird, but like oiled machinery, but like metal.
Sure.
Is that a thing? Like, what do you?
Sometimes
that's it.
Yeah, I get iron sometimes.
Yeah, or industrial.
Iron. Okay.
Sometimes there's kind of an
iron. Yeah, iron and industrial, I think, is what I was looking for. Because, I can't quite put my finger on it, but that's the closest I could get.
And a little perfume. Perfume.
But I like the citrus and the fruit, the berries, and the other sweetness, kind of a powdered sugar almost sweetness.
Yep, little powdered sugar.
Yeah.
And that's all just on the nose. I don't know. Bart just went in on the palate. Cheers. Sarah's diving.
I followed his lead. Sorry. I followed his lead.
I don't know. Was there a protocol?
I like the mouthfeel.
Ooh.
Okay.
I'll let you guys go first. Yeah.
Wow, that's hot.
Woo.
It is, but I liked it.
Yeah, it's got a real. It's like knocking. It's kicking in the door on the open.
The name of this segment, I feel like we could just get really wrong really fast with the name of this segment and the like. It is hot, but I like it. I know we have to be careful. This is what I'm saying.
Sure,
It's a pleasure.
yeah.
Now,
we got a little whiskey safe word.
when I stopped through there, because you were on my whiskey road trip back in February, me and Chad were getting a little comical, and you were he was getting the side eye from you there time to time. Pete,
I gotta keep him in line.
Chad's shaking his head.
Yeah, I usually get the side eye from him. I get it and be like, shut it. Take off.
Chad's trying to protect me from becoming a clip that gets used on Matt Madness or something. No, I really like the mouthfeel on this, and I think I'm trying to describe it. It's pretty rich there in the middle. Yeah, those like desserty, fruity notes come together, and I don't get a lot of the peat influence until the finish, and I think it's still pretty mellow.
Mm-hmm.
And I love the heat that it really settles in.
Yeah. Chad, what say you?
I don't know yet. I'm over here thinking.
It almost reminds me like the mouthfeel reminds me of the consistency of like melted honey or something.
Yeah, I agree 100% with the mouthfeel. It's almost like when you've got a cough and you get lemon tea with a little bit of the hot honey and you're sipping on that. And then I get in the finish, I get a nice maltiness, that like a malty, soft nuttiness comes through.
And I think that's like connecting back to the peanut that you said on the nose. Yeah, I really like that.
Bordeaux Cliff says, was going to say the first time I had Lafroig, I was sick for 2 days. Now Lafroig is my fave.
Oh.
Well, how much did you drink the first time?
Yeah, a whole bottle. You're like, I
get one glass, 1 dram.
A whole bottle of Lafroig.
Yeah. I kind of, there's something right after the palate that goes weird for me. It kind of goes down into this trench or this hole.
Is it like dirt or like a metaphorical?
Well, I mean, a little bit of both. A little earthy, but also like it's weird. The spice that's on there, it comes quick. I don't feel like it's particularly real spicy, but it comes on quick, almost like you just ate a pepper or you ate some spicy food that you're like, that was a mistake. So it comes on like that quickly, but then it kind of goes down. But it's almost like a sriracha honey is sort of what I'm kind of getting in there.
Interesting. Going back, it's funny that you say that, because my thought after we read that comment was, I feel like a lot of people talk about Scotch like they talk about spicy food. Like the first time they tried something that spicy, they hated it or it made them sick. But then it's like, people who really love to eat spicy food and they love to like sweat. And you're like, are you enjoying this?
Yeah.
Is this making you happy right now? Because you look like you're struggling. And they're like, no, they keep eating the wings or the hot sauce or whatever.
Yeah.
Jalapenos.
Ghost peppers, baby.
But I feel like you don't start with like a ghost pepper. I feel like people have an experience and then they just kind of dabble in it until eventually they actually do love it. But sometimes they're still in just a tiny bit of pain.
You got to start with Wendy's spicy nugs.
I already can't start there. Too spicy for me. This is the level, though, you're dealing with us. Wendy's spicy nuggets, too much.
So, Sarah, maybe a thumbs up on this one?
I like it. Would drink it again, especially like if I did have a sore throat. I really like this one. It feels very comfy and like a big cup of tea or something.
Does it feel like you got a warm blanket wrapped around you?
Yeah. I like this one a lot. Not that I would only drink it then, but that's kind of what it's making me feel like. It would be very comforting.
Actually, like doing the hot toddy with it, where there's lemon juice and honey.
Yep.
Yeah, for a sore throat.
Yeah, I can see how it would complement that.
Yeah.
What say you?
I like it, but I don't love the finish that sticks around, because it's sort of that iodine.
You're in for a big disappointment.
Yeah, there's more.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
This was supposed to be the softball one.
This is my version of
heavy Peat that's coming.
It could be, but yeah, this is my version of hot
ones. I knew he was going to say that.
Yeah. So this is wing number 1.
Okay.
And we're going to wing number 10.
I love that. I get a little hint of ash at the end here too.
That show is
and that's what I don't love and I think that's sort of my struggle with peated Scotch is how it hangs with you for so long.
does hang
Like
out.
with bourbon, I invite that finish to stick around with me because it's just all nice. It's wonderful.
But even so, I find that you don't see so many bourbons that like an hour later you can still taste it.
Right.
Whereas there have been like the first time we tried that Ardbeg, hours later, I was still like, I can't get this taste out of my mouth.
Burn my clothes. Yeah.
People.
I couldn't go back in my house for 2 whole days.
Mhm.
For those that tuned in late, we just finished up with cask number 1.246, a one like no other, which was
4% ABV.
it was an 8-year-old that was aged in a barrel that used to hold peated whiskey. So it was unpeated distillate going into a peated barrel, and after 8 years, this lightly peated deliciousness was created.
Bingo.
That was 128 proof? Wow.
That was
I
46.
64. Yeah,
64.
128.
Wow, I just went dyslexic.
I enjoyed that.
That did not I will say that. It did not taste like 128 proof.
So
But I really like the warmth.
one of the good things with peat now, as you do peat back to back with whiskeys,
Yes.
the peat gets on your palate and it kind of saturates it, and you'll start to now pick up. Maybe after this one, your palate's going to be a little bit peat saturated, and now you're going to be able to pick out some of the differences in the whiskeys and some of those other notes because that peat is already on your palate.
The weirdest thing when we did the 16 bottle, the first peat shootout, was all the peat almost just disappeared and all these other flavors were coming out. Now you could still get some little peat things, but I was having some that were like a peat clod in Scott's face, and I'm like, where's it at? And it was that peat saturation hung in throughout. So kind of interesting.
Yeah. Okay, so now we'll go to cask number 66.196, a portent of deception.
Ooh, I like portent.
You ready with that one? This is a 23-year-old, again, lightly peated. It was extra matured or double matured in an export hogshead.
I like the port.
Second fill export hogshead.
Yeah.
So light port influence on this one. There should be a little bit of underlying sweetness. 23 years of age.
Loving the
Whoa.
portent.
As soon as I nosed it, I thought this is maybe it from the nose. It smells more up Chad's alley.
Ooh.
Yours too.
Well, I like them both. I can like more than one thing.
I got
Just
a little
because
bit of
one thing
Junkies.
is true doesn't mean the other one's not true.
Huh.
I can like Scotch and bourbon.
Yes.
Not while you're under my roof.
I feel like I'm betraying him somehow. Feels like cheating. I don't know.
A little bit lower after 23 years. This one came down a little bit, 53.5%. So 107 proof.
So as the peat gets older, the flavor additive goes down generally. So
Not flavor additive.
well, I'm just saying the
Flavor.
Impact?
into
The
it.
punch.
It's
The
not
punch of the
additive,
peat.
but it softens it.
The younger peats are stronger,
Peat-
and as it ages, it diminishes. The
What
peat
I'm
level
saying
comes
is
down.
Peat
That's
as
good
a-
to know.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
a recipe additive of peat. The older it gets, usually the softer, the more subtle, the more rounded it is.
And this is a Highland whiskey as well. The first one we did was a Speyside. So
I think this has like a lot of berry and plum. I mean, it smells like wine.
yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I like the lemon that's in there. It's almost like
And a-
lemon cake, though.
I was thinking
Lemon
too
pound
of
cake.
like some sort of dessert that's like
Mhm.
dense and rich like that.
Yeah.
Maybe with some sort kind of like a icing.
Yeah, those things they serve, like the type of cake they would serve with afternoon tea.
We like to compare things to food,
Yeah.
and then everyone gets hungry.
Like right after 11sies.
I
and
get
then
a
after
whole,
lunch.
Second breakfast.
Second breakfast.
Second breakfast. Yeah.
Ooh, wow. I get a whole berry drizzle. A sweet
Yeah, I
berry
love that.
drizzle over like a sponge cake.
Mhm.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Wow, now I'm really hungry.
Caramel, I mean, caramelized sugars sort of there too. I think that's the frosting on top of that cake.
Mm,
Mhm.
like a white icing drizzle.
Mm-hmm. I like this nose.
Kind of like berries with a lemon on top of a lemon pound cake. Slight smokiness.
Yeah, the peats for me is all in the finish here. It's an ashy, sooty, light finish that's lingering, still there.
It is lingering.
Almost.
It's like it gets a grip on your tongue and won't let go. Like, go on, get.
A little bit of puffing on a cigar here.
Yeah, I get that.
Tobacco leaf.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So 23 years ago, I think too, you start to get some of the oak tannins from the barrel, and older scotches. That's where they cling on is on your tongue and the back of it, and on your palate everywhere. Once you've swallowed it, and that taste is still hanging around. Here, for instance, that 23 years has really made this one sink in on the palate. But still lightly peated. This is still we're still in the lower depths of the peat levels here.
Yeah, I'm looking for a clod of peat and ain't there yet.
I think this has less presence of peat than the first one does. I'm enjoying this one immensely more than the first one.
Really?
Oh yeah.
It's probably
different.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's a different experience for me. Like, I think the nose and the initial palate and everything is great. I really like that. But then once it sets in towards the back half, this back like sides of my tongue almost feel like it scrunches up or something. Like it feels like this kind of more charred tobacco leaf, ashy peat smoke gets a grip on my tongue. And like, then when I breathe out, it's just it's all more smoky. Like all that fruitiness that I liked, which comes from, again, like being, I wouldn't say raised on bourbon, but you know what I mean?
Well, that makes sense because even with bourbon, you typically don't like older bourbons because they start to get too oaky.
True, but I mean, I recognize that like a 23-year-old Scotch is not apples to apples with a 23-year-old bourbon.
No, not at all. No.
But it's true. I find a point of diminishing returns when it comes to like oak and the tannins and stuff. Like I personally, anything after 15, 16 years, like it's a gamble for me if I'm gonna like it.
Whereas
he's like the older the better.
Yeah. Well, no,
not
always. Not always. But I appreciate oak, and
it's not an appreciation. I just think at some point
Well, okay, I have a different interpretation of
Yeah.
the oak that comes with older stuff.
I like a nice balance. I don't want it to be like the star.
I'm with you.
I like the oak. I'm with
They
Chad.
get too oaky. I'll be like, oh, it's too oaky. And he'll be
Love
like,
it.
shut up.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, give me something
drink it and you like
refill. Yeah, I want it
Well-
refilled 7 times.
Two years ago at the Bastards Ball, we went to the little bar where you guys had met up.
Oh yeah, $7,000
$7,000
or Nickel City.
They had the 23-year Elijah Craig there, which I tried and never had it. I loved it. And people tell you all the time,
Really?
Oaky. Yeah.
That's a bottle that I talked Chad out of years ago.
No, that was Evan Williams 23.
Oh, I thought that's what you said. I'm sorry.
We have Elijah Craig 23.
Yeah.
Sorry, both have been held different.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
love the Oaky.
I would rather have the barrel proof Elijah Craig. I think the 18 for sure doesn't do it for me.
Oh no, you're speaking truth.
I like the 18.
Yeah.
Well, the 12 barrel proof is good, barrel strength.
Good. It's wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Believe
But sometimes-
I think that's the one for me.
Yeah, me too. That's what won me over to bourbon.
Sometimes you want the older.
Mm.
No, you
You
don't.
want that. Those oak tannins.
No,
Wrong.
you don't.
Wrong.
See, now
Sometimes.
you guys can host a special and it can be old bourbon.
Yeah.
Pleasure or pain.
Yeah. Feel like I'm taking my grandma to prom here. What's going on?
We've kind of talked in the past about doing one that's like different bourbons. Well, for someone who's like a novice to do different proofs and kind of slowly up the temperature and see how they do. Kind of like this with the peat, but with proof instead.
Yeah, but they'd have to be novice.
They would have to be like completely brand new.
Ooh,
Yeah, I like this one.
that's a good one.
I
It's
gotta
a little
say-
little stringent in the finish.
Maybe that's what I'm finding. I like both of these.
Yeah, all the moisture gets kind of pulled out right at the end.
That's what I'm feeling.
Yep.
I don't find it dry.
It's not dry. It's like, it just feels like the alcohol is evaporating off the back of your tongue in like an instant, but I'm not thinking it's dry. It's just like, I don't know.
It is
Imagine
weird.
pouring
It's
salt
the
on a slug or
astringency.
something. They just go.
Yeah, it's like the astringency comes in right at the end. It's kind of odd.
There's definitely things that I like about the first and second pour.
Well, that second's my favorite so far.
Yeah.
What are you typing in there? You
I'm
typing
just
something.
put it in there so everybody knows
Got it.
what's coming
Yeah,
up.
because this one's called Crossing the Event Horizon. Boy, I love the names here.
93.177 next.
Yep, 58.6%.
We're going to move from our lightly peated profile to peated, mid-level peat.
This is just mid-level.
Just a straight up peated.
This is
I'm not scared.
This is a Campbelltown whiskey, one of the regions.
Is that a region? I didn't know.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Is it like a sub-region of another region?
But there's only 2 distilleries there, unless they built more. Is there more now?
3.
Thought it was 2. Maybe it's 3. Could be.
What would you say it's most comparable to as far as like the regions that we might know?
None.
Can you name all the regions?
It's really unique.
There's 5.
Highlands,
Yep.
Lowlands,
Yep.
Isla,
Speyside.
Speyside, and
Campbelltown.
This one.
I don't know.
What's that?
Oh, is it this one?
Yeah, Campbelltown.
Yeah.
Campbelltown. Yep.
Oh.
You can go back to Isla.
I-
Spend all show on Isla. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, he gave me the look. I got the eye from him. He's like, shut up, man.
See, we need this. We need this training though because we're going to Isla next year. So
Right.
Oh, nice.
So Isla is known for its peated whiskeys. And probably the majority of whiskey that comes out of Isla is peated. There are some non-peated whiskeys that come out of Isla. But Highlands and Speyside and Campbelltown all do some excellent peated whiskeys as well. Isla is probably more the one that most people know. But
Probably Isla. Yeah. Isla's the one. It's the most pronounced peat usually.
so now you're getting peat on your palate. Well, you'll see in these next ones, you're still gonna get the peat, but you might pick up some other notes as well.
Little peanut.
I get kind of like a. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say the Campbelltown region is known. It could be a little bit funky. Sometimes there's a little bit of a
Dirty sock.
dirty sock, dunnage, dank basement note.
Dank basement, baby.
It's
Appetizing.
It's
Yes.
it's the Campbelltown region. So, and maybe a little bit different peat here. This could be a little bit more industrial. Maybe, I'm not sure. We'll wait until we get in here. But yeah, I'll hold those notes, I guess, till we get there.
I get that like iron-y, industrially note on the nose, but also butterscotch.
Butterscotch, but if you were smelling it at the pool, because I get a little bit of chlorine.
Butterscotch at the pool. I was gonna say, like, do they make like light or sugar-free butterscotch candies? Because it's not just straight up butterscotch, but it
with Splenda.
Right, whatever that means.
Yeah, they faked it just a little bit. You're like, it's so close.
Just a little. It's not quite the real thing.
You know, it's interesting. Like, I mean, you get this on bourbon too, but I really notice a difference when you're doing like a good 6-8 inches away to a actually nose in the glass. I can pick up a lot more subtle things. And when I really dive in there, it just sort of overpowers me.
I kind of got a tangy sour fruit, almost kind of like a Sour Patch Kid candy.
So I get a
Doctor's
little
office waiting room.
down too.
And then, like I said, this is our medium peat level here. So from lightly peated to peated.
Oh yeah.
I can do it. It's fine.
Pete's showing up on the palate, baby. I'll be quiet and let you guys describe what you get here. Oh no.
Pain.
No. I saw a squint.
A little bit.
A little bit.
It's like a pucker face. You were like, mwah.
Oof.
Ooh.
But I like to still experience it so I can describe it and like learn what I do and don't enjoy.
Sure. I'm staying zipped here. So you guys go.
Let me.
It's prickly. It's prickly. Prickly front of the tongue for me. Really kind of.
I get like, in addition to the peat, like underripe pear, like very crisp pear.
Okay.
And pepper.
Yeah.
And I don't know. I'm having trouble working through like
No, you're right
separating
on.
this
Get a lot
intense.
Okay, so when you're unboxing like a new TV or some type of electronics, and you slide
new car smell?
you slide it out of the styrofoam, and you get the new electronic smell.
Yeah.
You're getting a taste of electronic smell.
Yes, you
I
when
can
you-
actually relate to that though.
when you accidentally electrocute yourself and then you taste metal. Okay.
Yeah.
And I find it maybe a little dry.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
Kim,
Lead us through.
Kim and Big Dog are also pointing out try adding some water, which we haven't even really done yet or tried yet. I had added some water to mine.
I do. So far,
That's
I haven't
good.
noticed major changes with water. Water could help you guys
Oh, it's out there.
on some subtleties.
Hmm.
I get a lot of iodine and pepper here. I'm noticing the peat starting to fall to the side. At first, I got a lot of a ashy peat soot day after fire, but now as I've gone in 2 or 3 more times, I'm not even getting that anymore. So.
Bart's the only one that's
Like
Pete kind of going to the wayside.
Well, I would like a little more punch.
Yeah, it's sort of like a steak that's been seasoned way too much with pepper. Like, and it's a little chewy.
I get a little bit oil fire, industrial fire.
Yeah. In my mouth. Industrial fire in my
mouth.
Well, it's working.
I can go get our water dropper.
No, it's okay. I got what I need.
Yeah.
You can also use some. I rinsed it.
This one is 58.6% ABV. So it's at 117.4.
Don't ask me to do math right now.
I like the nose. Like normally I really like barrel proof bourbons and American whiskeys, but sometimes we'll add a couple drops of water just to see what it does. But more often than not, like I truly love it the most, the way that they bottled it.
Yeah.
But I already like the nose better with a couple drops of water.
To make it more sweet.
I get a little bit of vanilla
More
as
fruity.
well in the finish.
Yeah, it brought out a little bit more of the sweeter notes.
Yeah. I thought so too.
On the palate too.
On the palate too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where the vanilla starts.
I mean, it kind of tempers that industrial fire and brings out a little bit more. It's like that crisp pear, but maybe with some, I don't know, vanilla, something a little bit sweeter.
Oh, the description is set aside a few hours to write down all the weird and wonderful flavors to be found in this great peated black hole of a dram.
Yep. Black hole because it's going to draw you in, and you're just going to keep finding more and more.
And no light escapes.
And I'm adding
Yeah,
a little kale. I'm just got some kale, like dry kale chips that
You're
eat.
the kale master.
Vegetal. Yeah.
Vegetal. I get that.
Yeah.
He had kale
What
sheets.
was Kim said she wondered if we were going to get the weird note that she said earlier. What weird note, Kim? Which one? What did you get on it?
It was a B flat.
Chad.
Boom, boom.
Don't laugh. Don't laugh.
See what we got here. More like a burn.
Well, I'm
Oh,
glad
good dog.
somebody's a good audience for you because it ain't me.
My people.
Yeah. Big Dog knows my pirate ship on fire, but he says this is more like a burning oil tanker.
Yeah.
Mm.
So honestly, Chad, be honest here. What do you think?
I'll say this. I have definitely noticed that my peat tolerance is much higher.
Than it was.
It's like I keep getting these little shots of peat, and my immunity keeps rising. So that's good. Between the three that we've had tonight, number 2 is still my favorite. 1 and 3, I don't know. I would have to try those back to back, but I don't want to. So we're gonna move on to number 4.
Good. That's being honest. Sara, where are you at? What do you think?
I enjoyed 1 and 2. Like I could see myself ordering each of them or like drinking more than one glass of
And
them.
then sending it back.
No.
Oh, okay.
The third one, I feel like if I had more than one, I would probably wake up the next day with a headache. But as it sits on my palate, and if I can still taste it, I can see how people are like, it's oddly craveable. Like, it's a very specific flavor that once you get used to it, you're like,
oh yeah,
I want that.
That's what happened to them. Be careful.
But I can see, I'm starting to understand, again, I don't think I could have more than one. If I had two, I would probably feel it the next day. I kind of described it before, I think, to Scott as if you have a really hoppy IPA and you drink those for a day, when you wake up the next morning, you can still taste it and it's gross. Nobody wants morning IPA breath. It's nasty. And I feel like that's how I would feel if I drank really peated scotch all night and then woke up the next morning. Does that happen to you, Bart? I don't know.
No, refreshed and invigorated. You got a lot of vigor.
What?
He brushes his teeth.
It only makes him stronger.
Yeah, vigor. You'll be like, I can take on the world.
Which one you pouring,
It's
Jack?
Number 4. Distill my peating heart.
Okay,
yeah.
That's cute. That's cute.
I know.
That's
Aren't
so
they good.
This one is available on the website. This is a great one. It's part of our Gathering 2022. This one's heavily peated.
Heavily.
I was thinking maybe another medium, but
I wasn't sure if he said heavily or heavenly.
No, you'll understand why when we do the next one. This one,
See, I feel like
this one was named.
Is this the part in Hot Ones when they bring out the beer or the milk?
the milk's always there. Yeah, I feel like
That's
if
disgusting.
I hadn't been drinking these tonight and we'd poured this, just pouring it would have hit me. But
Right, I can't actually
that,
smell it from
I have
here.
that tolerance right now.
I don't know the
My senses are dulled in more ways.
So is my judgment.
Yes, it's true.
16.56 and 61.1% ABV.
And named by Neil Patrick Harris, the actor.
Ooh.
We've had Neil Patrick Harris, NPH.
It's so clever.
Doogie Howser.
Yeah.
You got to name it?
Yep.
Wow. He did
All
a good
three
job.
gathering. Another one he named for the gathering was 2 middle fingers of scotch.
That's
Doubled it. They were
Cute.
both in your face.
Yep.
This
So
is a
okay,
different nose.
yeah, and this one again, we're
That's
still
a
in.
Isla.
We
That's
haven't
a
even.
Isla nose, baby.
Nope.
Something
What?
is.
Shut up.
That's a Highland.
Oh, really? Did you
It
say
sa-
that?
It says it on the
I
label.
wasn't even paying attention to you.
Hmm.
I thought that was Isla.
So our heavily peated bottles, though,
Wow.
are kind of rare. We don't have that many that come out that are in the heavily peated edition. This one had recently come out, and it really is. And our cast type on this is a recharred hogshead. So a hogshead that's been used, they went back in, they recharred it, refilled it, and it really
Oh my
brings in a
God.
lot of
I
wood
gotta
impact.
buy this one.
Yeah.
I'll be quiet again.
This smells like a fireplace inside of a log cabin inside of the woods
Oh,
in
my language.
in November.
I was gonna go a different way, Sarah. I'm gonna say you open up the refrigerator and
Oh, totally
something
different way.
in there has gone bad.
But what's the culprit?
No. Sarah was speaking my words.
Oh.
It was
He
like
likes
a
it. We're
whole
on the
little
same page.
vacation at a special Airbnb.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I wanted. These honest notes from Chad here.
Yeah, it was
He said it smells like something in the fridge.
Yeah. It was like a college dorm fridge back in '89.
Like, was that mac and cheese? I don't even remember. It's been in there.
A
Did we
college
get
dorm
chicken
fridge?
fingers? Was that
No.
chicken fingers?
There is nothing worse than a shared mini fridge. Whoever has to clean it out, there's nothing worse than that.
This restaurant went out of business 2 years ago.
Guess who always had to clean it out? Me. Nobody else would ever.
Well, yeah, I'm with you, sir. My
It's like-
tolerance was low, so I'd be putting notes up. This is gone in 2 days. You better get
Exactly.
rid of it. Yeah.
Because it's like they want to see who will just break first and clean it. It's going to be me. I can't stand it. I hate
throw
smelling
away
things
their
that smell bad.
containers. I toss their containers. They're like, "Where's
Everything's
my-
got
where's
to
my
go.
Container. I go trash.
Fridays at 4:30. Bye.
No, you put it under their bed. That's how you teach them a
Ooh.
lesson.
I was talking about the office in that particular scenario. The
Oh.
shared office fridge. I was like,
Oh, the office fridge.
Fridays at 4:30.
Okay.
It's got to go.
And then when I'm
Anyways,
done, I treat myself to this distill my peating heart.
That's right. So this is a 12-year, 61.1%. That'd be what, 122.2 proof.
I think I get some of the heather on the nose.
I like this one better than the third one.
Burnt rosemary.
It does have a rosemary note. It's got some herbal, and I like the mouthfeel a lot. It's pretty oily up front.
Little heavy on the bitters in this cocktail.
Yeah, maybe
It reminds me of being in that cabin in the woods, but not the movie.
No, the movie.
Because that would be scary.
No, the
Chad's
movie.
scared. Chad's afraid.
It's that damn family. They're coming to kill us.
maybe
If you haven't seen it, spoilers.
There's almost like some bitter dark chocolate on it.
Yeah.
Rich
Baking powder.
toasted
Or
honeycomb
baking.
though again.
And you're right, a lot of herbal notes that are coming
Herbal.
through here.
Little earthy.
It's
Rosemary was a good one. I really get that.
Yeah, it's a-
fresh turned sod.
it's a smoked cocktail is what I'm picking up on from the burnt rosemary to the smoked glass to the little heavy hand on the dark, almost like mole bitters or something.
Something like that with a little spice.
The dark high percentage cacao chocolate type of thing.
When you said rosemary, I immediately thought of there's a couple of bars around here. I'm sure you guys have been to bars where they do it too, where they
I'm
make
sure you've been to bars.
a drink. They make a drink where they torch a twig of rosemary for the cocktail, and when they do it in the bar, the whole bar smells like it after that. That is exactly what is in this glass.
Yep.
Good job, Chad.
Hey, I'm helping.
Yeah.
On the finish, it's very I get a little industrial fire, but not as honestly. I like this one. I prefer this one to 3 because this one is giving me more of that kind of I'm in another place feeling, and I like the mouthfeel a lot.
Me too.
Yeah, you like it better?
Better than 3, not better than 2.
Better than 3.
I think Lady K needs a double post. I just saw it. I know it was up. I like how you talk, Lady K.
Bart told me to highlight that, and I said I just did.
I said,
He
do it
"Highlight
again. Give Lady K a second highlight.
Lady K's college mini fridge only had alcohol in it.
Go, Lady K. Go.
Wasn't tough to clean.
Yeah, ain't no what bad odors coming out of there. I like it.
Jägermeister, no doubt.
I wouldn't say no. I wouldn't say no to a pour of this.
Well, you got one.
Well, I'm just saying,
more.
if we were out and someone offered me a pour, I'd be like, yeah, sure, I'm down. More than one, though, I'm not there yet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Right.
But as a nightcap, maybe.
Yeah.
The
I would agree.
finisher.
I would agree.
And this is sort of the experiment that we need to do is if we had like this particular one that we're drinking right now, how would a pour of bourbon or rye or American whiskey, how would we react to it after that? Like, would our palate just be train wrecked, or would we still be able to then go on and enjoy?
How would we react to the bourbon?
Yeah.
After this.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's why I'm saying this would be the last thing that I would drink
Yeah.
of the night.
This should be the curtain call.
This is the closer.
This is the closing time.
This
when
one's
last
good
call
enough.
for
I can't
alcohol.
put it into the dump glass. I'm not doing it. I'm gonna
Oh
drink it.
yeah, I enjoy this. I think this is perfect for the upcoming months.
Oh yeah.
November, December.
Oh, you are
So-
so
Feels
right.
very.
Bart and I have been dumping. I know Bart's going to want to take this with him when he leaves here tonight.
Yeah. Here's the weird. You want to talk about an odd but safe to talk about fetish. His dump bottles now from SMWS are glorious. I tried something like he was in the bathroom. And I
Gross.
thought, what's that bottle? And I tried it. And I was like, what is this? He's like, I don't know. That's like my dump bottle. I was like,
That's my backwash bottle.
yeah. He's like, okay. I'm like, I took it home.
You discovered a new fetish.
Yeah.
This is the hour to talk about it.
I like pre-drank whiskey.
So, Chad, how much pain are you in on a scale of 1 to 10 so far? Because we're about to go into the last pour.
Oh, I'm fine.
I'm so
fine.
proud.
You're
I
doing.
mean, I wouldn't say I am on the pleasure side. I'm neutral to
Slightly uncomfortable.
slightly uncomfortable,
Oh,
but I'm not in pain.
He may or may not need an adult for this last
Right,
one.
yeah. It's probably because we have such good company.
It's
you're,
true.
you're doing very well for someone who's been mostly dead all day. That's a Princess Bride quote.
Oh, I missed it. He has the
I
most.
missed
subtle
it
quote.
too.
What?
Yeah, he'll have subtle quotes, but people will be going, I got it. And I'm like, I had no idea what he was talking about.
A newt. Well, I got better.
Would you like a peanut? That's all I got.
Anybody want a peanut?
Oh, anybody want it?
That's enough of the rhymes now. I mean it. Anybody want a peanut?
Classic.
You want rinse? Or
It is.
whiskey?
All right. I gotta say, I'm afraid of this one.
Well, at least it's dark. At least it's a good color.
I like it.
I mean,
yeah.
true.
Oh,
Yeah.
About color with peat,
I
baby.
need a
Some of the
need a
best
little-
peats are young peats.
Let me
cola refresher.
He's looking
let
something
me
up.
look something up here.
Oh,
It's part of
this
his
is-
process.
Now, this is why it's crazy. This is the youngest peat we've had, and it's the darkest color.
And it's Isla.
I'm scared. I'm scared.
All right, let me
How
tell you.
old?
That's what I thought. Okay. I
10
didn't-
year?
So this is a 6-year-old.
6-year-old.
Yep. Make Monet a devil. Moyne. Sorry. Make Moyne.
Make mine a double.
With an exclamation point.
So
This-
Moynier is
Ah.
what
Moyne.
this Isla distillery
The color.
uses the term Moynier for their peated.
Moynier? Make Moynier a double. But it
Oh,
looks like mine. I get it. It's cute.
okay.
This distillery does peated and unpeated whiskeys. So their peated whiskeys, they'll use Moynier or Moyne in their
Yes.
naming.
It's
I think we might be going to there.
Well, I was gonna say we put out an episode today where some people were talking about their desert island whiskey, and Eric Waite he
Yes.
brought up. I can't remember if it was that
I
question
know
or
what
the next
this
one.
one
But
is now. Yeah.
he said a Moyne or a
And
Moyne.
this is cask
And you were like,
10.190 at 61.1%.
Yeah. And this is heavily peated, but it's been aged in an Oloroso sherry bud.
Ooh.
So you're going to get Isla peat and sherry influence,
Wow.
which is
truly,
hence the color.
historically, two things that I don't like: sherry finishes and Isla Peat. But we shall see. We shall see.
You've liked some of the sherry cask whiskeys that from SMWS that you've tried.
So I have to say, I thought I hated sherry
It's true.
cask finishes, and
true.
it is mostly true in bourbon and American
yeah.
whiskey.
Yeah.
Like I'd say 8 times out of 10, I'm not gonna like a sherry finish, and I'm not gonna like a port finish. When it comes to Scotch, very
Yeah.
different story. I actually enjoy it a lot.
Here's an interesting question: Do they do any Oloroso finishing with Scotch?
That's what he
Oh,
just
yeah.
said. This one is.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
So sherry.
Hi, welcome back. My name
This
is
is
Chad.
Chad.
A lot do. Oloroso casks, I think, are actually the most used sherry casks with Scotch. But
Okay.
see, I think with bourbon and Oloroso is they're both such strong flavor profiles. They just butt heads when you try to blend them. And I think Joseph
Yeah.
Magnus is really about the only one that does it.
Yes.
Agreed. Yep. That's one of the only ones that I enjoy.
Sarah, this smells like Dickel.
Uh-oh.
No, what? When he said it,
Um,
I got it. Yeah, I can see it. A charcoaly cherry.
That's interesting.
That peanuttiness.
Yeah,
But
It's
that
like
is-
the nutty, but with the fruity, and it kind of comes across
The
like the chalky.
vegetal,
And,
chalky.
yeah.
That's funny.
Dickel.
I would never got that had you not been here.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Well, thanks a lot, Chad. Now that's all I'm going to be able to smell.
Yeah.
Dickel. My Dickelometer went off.
Bart,
Someone trying to play hide the Dickel over here, and I'm not having it.
Bart, that's okay. Bart likes the Dickel.
Yeah, that's right. I thought we were the only ones that did that. I always felt bad.
Only 11 more minutes where he can get this in, so it's fine. I can survive.
All
Wow.
right.
First
Yeah.
at the forefront. I'll be quiet.
Mmm.
Yeah. I
Mmm.
know. I'm trying to quiet down.
Mmm.
That's 3.
Texturally, I appreciate it.
Texture.
Yeah, it's a great mouthfeel, especially for such a young 6-year-old.
It made my eyes water a little bit.
Now that's dry. Now that's dry.
Mmm.
This is like, I feel like, I mean, I don't tell my mom, but I've only smoked cigarettes like twice in my whole life, and I didn't like it. And I feel like I just smoked a cigarette.
Really?
Yeah, cigarettes will. Some Isla distilleries, the Peat from Isla will sometimes. There's a cigarette ashtray type
Yeah,
note
the
that'll come through.
ashtray
So
of a cigarette.
Yeah,
I'm with
that's
you,
not-
sir. I've only smoked probably once or twice, and one of those was my sister's clove cigarette.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's terrible.
Okay, I'm starting to get it now. Now on the finish, it's starting to come in, but
Oh,
Okay.
that took a while.
I have to say, though, so far, like, texturally, I've been very impressed with all of these, maybe with the exception of 3. I will put that one last. But in terms of mouthfeel, like when it initially hits my lips and my palate, I felt like all of them have had a really nice texture.
I've been very impressed with all the names.
I do like the names.
Yeah.
yeah, you can't go wrong with the names. except when I mispronounce. Moynier. Big Moynier devil.
The first 2 to 3 seconds of this one is my favorite part. And then it quickly snowballs into, well, it falls into a pit of ash. But yet,
Let it sit in the
I
pit.
don't hate it.
Ooh.
How about water? Have you got water on it yet?
Give me a little bit.
I will put some water on it.
It gets a
I
nice
think-
roasted meat / peanut in the finish here.
It does have kind of like a dry rub pepper thing going on. You can get there. I believe in it. I'm gonna put it.
All right, so you know when you drink a soda,
No, I don't know. I already am out.
maybe like a Mountain Dew or a Mellow Yellow, I after that first like 2-3 seconds, I sort of get a little bit of, I don't know if it's almost like a carbonation note or some type of
Like fizzy?
I don't know. I just thought Mountain Dew came to my mind. So there you go.
Huh.
Do with that what you will.
I don't know if I've gotten Mountain Dew on this one before.
Well, I wasn't quite there. It's
Yeah. I love Mellow Yellow as a child. I gotta if there's a little bit of lemon like finish, I'm with you. If that's what you're getting, which is a little bit different because it's this odd lemon / roasted peanut. It's the finish is still there. And maybe even in the late finish, little hints of like maybe dried honey. I don't know what dried honey is, but
Hey, it could be like honeycomb instead of liquid honey.
sure. Yeah, it feels like a dried, crystallized piece.
This is one of my favorite combinations: peat and sherry, heavy peat and heavy sherry. So you've got this heavily peated whiskey that's been aged exclusively in an Oloroso cask, and I love this. This is very delicious. And I think water starts to bring out some more of that sweetness and tamps down.
I agree.
Yeah.
I added a couple drops of water, and I think it brings out more of the sweet notes and more of the sherry influence.
Yeah.
However, on the finish, it almost made it hotter and sharper. I think I prefer this one without the water. I mean, I feels like someone's lit a tiny campfire in right here.
Yes.
Like I can feel it right here.
Like
well, I'll say this about it. It's full of flavor. I mean,
it is full of flavor. This is true.
On the level, it's 10 of all the flavors. Like
everything's down up to 10.
Well, you have an EQ, right? And instead of doing like a V or scooping the mids or whatever, it's just everything.
Is this the soundboard?
This is yeah.
I got an
EQ.
I don't know.
So the bass is up, the treble is up, the mids are up. Everything's just like flip.
Everything's up.
Everything's up.
Yeah.
Like it or not, it's up.
I gotta say though, I don't dislike it.
I like the finish here.
I'm a little concerned by my openness though, because like I don't have room for scotch.
Yeah, there's no.
Where will scotch fit into my life? Because I don't know.
Room. Make a little room.
Truly, the ones that I've liked that have been my favorite so far are ones that you've shared with us, Scott. So we're really thankful for that.
Yeah.
But I tried the Compass Box Delilah's bottle while we were at the Whiskey Vault, and I really liked that one. Like I would have gone back for a second pour, but having two of the same thing there feels kind of sacrilegious or something. I don't know. It feels weird.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got to try stuff that
you got to branch out
and that you can't get other places.
Now.
So.
I think before
what
you're the legend. What did you end with the first day? Yes, the first time we were there.
First time we were there.
The first time you were there, you opened what bottle?
Johnny Walker Red Label.
Yes, and you said this deserves to be opened and drank.
I mean, it's like the first day of school or something.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, John,
so I think
I feel kind of sorry for the Johnny Walker Red Label because it was in the vault and it was sealed. No one had opened it.
Was it a 1.75?
And it's what, a $17 bottle?
Sure.
nobody's ever gonna
So
say,
you
let
decided, boom.
me have the Johnny Walker.
And you
Red
got
Label.
like a cheer. It was amazing.
And I felt
We
kind
felt
of
bad. It was left out.
I know.
Yeah. And
So I was
everybody-
like, I want some Johnny Walker Red
yeah.
Label.
Well, you
open
made,
it up.
You like said everybody, and
Pour it in
then
my
they
glass.
listened to you, and you're like, I want this one open, and they were like, oh. You made a big production.
Oh.
People are like, what's Scott?
I would feel the same way though. I would be like, look at this bottle not getting any love from anyone. Do you
know.
think its feelings are hurt?
Yeah.
That would be like in our world if like a bottle of Benchmark was sitting there
Yeah.
unopened or something.
Yeah, I wouldn't feel bad.
I wouldn't feel bad.
I mean, it wouldn't keep me up at night. I think, Scott, I heard you say that the fourth one that we drank, the Distill My Peating Heart, is for sale on the site. Is that
Yeah.
true?
Yep.
Okay.
Part of the global gathering. We've got 3 bottles for our gathering, which is this week, which is what today is the marathon for the global gathering. But yeah, it's on the website.
I like Don Nishida's comment here.
Done.
I love Don.
Yeah. I know. He loved watching Scott's peated journey. Who can forget
The throat punch, the Freud shootout episode.
Oh my
Almost.
God.
It was
That
almost a
true.
throat
Yeah, I
punch.
pissed him off.
That sounds scary.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I got him really mad. I was over the top. We still
Yeah.
get comments.
Yeah.
The tall guy's a jerk. I was like, dang, I'm sorry.
That's a nice comment.
Yeah, that's the nice one. Sometimes they let the expletives fly.
Well, hey guys, Chad and Sarah, thank you for coming in. Appreciate it. And I'm pretty impressed. I thought you guys did really well.
Thank you.
I kind of
Nice.
figured there'd be some more pea shivers and some
Uncontrollable urination.
maybe throwing the whiskey over your
Yeah,
shoulder and
that one was so good.
acting like you drank it.
Oh, it's delicious. I'm not gonna lie, on the third one, I was very scared because I was like, is this what the rest of the time is gonna be like? Because I don't know if I can hang. But I think maybe, I don't know, we'll have to talk separately about what about that one was different than the other two.
It's a Campbelltown, so it's from the
So I was wondering,
Yeah.
if like maybe that's not the region or what,
No.
but
No,
or maybe
I think
it's an age thing. I don't know.
I'd say 2 and 4 are my favorites.
1, 2, and 4, I would put towards the top. I don't know how I would rank them exactly, but 4 is one that I feel like I'm gonna think about again. Like it feels very mysterious and it transports me somewhere. I think I'm gonna think about that bottle.
So pleasure.
So
We got
like, I don't know if
free
I liked it or not, but we're gonna think about each other.
We've got free shipping until midnight tonight.
Free shipping.
There you
Well,
go.
I might have to order one.
We are members.
We are members.
All right. Well, thanks.
We're card
Dan.
carrying
Appreciate
members.
it.
Thanks
Good
for
to see
having
you
us.
guys
We
again.
appreciate it.
You bet. And you still got plenty of samples left there to drink. So
Oh, we have plenty.
All
Plenty
right.
to keep us busy.
We'll see you. Thanks.
Thanks. Bye.
See ya.
All right.
You want me to step out?
Yep. You're out. See
I'm
you.
out. Gotta go.
Yeah. Nope.
No.
Ben, welcome back. Yeah. Are you muted?
Leave a number you want.
All right. Both of our guests, we've got our blind challenge up next. Both of our guests are in the background here, waiting. And I see, let me bring in, you got anything you want to talk about real quick, Ben?
Yeah, I just want to talk about, first of all, thank you for the nice break, Scott. I have eaten some actual food. I had a cup of coffee. I changed my shirt. I'm feeling so much better.
Good.
I think I hit a physical low after that 1 hour power hour. This next segment is one that I'm probably the most excited for, not gonna lie. As much as I did enjoy drinking something from every single flavor profile, Scott. Last year we had a little blind tasting challenge between Dan and Sean of the Bourbon Junkies, who I think a lot of you guys know, and it was against Jeremy Sires. But it was actually became kind of was intended to be a 2-way contest, became a 3-way contest. I don't say this often, but if you want to go back and watch the Gathering live stream of 2021, it was an epic result. I think we ended the night with it. I vaguely recall Sean of the Bourbon Junkies came way back from behind. He was streaming from an awkward location with with bright fluorescent lights. I remember it was painful to look at him for an hour.
There was like a sewing kit, you know, in the background.
Remember that? Yeah, I made a comment like he seems like a grad student, just like and again, I know because he's backstage, he can hear everything what we're saying right now. But in true form, you know, he took a lot of heat for like 2 hours, I think, from Dan and Jeremy. Everybody, I think, loves an underdog story. And I just recall Sean turning everything around in the last question. The guy's been drinking Scotch whiskey at the time for like 2 months, it seems like, and somehow he claimed the victory. But that was last year. And I just want to point out to everybody, there is a reigning champion now. I can just tell by looking backstage that bright fluorescent light and
the new set looks like the new set is up.
Yeah. So I just want to say before he comes on, Sean is flying high tonight. You know, he's not the same humbled bourbon junkie he once was. You know, he's now a professional YouTuber. I don't know if that switch had been made prior to last year. Maybe it was around that time. He's now a real professional. He does this for a living. I just want to point that out, everybody. So once again, he will get no sympathy, but will he prevail? The big thing here, folks, is that we are putting Sean up against a true legend of Whiskey Tube, one whose palate, as I understand it, should be as experienced as anyone, well beyond the scope of just these green bottles behind Scott and myself. So
let's preface that a little bit, because this is a tough challenge. And even Ben and I drink SMWS Whiskies all the time. We did Jenna set us up with a blind challenge last month or 2 months ago, and 25 points possible. Ben won by getting 12 points out of 25, and I was right behind with 11 or 11 and a half.
There are no pictures on the scorecard, but yes, you're right.
Yeah,
you're right.
So, I mean, even though we drink these whiskeys all the time, we're going to score this based on if they can guess the age of the whiskey, the region, what kind of cask type was used, and then a little extra bonus point if they can guess one of our 12 flavor profiles that whiskey may fit in. So, but let's bring Sean in first if he's ready. Are you ready to bring him in? You think, Ben?
I mean, I'm thoroughly enjoying talking trash myself now, but yeah, I think we have to do it to his face.
How's it going?
Poor Sean.
I couldn't set up the camera fast enough in another room with terrible lighting. This is what you guys are getting tonight.
Well, the new set looks good. I mean, how are you feeling? You feeling confident?
I was until you named me as like the reigning champion. So it's a real crapshoot.
You are the reigning champion. So I mean, there's no mixture of words there.
Yeah, I couldn't get my audio to work, so we're going desktop audio, and then I couldn't find the samples because you were kind enough to send them in a Glen box. We have several of these boxes sitting around the set, and I was like, they just got set with another box. I'm like, I can't find the samples. And I was like, I know I just had them. So I was just going through different boxes. I was like, oh, that's the one.
So I think everyone wants to know, though, how's your palate? Are you warmed up? Are you going cold turkey?
I'm finishing a beer because that's what I was drinking while setting everything up. So
hey, you got the malted bar. You got the barley on your palate in one form.
Yeah. This is a mango something.
Okay, maybe not.
It's a juicy IPA.
Okay, well, in that case, not so much. So, all right. So throw giving himself a handicap going into this round.
I mean, I got to.
What Sean doesn't know is who is the challenger is tonight.
Yeah,
I do not.
We've kept it secret, and I don't know if you'll know him or not. I'll bring him in here if he's ready. I think he's here. Chris, how you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Did you know the voice, Sean?
How's it going, bud?
Hey, going great. Good to be with everyone.
Hey, Chris, just introduce yourself for those watching that may not know you, but I bet you probably everybody does.
Yeah, I'm Chris Trevino. I'm known as Liquor Hound on YouTube. Been reviewing all types of spirits for, I think, 12 years or so, maybe. Now doing some Saints Alley bourbon work, and now we have a rye, so that's what I'm up to nowadays.
Good, yeah. Working with Iron Root up there in Denison and doing some good stuff. The Saints Alleys that we've had have just been excellent. So
thank you.
Doing a great job.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to say, Chris, we've never met formally, but I watched your content going back. You said 12 years, or around probably 12 years, I would say.
Yeah.
I think I learned about whiskey almost exclusively from YouTube, and so I think you're a big part of that. And when Scott suggested you'd come on, I was thinking, I can't think of anybody who on paper should have a better resume or a deeper shelf. I would say that.
Well, thank you. I mean, I think this is going to be fun. Of course, like Scott was mentioning, the one thing I'll say about the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society is they always pick like just great flavored bottles, but not usually on distillery profile. So this is definitely just going to be a lot of fun. Shot in the dark. Let's call it like that.
I like how he's already thrown himself like, I'm probably not going to do well. I bet he gets like 3 bottles, right?
Well, I would say
own that.
For our experience, doing this, Scott and I, like as you mentioned, we just competed, and then Sean, you were on it last time, and we've done a few blinds with these whiskeys. You're right, Chris, and point out that the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society doesn't necessarily look for casks that are the most indicative of the distillery's profile.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, it's the opposite that kind of motivates us to acquire it in the first place.
Yeah.
So, I mean, from our experience, it's can really get in your head about this. I'd say just go with the gut, what you say, and I don't want to give anything other tips away, but just it'll be fun. And as Scott mentioned, the margin that separated the two of us was razor thin. And if you can get one, it's pretty good. The important thing, everybody, is you mentioned, Scott, the tiebreaker of would be the flavor profile. So we have 12. Earlier today we tasted one of whiskey from each, but the proprietary flavor profile. So they don't really mean much to whiskey consumers outside of the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society necessarily. But, if you can pick one, or maybe go to the website or flash them up, Scott, give them a quick refresher. It's tough, especially because there are 3 peated profiles alone. So anyway.
All right. So, what we'll do, you go ahead and pour sample number. I think I labeled them A, B, C, D, E, and then thought I should have made it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but pour sample A.
I was going to warm up real quick because Ben said I didn't have any whiskey before. So I grabbed one of the bottles that we recently just reviewed. This is Crossing the Event Horizon.
Ooh,
don't start with that one.
Dude, that one, me and Dan both loved. So that is the 8-year peated Campbellton.
Yeah.
And me and Dan were like, did we just find a new problem? And I think so. So
don't start with that one, though. That'll kill your palate for a couple of these coming up.
I'm there for it, though. That's still good.
I'm checking the list to see if that's one. And okay, just kidding. Scott, you send me the list, right? I'm gonna.
Yeah.
Play.
So again, once taste it and just get some notes. Take a stab at the year, what region you think it is, what kind of cask it was aged in, and then
year, region, cask,
and then what flavor profile of ours is just an extra.
And Scott, how do you want to score for casks? I don't know if they have.
Good point. So I don't know which ones or how many of these may be double cask matured.
Okay.
Some of them may be only aged in one cask.
For the profile, are you looking for like the color that it would fall under?
Profile of the tasting. One of our we've got the 12 tasting. And I put my list up.
You're gonna throw that up on the screen. I don't think that I'll need it, but Chris might.
It's all good.
That's an extra. That's an extra point. So, we've got young and sprightly, sweet, fruity, mellow, spicy and sweet, spicy and dry,
right?
Juicy oak and vanilla. Light and delicate, oily and coastal, deep, rich and dried fruits, old and dignified, and then lightly peated, and heavily peated.
You guys remember all that?
Yeah.
So to clarify,
when he said it.
To clarify for everybody, competing, two guys competing, everybody watching. So scoring for the cask type, are you counting if someone's, let's say it's a bourbon cask of some sort?
Yeah.
Obviously, we reveal the specific type of cask and the fill. In that scenario, we just give a point for like bourbon cask?
Yeah, if they call that a bourbon ex-bourbon cask, we'll call that. Now I'd say like if Chris says ex-bourbon cask, but Sean says second fill ex-bourbon barrel, and he's right on, then I'd say Sean gets the point.
So go for it. So there's an incentive to go for it, but you'll still get a point.
If you nail it, you get the point, and the other. But if you both say bourbon, an ex-bourbon barrel, you're going to get the point. If it's a double matured whiskey and you call out we'd probably be looking more for the second. Well, you'll get a half a point. Some of them may be an ex-bourbon barrel, and some of them may be an Oloroso. If you say ex-bourbon and port, you'll get half a point because you got the bourbon right. If you call it bourbon and Oloroso, you'll get the full point.
I don't feel good about any of my answers. It is really, really good though.
Do you got Sean or Chris? Do you have your comments open to the YouTube stream?
I do.
I can you that out.
Because we will reveal to the participants what these.
Oh, do you want me to hide it?
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't have it open.
Yeah.
Here, I can hide it. There you go.
Close it and hide them out. All right.
It is gone.
So everybody make fun of Sean now. We'll make sure he's got it closed out. I'm going to put a link in here to a Google document that will list out.
Just trying to open these without being obnoxious with the bubble wrap.
Hold on. Here's a share button somewhere. Here we go. Copy link. And I'm putting it into the chat right now.
So how's the live stream doing going?
Real good. Real good.
Yeah.
We
having a good time?
Started at 1 o'clock my time, so we're over the 5 hour mark now.
Ooh.
But yeah, going good.
That is marathon, sir.
Yep. I threw the link into the comments. People that are watching, you can click on that and view. We're on sample number 1 or A.
Mm-hmm.
And probably, spend about 10 minutes on each one, 5 to 10 minutes on each one. We've got 5 to get through in an hour. If we go a little long, we'll be all right.
The one thing I would say about this one is that to me, it comes off really fruity, really nice, but also kind of what we would call almost like a breakfast malt character where it's the malts coming through, the orchard fruits coming through, lots of vanilla, a little bit of that lemon oil. To me, it doesn't show a ton of age. So I would probably guess, I don't know, I'm going to guess 11. I guess you could throw Speyside out there.
We're very close so far.
Okay.
Watch out, Chris. Sean is taking. I see him taking notes over there. 11.
How are we doing our answers? Am I just going to give them and Scott, you're writing them down?
Yeah, I'm just writing them down. Yeah, and then I'll track points as well.
Okay. I had 9-year Speyside. I said bourbon cask, and then profile said juicy oak and vanilla. Blind guess.
Ooh.
Okay, wait a second. 9-year Speyside.
Yep.
And juicy oak and vanilla.
And then I said bourbon cask.
Yep.
I agree. This is so light and fruity. This is something I could sit down on like a nice warm day and just crush.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, in Michigan, I think we're about out of warm days now. It was like 39 or something like that this morning. Nice and warm.
I'm just curious. This is not one of the part of the contest here. But what do you think of the strength? If you were to sort of guess ABV, because I'm just hearing your answers and kind of processing what you're tasting, not tasting these along with you. Are you factoring that sort of into the thought process? I'm just curious to think what you would guess on this one.
Well, I know everything's cast strength. 117 proof. That's my guess.
Oh,
I like it.
Sorry, I got to do the American conversion. 115 divided by 2. Okay. I haven't had enough.
Yeah, we have to do it by proof, not ABV.
Okay.
I'd probably guess about 110. 110. It feels like 111 right there.
See, it's like nice, and like I get that oak, the spiciness, like all the way down the tongue. And I think that's why I went a little higher.
No, I think you might be on because it is kind of warming now. Yeah, it's nice. It just hides the ABV really well, I believe. It's good. Very good.
The gathering bottle that we got, the Neil Patrick Harris one, Distill My Peating Heart. Dan drank it, and was like, oh man, that's like smooth. Like it just goes down. It was like, that's 61%. He was like, didn't even think it was even close to that. I was like, yeah, buddy, it's cast strength. It's like, okay.
All right. So I think we got everybody's guesses in on this one. We can reveal. This is in our light and delicate profile. You guys were close. Next one up in our blue is the juicy oak and vanilla.
Okay, I would have just said blue.
This is a 17-year-old that was aged in a second fill ex-bourbon barrel. So you both will get the points for ex-bourbon. But that's why that 17 years in that second fill ex-bourbon barrel really toned down the aging process, those oak tannins. And it is a Speyside as well. Distillery 44.148, an intricate finesse of this one. And this one is currently available on the website. And it's one of those that's really intriguing to me because we don't get a lot of light and delicates. But for a 17-year-old to be in that profile is odd. I would say is odd because, but it's got to be because of that second fill ex-bourbon barrel. There's just so little cask influence on this one.
Curveball out of the gate, eh?
Yeah, no kidding.
I'm wondering if you guys, thought maybe it was younger just based on the sort of flavor development or what you're tasting. And it is a bit of an enigma to have something that did spend 17 years in a second fill barrel, which is by no means a totally inactive cask. So, there's a lot of going on for that many years. And so wildly unpredictable outcome from nature here.
I was just going to say, it's really funny that I wrote like a downward. I was going to write 11 first. So I wrote just the back of the 9. I was like, I think it's younger, and just filled in a 9. So I was very close to writing 11 also.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And then Chris will get the point. He was closer on the age with 11. Sean, you guessed 9. So Chris gets the point on the age. He was closest.
Perfect.
So Chris comes out with 3 points. Sean comes out with 2 points on that one.
Excellent.
I'll create a
you want to track that? Good.
Yeah. So what's the score then? You said
Chris has 3, Sean has 2, and the ABV on that one was 53.3, so 107 proof.
Oh wow!
Chris was pretty close with that on his first. I think he said 110.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm getting smoked. All right. I'm gonna grab the water. I'll be right back.
Yeah, you bet. Water and probably palate cleansers if you wanted them, but. I guess Sean did go into that after drinking the yeah. Can we reveal the distillery on that last one, or should I chat?
Yeah, I think we should. Since
that first one was a Craig Ellicky.
Yeah,
which is kind of odd too because it's they use the worm tubs, and sometimes that kind of meaty sulfur note can come through on Craig Ellicky, and that one just didn't have it.
No, not at all.
Yeah, it's really an intriguing whiskey, I think.
All right.
I would have liked it once I got more points,
All right, go ahead and pour whiskey number 2 or whiskey B Bravo.
Great nose.
There's a wild color difference between all these samples you sent. I can tell you that. Ooh.
I would almost guess refill sherry on that cask. But it's got a really great, the nose almost reminds me of something like key lime pie because it's got this lime zest vanilla thing going.
Man, I get a lot of chocolate out of that. Like it's so rich, oily. Oh, yeah. That's like a chocolate covered strawberry. That is delightful.
That needs to go. That's not. That's first fills. I think that might be. I won't stick with refill, but that could be it's got so much fruit on it.
Here come the mind games.
Oh, so
what curveball are we getting this time,
Let me pour a little bit of this one to have a little bit.
Man, the nose on this is wild. There's like such a variance if you go from the bottom of the Glen all the way up to the top.
Honestly, this is better than any show on Netflix right now. I just love
Us just trying to win. Just what's in
but
here?
also just having the access to the answers this time as opposed to competing and just watching it go down.
Let me think. Got that nice.
Just for a little drama, curious for everybody in the chat, who do you think is going to pull this one off? It's close match here after the first round. Chris is up 3-2 on the reigning champion, Sean of the BJs.
Okay, I don't think my competition was the same level last year. We're dabblers, and Chris is a little bit more, like an actual professional in the scape of Scotch. So
you have a beautiful background. Well, I guess so does Chris.
Yeah, maybe.
Yours took more
it's a
work.
work in progress.
But just think, I'm all over the map, right? I'm into all these spirits, and my mind is just.
Yeah, it's almost like going to a big city and trying to figure out where to eat dinner versus going to a small city. You got 3 to 5 restaurant choices max. Your reference is as deep as it gets.
All right, here we go.
All right, I think I have all my answers locked.
Take it if you want. What do you think, Sean? How old is it?
Man, I want to change that answer though. All right, I'm gonna change that answer. All right. Yep. I can't wait to be wrong. So
who went first last time? I think.
I don't. I can go.
Okay.
Sean said he was ready. So
yeah, we'll flip it next time. How about that?
Right.
I'm gonna say 8-year. I'm gonna say Highland, and I don't think I'm right, but I'm gonna say port finished.
Ooh.
And red. That's my my color profile there.
If you're referring to the red one, that's called, I think, deep rich and dried fruits, which tends to be the ones with like the really heavy sherry and wine casks.
I like that one. That's what
what
I
you're
want.
picking? Okay.
Yeah, it's a good one. And I would probably stick with. I'm going to stick in Space Side, and I'm probably going to think on the distillery. It could be something like it's an off profile, but maybe I'm just going to throw out Glenfarclas.
But we're not guessing on the distillery.
I'm not guessing on the
Yeah,
distillery.
feel free to.
It's a power guess.
I'm guessing colors, and he's guessing actual distilleries.
I'm remembering that super nice. It's almost perfumey, but it's actually got a little bit of more of a masculine cologne essence to the fruit. So I'm almost thinking with that spice component, that's what it kind of reminds me of, some of the older ones. But age-wise, I'm going to guess. I'm going to go older. I'm going to go. I'll stick around. Why not 16? 16's good.
So 16-year-old Space Side from. And what did you say the cast was? Sorry, Chris.
Refill sherry.
Refill sherry.
Yeah, I feel like age is the hardest thing for me with Scotch.
Yeah.
I'm in the world of bourbon that, if you said a 16-year bourbon, you're like, whoa, what limited edition do you have? So like there was something just a little that I get off of younger bourbons. So I don't know if I'm way off on the wrong track of like just a little, it's like a slight straw like that I get out of youthy bourbons. So I don't know if that translates to Scotch in any way, shape, or form, but that's why I got the 8.
Well, this one, there are some sprightly elements to it. So I'm not sure if it's the youth or the ABV that gives it that. So it could be either way.
That's a curveball.
Yeah.
You want to guess on the flavor profile, Chris?
Oh, definitely rich and fruity, whatever that would be.
The same one, deep rich and dried fruits. So yeah.
All right.
Ooh, that was fun. Okay.
Are we gonna guess ABVs?
And we got right. All right.
I just added that for fun. That's not something to score on, but
All right.
But if you want to throw in a guess.
See, this seems a lot lower than the first one for me. But man.
I think it's hanging around that 110 mark again.
I was gonna say 111.
Yeah.
I feel like I just notched on prices right.
That's okay. That's
All right.
smart. Yeah.
We got the guesses in. This is an 8-year-old Highland.
Wow.
Old-fashioned Highland hospitality. It's from Distillery 78, which is 78.50 is our cask number. This is a Ben Nevis.
Oh my goodness.
That was double matured in a second fill ex Oloroso sherry cask. So Chris nailed that one on the head early on. I think the first sip you took, you said second fill Oloroso.
But see, that's a perfect example of a great Ben Nevis that is not on profile. Because typically you'd be seeking that funkiness, that musty weird, and this is not that. It's amazing.
Yep. And our proof on that one, or our ABV 59.2, which would be 118.4. So you're both
warm.
under a little bit. Yeah.
Man, and that had such a less like bite. It felt like the oiliness of that one just kind of washed it around, and I didn't get any proof bite at all.
So correct me if I'm wrong, Sean, you got both the age and the region correct. You did not get the cask right, nor the flavor profile, which actually is this yellow band, which is what we call spicy and dry. So for us, that whiskey you just tasted is not even really in the sort of the richest of flavors of casks, of like heavier sherry casks. But I do, Scott, maybe you chose this one because that's a tough one to pick because the sherry's there, they all taste it. Well, I mean, Chris, you picked that up at least, and Sean, maybe you call it a different type of wine, but you picked up the influence.
Yeah.
But it's just kind of on the, right there on this sort of a thin layer, I think maybe.
Yeah. I like the second fill Oloroso on this one, just the kind of that extra maturation, just adding a touch of that in there. And really, to me, this one, the 8-year-old, I think this one feels much older than 8. I'm with Chris on that one. Yeah. So I think Sean just got lucky on the.
Yes, year. I did. No shame in admitting that.
Great bottle.
All right.
So with that, we have a new score line. Chris, you've pulled 1 point for the cask. Sean, you've pulled 2 points, which means you two are now.
Tied up.
Actually, type something here and tied at 4-4.
There you go.
And I just want to read a couple of comments here. Lady K said, when I asked the question of who are you pulling for, Lady K said, I was going to root for Sean until he started with that 93. That was the Glen Scotia whiskey that he decided to warm up his palate with. Great move. Hasn't hurt you too much. And Taylor says, I would give a hand up to Chris. Matthew J. Ryan says, Chris. And John Bourne says, Sean is covering all bases, making excuses for a loss or making his victory seem all the greater.
Hey, that's how you got to play the game right there.
Yeah. Well, somehow Sean claimed a point in that one. We are tied, ladies and gentlemen, going into round 3. And this is going to be a good one.
Ooh.
Round 3 or samples. Did I label them numbers or letters?
Letters.
So yeah, C. As soon as I send them,
we like to complicate everything. We put codes for our whiskeys, and we put letter, numerical, and alphabetical codes for tastings.
At least on like sample B, I smelled it and was like, oh, I kind of get something familiar. On C, I'm like, I have no clue what I'm smelling or tasting.
Ex-bourbon.
Ooh, that's rich. So what did you get? Did you, Ben, did you and Scott play a game earlier? Is that what I heard?
A couple months ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
We did a live head-to-head. And it was a good matchup because on one hand, I've been doing it longer, but on the other hand, I've been out of the game, and for the last month, Sean's been on the front lines of every whiskey that comes through our shelves. And so, it was.
Did you or Scott win?
Ben won.
I won.
Okay.
I woke up that morning thinking, I got the stream tonight. I don't care who wins. We're all friends here. And then our colleague put up an Instagram poll of who do you want to win. And like 80%, and I'm the Instagrammer of the two of us, and like 80% of the audience chose Scott. So I went into that, eating crackers and drinking water.
You went real hard at it.
Smelling my own arm every 5 seconds, like they say to do.
Get the.
And I only managed to get 1/2 a point more than Scott.
Oh, so it was very close.
Yeah, it was on the I think on the last one too.
Hey, that's how legends are made, right there. Last sample, risk it all. I'm so confused by this one. This is gonna be the first one I pour more of.
You brought this one up earlier, Ben, but I didn't because I'd had it in this lineup. When we did our 12 flavor profiles, you'd pulled this one out.
I think I saw it. It looked like, was it this one?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And how are people hating on that Cask 93? That was a good bottle.
Oh yeah, no, that one was popular. That was good. That was a good hit.
Me and Dan, I think that's probably one of our favorite bottles we've gotten in outturns in recent past. Honestly,
I'm glad you like it. The Campbelltown style. It's the smallest region in Scotland. Just 3 distilleries at the moment. I think talks about 4th, but it was once the largest. It was once the largest, but it was the most decimated by the American Prohibition era. So there were many more distilleries at once, but it's I think the region that the enthusiasts, particularly that the UK enthusiasts, tend to really kind of nerd out about. And now I think American malt whiskey drinkers are just expanding and getting more and more familiar. And it's everyone's going crazy over Campbelltown whiskey anytime we release it now.
Yeah, we only have 2. We've got the peated one and then the non-peated one that's like a blue top on it. It's like the darker blue, I think.
Oily and coastal.
Yeah, that one, they're both phenomenal.
I just reposted the link as well to the shared Google document for the 5 whiskeys. For those that are watching, they can click on that link and see we're on the 3rd sample. As Chris and Sean talk about their...
Dude, this one has got me all sorts of crossed up.
So I would guess on the profile, sweet, fruity, and mellow. Isn't that a...
Ooh, starting strong with a profile guess.
See, I don't know. I got to look this. Is it on the website?
Yeah, maybe
flavor profile
on the link. Yeah, it's a tough thing to guess if you're. But
if you go to our whiskey page or the about our whiskey, and then scroll down a little bit is the 12 flavor profiles.
Perfect. That's what I need in front of me.
Region.
So that's what we need right there. I am 21. All right, cool. Oh. Now I'm just smelling it, deciding which one it is.
I'm going to go with Highland.
Chris, you feeling confident about this one? You're kind of...
No.
Oh, you're just going for it? Oh, the conviction in your voice.
I just go with what I kind of feel, but you never know. They're just great casks.
All right, mine are locked. I'm good.
All right,
Chris, Chris, you got how are you ready? You should go first this time.
If you don't have age, I can say what you have said, and then we can come around to it. Either way.
Okay. So I think I started with ex-bourbon, and then I went region. I threw out Highland. Age, I'm going to guess 15. ABV.
ABV isn't
that's the fun one.
That's just a fun
one. We just like to do it, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Having fun. 109.
50. Okay. So you said You said sweet, fruity, and mellow, I think, to start. Highland.
15-year ex-bourbon.
15-year ex-bourbon.
Well, I also thought it was 15 years, but I thought it was a Speyside. I thought it was ex-bourbon. And I went with spicy and sweet.
Oh, this is gonna be good.
We're close.
Yeah, it was. I laughed when he said 15 years. It's like that's exactly what I have wrote as well.
And Scott, what's the rule if he were to say like 16? Is it's closest to?
Yeah, it would be whoever was closest to. They're both equal. It's an 18-year, so you both. I'd give them either you give them the point or you don't. It's
it's a wash.
So I'd give it's a wash. So I'd give them the point for that.
Yeah,
this is a lowland, which is Chris will know pretty quickly what distillery it probably is. Telling him it's a lowland.
It's not even. Yeah, but it's not even that grassy. That's amazing.
I'll give you a hint. It's not double distilled, which is
this distillery is known for triple distillation. It's an 18-year-old lowland. We are in a first fill ex-bourbon barrel, which Chris nailed right off. I mean, as soon as he took a sip, he goes, "That's ex-bourbon."
Yep.
So you both get that point. And Sean, you said the same, and it is sweet, fruity, and mellow profile.
Oh, all right.
Chris nailed that one.
Nailed it. He knew that one.
Our proof on this one would be 112.2.
It's at 117.
Chris was just under at 109. 3 points to Chris and 2 points to Sean.
See, now I'm getting crushed.
Just a little deception there. An 18-year-old, but it's that lowland that brings it off. So it appears a little bit younger. That sweet, fruity, and mellow profile though was a great hit on that one, and it is. I think this is a great example of our sweet, fruity, and mellow profile. And that's Auchentoshan for those that are. Yep.
You said three for Chris and 1 for Sean.
Two for Sean, 3 for Chris, 2 for Sean.
Ooh, okay.
They both got the year and both get a point for the year and the ex-bourbon.
All right.
And then Chris had sweet, fruity, and mellow. Mm-hmm. So sample number 4.
Well, that's a turn. All right.
And we're doing pretty good on our time. We're going to finish just about right.
All right.
Maybe a little early.
Whoa. Okay, that is drastically different than the other 3 samples. I can tell you that much.
Oof. Like Benriach would be a guess.
Raisins and muskmelon and all sorts of weird things in that one.
Muskmelon?
Yep.
What's a muskmelon?
Mm-hmm. You know you like it. All right. So I already have my flavor profile picked out. Don't worry.
It's definitely a wine cask, and it's thinking it's almost sweet, like Moscato.
Ooh.
Ooh, heavy dark fruit.
All right.
Let's look at the style list here.
See, this almost feels very like see, now I feel like I'm playing with Dan. Like I want to say things, but I don't want to give away my answer. But
well, you are behind, Sean.
I know, and I can't do that, especially when he's just calling out like distilleries and stuff like that.
But Chris, he also can't trust anything that you say. I mean,
that's true.
Hey,
true, yeah. You know what? Reverse psychology. I like where you're at with that.
Yeah.
This feels like a classic finished bourbon, or not bourbon, Scotch to me. Mm-hmm. Like he had already called out a finished cask. So I think we're going down the same. But there's a very casky note that I get on a lot of bourbons that smells like buttered popcorn, and it always, for me, translate to a like a cask note finish.
Yeah, I would be surprised if that's just Oloroso, but age-wise, I think it's up there. I'm gonna guess 19. Yeah.
Oh, he's swinging for the fencer that year.
But I got fooled earlier by the Ben Nevis like that. So
Oh, I'm very torn. I'm doing the same balancing game that you are. Is it like a really heavy cask? Is it an old one, or is it just like it could just be really heavily finished and still just
younger. Yeah.
This is hard. This is very hard.
But we love the research, right?
Yeah, someone has to do this.
Chris, would you say you're a fan of Ben Nevis?
Oh yes, big fan.
Yeah. Some people are, and some people aren't. I think it's kind of a love-hate relationship with them. But they're one that I love as well. The character of their whiskey is.
And I think that ties to my love of rum. Like when you start looking at those high ester rums, and you get into that weird spot, and I love being there.
Yeah.
So I feel the same way in the Scotch world. I kind of like them when they go super odd.
Yeah. For sure, with Ben Nevis.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. This one's really nice. On this style, I would say deep, rich, dried fruits.
That's what I have. I also wrote the deep and rich. That's all I have. I do believe it is deep, rich, and dried fruits. Yes. Am I supposed to go first on this one?
If you want, Chris did go first last time. It's up to you.
Yeah, I've got my answers wrote down, so I just don't want to be accused of cheating here because Dan would already be throwing that out there. I said 16 years.
Nice. Good.
I thought it was a Campbelltown, and I said a Madeira finish.
Ooh. 16-year Campbelltown Madeira finish. And you said the deep, rich, and dried fruits.
Yep, and I'm making it all up. So good luck, Chris.
I'm gonna stick with Speyside. There's some elements that remind me of the Benriach type stuff, but I would say age-wise, 19, I'm probably overshooting it. I think younger is probably better, but since I went with my first word, I'll just stick with it. And yeah, so that's it, right? The regions, I got everything.
And cask type.
Cask type?
Oh, cask type. It was definitely a wine cask. I'm going to go with.
You got to think curveballs here. What are they curving us with?
Some wine cask. It's the sweet wine cask. That's what I'm going to go with. Not Oloroso. I don't know. It could be like those muscatels, or it could be something like that. Just.
And what did you say, Sean, for cask type?
I said Madeira, but I know I'm wrong. I know what I should have said.
Okay.
I haven't revealed anything yet. Do you want to change it?
I still think I'm wrong.
Do you want to change it? Do you want to stick with Madeira, or you want to change it?
Sticking with it. It's already wrote down. I wrote it down in the book. There's no hedging.
What do you?
It's a first fill.
Huh?
First fill.
Mm-hmm.
First fill wine is what you're saying. What would you want to change it to, just in case, Sean?
PX sherry.
PX. That won't count, but just in case.
Yeah, that's fair. Because there's such a richness to the sweetness that's on it that I think it's a PX.
Could be.
Just didn't get there.
And Chris, you want to go with Muscatel? You mentioned Muscatel, but just to pick one.
Yeah, sure.
There's collusion if that's right, because I don't even know what that is.
But you both agree that, or you both seem to have been on the same page that you think it's a finish, right? So presumably, what are you suggesting it spent most of its time in? Like American oak? I mean, that's when you say finish, mostly that's.
No, I mean I would feel like it spent at least.
That felt. I honestly thought that was heavily finished, just because of how like thick it was. There's such a depth to the fruit sweetness on it that I honestly thought it was like a long finish on something.
Right. Exactly.
I've been wrong before though.
It's going to be a wash there. So.
No, I know. I was just giving a chance because I think it's like a half point each.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is sweet, fruity, and mellow again. Good. This is borderline, possibly deep, rich, and dried fruits.
Mhm.
It was Sauternes finish. You were both close. You knew it was something different.
Mhm.
Yeah, Sauterne. Now Chris is like, oh yeah, that was Sauterne. So this is cask 36.185, a sweet harvest. It's an 18-year-old Speyside. Chris, you called it 19, but thought you was overshooting it. And you called Speyside, so you got both of those. You were closer. Sean was at 16 years, but he's 2 years younger. You was 1 year over, so you've got that point. And sweet, fruity, mellow was our profile on this one.
Nice.
It is 55.2%, so 110.4. Oh, we didn't even ask on the ABV.
Well, I didn't write it either.
2 points for Chris on that one, 0 for Sean.
Getting hurt right now.
What was the code on that bottle?
This is a Ben Rennis, 36.185. Yeah, I mean, he was kind of close with that. Yeah, what you said Ben Rioch, I think.
Yeah.
I mean, as a Ben, I can say that's worthy of a half point.
So that's really solid.
But the Ben Rennis spirit, all the casks we see is very unique, and I haven't tried this one, beneath like a thick Sauterne cask finish, but it's generally kind of light and airy, and so I bet the duality of this liquid is probably pretty remarkable.
And it was a first fill Sauterne as well. Let me look up real quick and see. I'll bet you it was 15 ex-bourbon and 3 years in the Sauternes, but let me look real quick.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, it does. That Sauternes barrel did have a big influence on this one. There's a lot in there on the palate from it. It's 14 years ex-bourbon and then 4 years in the Sauterne. So yeah, that's a pretty good maturation. Yeah,
that is a lengthy finish. That's got to be tough to. But I think you both called it. So yeah. Well, here we are. A familiar place for Sean, and maybe maybe not familiar, but an expected place for Chris at this moment. I just want to remind everybody that it was this time 1 year ago in this round when Sean was in fact way behind. And I think everybody in chat is waiting to see, will he pull it off again? First of all, Chris, how are you feeling with the lead? You got a 3 healthy lead considering.
I'm rooting for Sean.
That makes someone.
Sean, how are you feeling? About a potential upset.
Chris has pretty much beaten me in every round. So not great.
Okay,
we'll try.
So just for the math, essentially you need a perfect score from this last round to claim. You need to claim 4 points, and Chris needs to claim 0 points.
Okay.
For you to actually win to tie. You need to get all 4 and Chris gets just 1, or something in between. And Scott, what happens if they tie? If Sean can pull off the
we'll call. That's when we'll go to our ABV points and see who was the closest to break the tie.
Okay.
Nice.
I thought about I sent 5 samples, and I thought about sending 6 just in case for the tiebreaker, but
I was going to say that if it's a tie, both competitors have to guess how many bottles are in Chris's room there. And I was thinking assuming Chris maybe stopped counting years ago, and I think maybe the playing field would be pretty level. It's just a guessing game.
It would still take an hour.
I keep a spreadsheet.
Oh, okay.
Chris, I'm curious, of which spirit do you have the most bottles, would you say?
Probably single malt. Single malt and bourbon are pretty close. Yeah. Going off the nose, I would say immediately it's Isla, and it's probably Colila.
I need you to guess on different.
None. And it's, I would guess, youthful, like 10-year-old would be my guess.
I need you to guess something different again.
I'm gonna do it by the nose. How about that?
Well, now I have to hedge a bunch of bets off of what you said. Because you just said 10 and I already wrote down 11.
Yeah, that's good. I'll guess 115 on the proof.
I said 119.
Okay.
We're doing good. We're doing good on time, so take your time.
Okay. All right.
I mean,
after this, we're
Sean,
just
take your
closing out.
time on this one.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to help me any, Scott. And then
Oh,
I
and
just
then we
said,
got to pick the style.
what because there's lightly peated and peated and heavy peated. Is that 3?
Lightly peated, heavily peated. Yeah, or the 3 peated categories.
Peated would be mine.
It was mine too, but I need him to not get that right. So it means I got to guess everything different than him.
Well, you can, Sean, get all 4 right, and if he gets just 1 right, you would tie.
Oh, perfect.
So think about don't play.
Because I also said peated.
No, I'm just saying, Nick. That's the spread. You can win by getting all 4 right, and he gets 1. But you could
Yeah, but if he gets
another
1
day.
right, we tie, and then we flip a coin. But I don't think I'm gonna be right.
Of course, this could be one of those killer curveballs, right?
Curveball? What do you mean curveball?
Yeah.
Oh,
See,
it
that's
could be one of those
the problem is they have
heavily
access to so many
peated, but
of those.
not from Isla,
Mhm.
Ardmore-ish type situations.
Oh,
No,
they're in their heads now. There we go.
But I'm gonna hold right where I was. I'm gonna taste it. All right, here we go.
It's killer. This is by far my favorite sample.
Ooh.
Man.
Doing good. Everybody that's hanging in there. Did post a link. There's a Google spreadsheet to the whiskeys that they're sampling. We're on number 5. Number 5.
Oh, Bart loves this one.
Bart loves this one too. He says he's sitting in the
Tastes-
background. He's been reaching in here and sneaking all these whiskeys as you guys are tasting them too.
It
He
tastes
grabbed my leg
old.
one time. He thought he was grabbing the bottle, but he grabbed my leg. Kind of scared me.
Sean, what do you think on age on that one? That one's
So you went with younger, right? You said 8, 9. I went with
No,
12.
yeah.
I think it's a little bit older, but I've been
Exactly.
wrong a lot on that. So I'm probably going to take the L. I went Isla as well. I said bourbon, cast finish.
Yes.
And went with heavily peated.
Because I was going to say when I tasted it, then it noses different than it actually comes across on the flavor profile. To me, when I nosed it, I immediately thought young, but then when you taste it, it's got that sweet, really almost refined character. So it reminds me of older.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna hang where I'm at right there. So.
It's got that like good mesquite quality about it. It dances around. It's bright. I like this one a lot.
Yeah. So.
You were saying ex-bourbon as well, Chris, on the cask type?
Yes.
And what, lightly peated, or heavily peated? For
I was
flavor?
at peated.
Do you want to real quick, Scott, just recap their full answers each, so we can?
Yeah, on this one, you bet. If we're ready, if that was everybody, nobody's changing. We're locked in.
Yeah, we're good.
Except my loss.
Let's see, Chris. Score going into this round. Chris is up by 3. Score of 9-6 over Sean.
2 points will win it for Chris, right? I mean, mathematically. Sorry, I'm just
It's third
It's
and
weak.
9 at the half court line in the 7th.
It is bleak for me. I get that.
All right. John said this is a 12-year-old Isla, ex-bourbon barreled, heavily peated. How about an ABV, Sean?
I wrote 119.
In case of a tiebreaker, which is low chances.
Yeah. Well, we have two of the same answers, so I don't think it's happening.
Chris says it's a 10-year-old Isla, ex-bourbon barrel in our peated category. I think he's called 115 for proof. All right. This is a 14-year-old. Chris's intuition was right.
Mm-hmm.
He said it nosed younger, but he felt on the palate it was older. It's a 14-year-old.
Nice.
Highland.
It is. I knew it was curveball.
I wrote Highland and then crossed it out. Right there.
14-year-old Highland. Our cast type is a refill ex-bourbon hogshead, so you both get that point. Sean, you get the point for the years because you said 12, where Chris said 10. Neither got the region, and that is in our peated flavor profile.
Yeah.
So what about the age? Did anybody get the point for the age?
Sean gets it. Yeah. Sean got the age and ex-bourbon, so he got 2. Chris got ex-bourbon and peated, so he got 2. And our ABV on this one is 57.1, which would be 114.2. Chris was just over at 115. So if there was a tiebreaker,
he got it.
Chris got that one.
Oh, yeah. I literally had Highland wrote, and then I talked myself into Isla. I was like, it's got to be an Isla. Like,
and then once I tasted it.
This is Lecheg. Chris, this is Lecheg and Sean. Yeah.
Really, really tough Highland pick, given that it's an island up the West Coast, just a long stone's throw. Well, a long stone's throw. But, yeah, coastal Atlantic peat, not too dissimilar from Isla. So
it's fantastic.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
This one was a good one. We've had a couple from peated ones from Lecheg, from Distillery 42, and they've all been excellent. And I kind of really thought this one would come across as an Isla, which is why I threw it in there. And I kind of thought the 14 years.
You dirty dog.
Yeah, I did. Yeah.
When I first had it, it didn't have like quite as much brininess as I expected out of an Isla. So it was like, all right, I think it's a Highland. And then I slowly but surely talked myself into writing Isla because I was like, it's gotta be like it's there. It's got that umami flavor. There's that richness. It's like it has some brininess. It's got to be an Isla.
Mm-hmm.
You're thinking, Scott hasn't given us an Isla yet. It's got to be an Isla.
No Isla.
Well, good game, Chris. We
have a new winner.
Tar out of me.
We have a new winner. Chris, congratulations. Scott, well played. Or Sean, well played. Scott, well organized.
Yeah.
Chris, now as the winner, you now have to organize the next series. And
that wasn't the deal. That wasn't the deal.
It's been a busy year for me. You didn't know.
No. I think we might have to at some point get you both back and do a big whiskey tube, Final Four or whatever, Sweet 16.
Do something, you bet.
Contest of some sort. But well done, you guys. I mean, I think for I'd say not a ton of SMWS experience, like just spirits experience that really kind of prevailed. I think it was still Sean. You still, although you lost, you still got a good number of.
I tried.
Right. Yep. And I would go back to the fluorescent lighting because that
that's the secret sauce right there.
That's the secret sauce. Yeah.
Kim points out she's ordered multiple SMWS bottlings of this distillery with this profile and barreling in the hopes of recapturing this magic. Yeah, because this one was probably February or March. I think we released. It was earlier this year, and it was really just a great bottling from Lecheg.
Yeah,
I don't know if I said it. The Right Stuff was the name of this one, and it was good. The good Right Stuff.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Someone had asked. Well, they know that E was my favorite one. Chris, what was your favorite sample?
Ooh, my favorite. It might be D, if I remember. D.
The Sauterne finish.
Yeah, I kind of really liked that one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I do like how you nailed though as soon as you tasted the I think it was the second one, the spicy and dried with that second or the refill Oloroso sherry. But as soon as you tasted it, you said, "Oh, that's refill sherry."
Yeah.
I was like, "Wow, that's pretty damn good."
Thank you.
No, Chris, thank you much for joining us. Everybody watching, he's known as the Liquor Hound on YouTube.
Yep.
Working with Iron Root Distillery. It's on the label for the Saints Alley or the Saints Herald. Saints Alley.
Saints Alley. Saints Alley.
Herald is one of the bottlings, which is the Armagnac. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, doing a great job there. Are you working with anybody else, or can you disclose that?
No. This is my home. That's where I'm really working, and yeah, we're just trying to put out the best products we possibly can because, like I tell everybody, I come from the consumer background. As you can see, this is not, sent to me or anything. I've spent 25 years building this, and and I just kind of fell in love with the family and with the distillery, and now we're just making whiskey together.
Good. Yeah, and doing a great job. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, and that is the blending. It's on the label. You've got the Iron Root Republic labels.
Yep.
And on the side, they created Saints Alley. Working with Chris, they're blending with MGP juice.
Yep.
They're adding some of their own Iron Root juice to it and finishing it in different barrels and just doing a good job. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yep. And then Sean, of course, Bourbon Junkies. Everybody knows.
Oh, that wrong way.
I'm glad last week you and Dan both were a little iffy.
Yeah.
Nervous.
A little bit of the COVID. We kind of lost sense of smell. And the only thing that both of us lost was whiskey. I didn't even realize anything was wrong until we started shooting. So thankfully, everything's coming back for both of us. We're good and on healthy. That's what I blame it on. I can't smell scotch. That's my issue.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Well, thanks for coming in, guys. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
And have a good
Thank you
night.
guys so much for having us.
Thanks,
You
guys.
bet.
Yep.
Thank you.
Appreciate you guys.
Good night.
Have a good night.
Thank you.
Well, that was good. Well.
It's time for the closing hour.
Holy cow.
Jenna, how are you feeling? Take a nap? Did you drink some water?
No nap, unfortunately. But I'm ready to close it out.
Well, quick roll call. First of all, everybody, thanks for sticking around. I've seen some people here from the very beginning. Just want to call that out. It's officially Friday night. I mean, it's been a Friday night, I think, for a while now. But so I can ask this while feeling responsibly. What's in the glass? I've poured one that I'm about to reveal. As I'm asking that question, I'm thinking maybe I shouldn't say it, but what are you guys pouring right now? Maybe we start there.
I did not take. I went through most of the other samples. I did not do the Lacheg at the end, the 42, right? 75, the right stuff. I'm going to pour that one.
More peated.
That's a good one to close
Is
out.
Bart still? Is he still there?
Ignore that's my meth head neighbor.
Wow. So Bart.
Yes.
I mean, Bart, why don't you just come hang here? You don't have to sit on the other side.
You want to come in? Grab your chair.
Well, he banned me. Look at this. I'm on a knee and I'm on the same. I'm still taller than you and I'm on my knees.
Yeah.
That probably says something. I'm sorry. I should leave.
We're just here to talk about some whiskey. I think that we're in the closing hour of.
Oh, that was not me. That was just water.
I guess I should.
Sure.
That was my 42.
I guess I can now actually sit and have a proper dram.
Yeah, here we are. Everybody, grab a dram. Well, or a few. I got a couple here. I'm doing dueling drams.
I'm not going to say what this is.
What's your part of yours? Okay.
Yeah.
Great show. I think all the shows really went off pretty well. We're over hour 6 now for this. So, but I think we had a good lineup. We had some good conversations, just some good subjects, and it was fun.
I have to let the dog out.
Yeah, now we just need cousin Shane to, gather around the fire, and we'll end this marathon as they all do.
Yeah.
Well, that last segment was great. I mean, you guys were awesome. I was literally sitting off camera And Scott handed me a sheet so I could follow along. And I did keep sneaking in and kind of like stealing bottles. If anybody goes back and rewatches, you'll see see a
couple
thief.
handoffs.
Yeah, a couple handoffs. Because I was like, wow, both those guys are describing a delicious flavor profile. And I would come in and just kind of pull something off camera.
Somebody picked up on it because they were like, how many? Because I kept picking them up too high. And the people watching would see the color coding.
Oh.
And somebody commented and said, they asked if I was trying to give away the profiles.
No.
I'm like, nope, it's
Bart.
accidental.
Yeah, I've got a co-host from another show trying to snatch up different flavors. As I would literally hear them describing, and I was like, oh, I've got to try that one. So
George Kaplan says since Bart's here now, he's picking 84.34. Good cop, bad cop.
That's a good one.
Yep.
A lot of strong vanillas. That one even sticks in my mind because what was the other one we had, which was even better than Good Cop, Bad Cop? The Sauternes. Wasn't that a Sauternes one?
No, it was just, I think it was second.
Spicy and dry, right? Was that a spicy and dry?
Spicy and dry.
Yeah. Because he had said, hey, we've got to hold these SMWS till our last filming. And while we were getting ready, my captain called me and I'm talking to him. We're dealing with some kind of issue. And Scott hands me a Glencairn and I sip it and it completely pulled me out of whatever I was doing. And I think I had some kind of, like, oh my God.
We are live, by the way.
I know, but this is a good story. Well,
have
yes,
anything?
you handed it to me. The captain was like, what are you doing? I'm like, Scott handed me something called Scotch Malt Whiskey Society, Good Cop, Bad Cop, and it's unbelievable. And on the spot, he goes, you got to get me a sample. And I did hold true to that. That is, he's now a chief, actually, and he has a sample of Good Cop, Bad Cop, SMWS. Very strong vanillas. Love it.
By the way, Bart ordered a bottle of this after he tasted mine.
And what did I not do?
It's still sitting on the shelf unopened. But he drinks mine every time he comes over here. It's almost gone.
Yeah, I'm always
He's
like,
the bad cop.
get a little hit of that Good Cop, Bad Cop. Over here.
This was what turned me on to spicy and dry. And I bought this one. This is one I bought purely based on name.
Right.
Good Cop, Bad Cop. I had to buy it.
Yeah.
I had never had this distillery before. It's 84.34 and was blown away by it. It's a refill ex-bourbon hogshead, and it was just phenomenal. Excellent whiskey. See, you want some?
Mine isn't open. I can't remember.
Next time I'm over, it's getting open.
No, come on.
So we're going to talk about some tops, I guess. Right
Yeah.
now, that's your that's the segment we're doing. And I told you, I was texting you, Scott, if you want to do of this calendar year,
Right.
I don't have 5, but if you want to do from the gathering to the gathering, I have.
Oh, I'd say that'd be fine.
6.
Yeah.
Well, I'll do 5, but I'm just saying that I think some of these were released like in Q4 of last year.
You have, and I don't think you've gotten as many, bottles as Jenna and I.
Yeah,
have.
right.
I've got Zach's top 5 as well. He couldn't join us, but I do have his top 5. His are in no particular order, but at least we do have them. So I will go through those with you as well. And I'll start off. I'm going to start with my number 5 for the year.
Oh, we're like ranking them like 5, 4, 3.
Yeah.
Oh,
Go 5, 4.
Yeah.
That's what he does.
Tabonco time. Blended batch.
Oh.
It was phenomenal. Loved it. And I can't even show you the bottle. I took it to Austin with me. I had it out on the table, that and Full Bloom, and people devoured those two. They loved them. Those were both great examples. But Tabonco time, and if I could, I'd say both of them, Tabonco time and Full Bloom.
I just kept hearing you say the word Tabonco.
The Full Bloom was really good. I almost included that just because I really enjoyed it. Was just good. It's just a good whiskey.
Oh, it was. Yeah, it was delicious.
Yeah.
But Tabonco time was, I should have looked it up so I don't have the bottle. It was 11-year blended, Speyside, and just sherry finished, and it was just gorgeous. It was a delicious whiskey, great blend. I think SMWS UK did a great job of putting that one together, and it's all gone now, unfortunately.
Okay, I think I have mine ranked. What's your number 5, Ben?
I think this was released in the calendar year, maybe end of last year, so post gathering. But one that stood out to me as a top is 41.42 jam packed with darkness. 13-year-old space cider, double matured in Oloroso and then first fill PX. But what I liked about it was that it was equally earthy as it is sort of fruity and cherry. So it's like a very, very rustic whiskey, 57.5%. I think it's at 13 years. This is great. This is great. Really musky. Yeah. Musky's a fish. Really musty, earthy, just like deep worn leather. And again, I think for a 13-year-old whiskey, there was just like so much going on. So I think great value.
Yeah.
For the experience.
Nice.
Okay.
My turn, I guess. All right. Well, my number 5 is actually what I just poured in my glass. I know you're going to be surprised. 135.35 Stellar Stuff. This was a 12-year in ex-bourbon hogshead, and then went into a new oak heavy charred hogshead. And this is actually the second bottle. Jarrell and I crushed the first one. We both just loved this whiskey so much. And I don't know, Juicy Oak ex-bourbon has just been my jam lately. So definitely at the top.
Kim says she's definitely going to have to open up her Stellar Stuff at ASAP.
Oh, I think I have one too. That was really good.
It
I
is
think
good.
Yeah. I think we did that on a live stream.
Yeah, really, really liked this whiskey a lot.
Yeah.
John Bourne says that Doro Cruz was great as well for the blended batches. That was a small batch release as well. That was one of the single malts, like Full Bloom was. But yeah, those were all 3 great releases this year. Zach doesn't have a particular order and no reason here, but 16.58 Hair Tingling Revelation. Hair tingling. That was his. I'll put that as his number 5.
That was a 16?
16.58 he has.
Tingle.
I don't even remember that. I'm going to be completely honest.
Let me look it up here. Let's look up 16.58.
Sometimes Zach gets bottles from other places. So maybe that was one of those.
It was a Highland. It was 1 bottle per member, a 20-year-old. It was the distillery. It was a distillery dive.
Oh.
20-year-old Durham.
There she goes.
Who calls it Durham?
Oh, it was 18 years.
Exactly, Bart. Exactly.
18 years in a port pipe, and then it was divided into.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Wow. I didn't ever get or see that one.
Wait, what is it? What is the number?
16.58. That would have been, that's before me, before.
Oh, that was pre-Durham.
November, December of last year, probably.
Yeah,
No, it was January of this year. I just looked it up.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I remember that this year.
Interesting.
Okay.
And the
Cool
number.
fact. That sounds amazing.
Yeah, that does sound.
Maybe that's his number 1, but I don't know. He didn't distinguish, so we'll put it as his number 5.
All right.
Numero 5.
All right, my number 4 is available right now. 2 middle fingers of scotch.
Ooh, wow.
Wow.
You know, this one, I love this one, and it's almost gone. Of course, it took a hit down in Austin. So we had that one. Tom had me take those down there as well, but
I haven't had this one.
That's the one, according to anybody that's been tuning in, named by Neil Patrick Harris. It's one of our global gatherings. 63.82, 66.3% ABV, exclusively Oloroso sherry, matured, delicious.
It's even better when swigging, glugging, or knocking back.
Yes.
Yeah. Just intoxicating, flavor profile. Really, really fruity, estery spirit, like beneath a really active Oloroso sherry cask. Amazing.
Wow. That one's hanging in there.
Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. Yeah.
Quiet.
Sage. No. Yes. No. Yes. Sage Summer just said, I just ordered 2 middle fingers.
Oh, it's a good move.
And Ben, I was asking, how cool was it to have Neil Patrick Harris involved? I know you worked with him pretty closely on this project and on your trip to Scotland. So,
well, we were here on YouTube last year. We did this week, the gathering, when I mean, he's a friend, and obviously we've been trying to get him into whiskey for a few years, and we went to Scotland this year. And obviously, I think it's in this caption below. You can actually currently win a trip to Scotland that he and I have organized, and I think we have about 30,000 entrants so far. So the odds are not that great that you'll win, but it's obviously free to enter, and that's linked below in the description of this video. But yeah, it was fun. You named obviously a few when we were in Scotland this year. You did some cast picks. We were with Charlie McLean and kind of went through a really good selection. And I'll just give you a spoiler alert. Every option was peated. So we pulled a bunch of samples because we went to Islay the next day, and then we went up to Ardent American. But we kind of had this peat thing going on. And so we chose from, I think there were 6 different to 8 different samples of different peated whiskeys from all over Scotland, and picked 3 of them to come over as US exclusive cast probably next year. But yeah, great guy, great member, big whiskey lover, and 2 middles of finger of Scotch. I thought that was kind of the name he had, I think, picked out originally before changing it was My Boss Yelled at Me. It's like an awkward, I don't know, like my boss doesn't ever really yell at me. He might get upset with me, but yeah, 2 middle fingers of Scotch, 66 or something or whatever, ABV, crazy.
66.3.
Scott yelled at me once.
I looked at you funny once.
Yeah, well, there was like a shout in his eyes.
Yeah.
And it said, "Get the F out."
Number 4.
Ben?
Well, my 4th top whiskey of the year was one actually I tasted earlier. It's 59.65 Red Oak. Another 13-year-old, another double maturation, this time in an ex-bourbon hogshead, and then a first fill ex-red wine barrique. I think there's something for me in these sort of like young teens. I find that the biggest surprises kind of fall on that. Yep. And
it's going to be really interesting to see how our list compare, Ben. Because there's this.
Because I'm acting like a creepy old man with the teens, or
no. Because Ben and I,
we said I can do whatever I want.
We like to order the same things a lot.
Oh my God, you're talking about this last week.
But we've always kind of been on like the same palette.
So Jenna and I are 9 days apart in age. She was born 9 days after me. We flew to New York. We were scheduled to arrive at different times, yet due to early arrivals or delays, we landed at the exact same time. We got on Ubers. We arrived at the hotel at the exact same time. We sat down at a bar right away. We chose the exact same cocktail. And then what else happened from there?
We did lunch. Totally
the next day we ordered lunch, and we were on Slack ordering it, and we typed the exact same selection from the same Vietnamese restaurant at the exact same time. And are you telling me you have this Red Oak as your next whiskey?
No, I don't have that one, but I'm saying like on age and I don't know. I'm just really curious to see like how similar our lists are. And I have to say that's why throughout the course of our whiskey journey, I've learned so much from you because I think our palates are kind of similar in ways. So I always kind of trusted you when you talked about whiskey. This is a great whiskey, and I would taste it and I'd be like, oh, holy shit, he's right. It is. And that just continuously happened. So it'll just be really interesting to see how similar-ish the list are.
I was going to pull shenanigans if Jenna pulled out the same whiskeys as Ben.
I have to say, going through this, I just kind of went through the shelf and picked the five, before to this. And I usually for years, I've always, when I reach for a whiskey, it's either a young whiskey or an old whiskey. For some reason, I never really reached for these sort of early young teens, mid-teens. I don't know why. I just found I want one or the other. And to see that I just picked these two, not thinking about the specs.
Yeah.
I just think there's lot of subverted expectations in a whiskey like this. I think so. A lot of these whiskeys sometimes like they're just as complex as a 25-year-old, and I maybe I get excited by that. So here we are.
Here we are.
And you like the same shelving.
Yes.
It threw me off. I was like, what's going on?
Well, I know I do remember turning on Zoom once and Jenna joined, and I was like, oh, okay. And then like a month later, Zach, I did a Zoom call with Zach, and he has the exact same one as Jenna. So it's kind of like it's become a theme, and Scott's just waiting to reevaluate his life, because at this point, Scott, you might as well just do it.
It looked great. Your guys' backgrounds are awesome.
Yeah. So
Jenna's number 4.
Well, my number 4.
It's the same one.
No, it's not the same one. But it is from the same distillery as my 5th one. So this is cask 135.24. Intrigued, you should be. A 12-year in an ex-bourbon hogshead, and then in a first fill ex-red wine barrique.
Love
that.
57%.
What's the number? The cask number?
135.24.
Oh. Intrigued? You should be.
Yep.
You should be.
You should be.
You will be.
Yeah.
You will be. What's that from?
Star Wars, baby.
Yeah, Empire Strikes Back. You will be.
You will be.
You will be.
Yeah.
I'm not afraid to face him.
You Emperor.
Obviously, I'm a massive fan of this particular distillery, but I just thought these 2 whiskeys were so fantastic, and both 12 years old. And I mean, I have very, very little. I have like maybe a pour left in this that I'm just like hanging on to because I don't want it to go.
Do it.
No.
Do it.
No.
Do it.
Move to the dark side.
All right.
Zach's number 4 was 130.5, harmonious as a barbershop quartet. Wow. Let's look that up to see.
Okay, first off, Zach can kick rocks.
Yeah, Zach's not even here.
Kick rocks.
Let's read all of his off. Yeah.
I know he had an opportunity to taste that whiskey at a tasting with some of our incredible members out in California. A really amazing group out there.
And the Jedi don't. Sorry.
I know they share. I remember him like telling me that they shared that with him. And it's so awesome that, members share with us, and we work for the company. It's really great. But that was another one that none of us got to taste.
You want me to read off the rest of Zach's so we don't know?
So 130.5 was Dirtiff again, which I like. Hitting a stride here. 9-year-old, it was a first fill Imperial Stout barrel.
Joining the dark side.
After 3 years in a first fill bourbon wood is transferred to an Imperial Stout cask. So it was a 1 bottle per member, 42 bottles in the U.S., 58.8% ABV.
Wow. 42 bottles in the U.S.
That's the Japanese whiskey. That's right. I saw the price on that one. I was like, what?
It's up there. I like it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Ooh. So you want to just go through the rest of his?
Yes. Yeah. Get it. Yeah.
Okay. 68.66 Insanity Dram. Good call on that one. That was another Dirtiff.
Crazy.
Yep. Another Dirtiff.
Crazy.
53.389. Good Night and Joy.
Wow. It's like
That was good.
And he had Red Oak 59.65.
Wow.
Nice.
Like a tree in Washington.
I actually considered that one as well myself. I took a kind of a similar bottling, similar cask, and is in my top 5. So
I'm impressed with what you guys got to work with. It's unbelievable.
All right, my number 3.
Oh, he's reaching. Are we even on screen?
Yeah.
I thought they were looking at that.
No. Similar to Red Oak, this one is, we talked about a lot earlier, Rara Avis, 112.83, 25-year-old, double maturation.
Wow.
Double matured in a first fill ex Sauternes barrique. Sweet, fruity, and mellow profile. This one was I think
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was fantastic and really surprising as well. This is one I really preached on at first. This was 25 years, and it was finished in this or matured in the Sauternes brewery, and it was $255 for a 25-year-old single malt at cask strength,
steel
matured. Yeah, that's what I brought up. I mean, at the very first, I couldn't believe that this. I mean, you can't go into any. I challenge people to go into any store, try to find a 25-year-old single malt at cask strength for $255. You won't find it
in Sauterne.
I told him neck bowl.
I can't. I just try to ignore it, and it doesn't work.
Ben, did you pick that whiskey for your number 3?
No, I did not.
The red oak though, and I almost pulled it. Was it? It really just seemed like a younger version of this one.
Wow!
It just seemed like a rare Avis, but younger.
Spending the night.
Yeah, I just poured the red oak again. By the way, just to
they were both phenomenal casks, and red oak, like I say, I considered having that one in my top 5. So
wow,
that was good call. Number three.
You guys are magic.
You just did your 3?
This was my number 3.
That was the 3rd.
Mine is one that's actually available right now. I think in the shop. I just checked. There's 30 bottles left. 4.292 Peat Fire Tales. 19-year-old, also double matured. Initial cask was an ex Oloroso sherry butt, and then finished in a first fill ex PX sherry butts. Totally not my. I'm just kind of surprised. I picked a Distillery 4 Viking juice in all this sherry. It's like really, usually it's, I don't know, I tend to lean towards something a little bit more nuanced or lighter, I don't know. But yeah, I tasted this here live. Who was it with? One of you two?
With Scott.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, I think yeah, we did a distillery dive. Yeah. And I just opened up and right away, boom. Every box was checked. It was the best expression. Well, at least one of the best from Distillery 4. And I was like, I surrender. So that's my number 3.
Viking juice. You had me at Viking juice.
Cool.
Well, my number 3 is spicy and sweet again. Like, I'm so surprised now that I'm looking back at this that I have 2 spicy and sweets in this lineup. It's like not typically a flavor profile that like is always front of mind for me, but apparently it should be. So cask 68.65 Floral Laurel. This was a refill ex-bourbon hogshead from, a distillery that typically is smothered in sherry. ABV on this was 58.2%. And
what is this? 60.
there it is.
68.65.
Floral Laurel.
Beautiful.
I think why I really liked this whiskey is because it caught me off guard. Like totally surprised me. On paper, I was like, okay, again, 12 years. Clearly, I'm now all 3 of the whiskeys so far have been 12 years old. Refill ex bourbon. I was excited because it's typically a distillery that we don't see this way. And it was just a really just big, bold, just like dense, like just kind of knocks you back in your seat kind of whiskey. And I really liked it. I actually remember recommending this to a lot of members, and they would get 1 bottle, open it, call back and be like, do you have any more of those? I want to order a couple more. This was just one of those like sleeper whiskeys. And that's why it's in my number 3 spot.
Good call.
Nice.
Number 2.
Yeah, you better get that out. I was going to grab it.
Wow, Scott's getting fancy with his number 2.
Almost looks like Ben's. His last one, because
is that the match?
4.293. A cunning combo. Also, the sister cask to Ben's 4.292. And this one, there's still a few bottles of this on the website. 19-year-old from Distillery 4. All Oloroso sherry matured, but double cask. First ex Oloroso butt, and then it was transferred to a second fill ex Oloroso but 58.9% ABV. Deep, rich, and dried fruits profile. Was absolutely stunning and just met all expectations.
Don't you call this dirty?
Yep.
It's a dirty.
I took 4292 down to Austin as well, and that one got drained down there. People really liked that one, so that was a big hit.
I'm out of glasses.
Well, it's a good pick, and as you're pouring it, I just want to say that my number 2 was 4.293, a Cunning combo. Believe it or not, I have actually this is a surreal. I'm just not that we both chose it, Scott, because I think we both had a sort of a similar experience, but the fact that I've actually chosen numbers 2 and 3, both from Distillery 4 sister casks, if you want to call it that, is just like I'm kind of by myself. I honestly didn't like want to pick it, but I can't lie. Like it's can I get other people on the screen here, please? Thank you, man. Yeah. GCAP just called out that free shipping code. That one did sell out. I think just this week. There were a few bottles, and I looked at every time I go to the shop. I was just like, man, I can't believe this is still available. Maybe around $300. Not an inexpensive bottle by any means, but a whiskey that at that price point competes with flavor experiences of whiskeys that go well beyond it. It is so heavy, but I think everything is in such perfect harmony. Yeah, and I think the Peat, there are some whiskeys, that come from distilleries that we don't get to really experience in this way, because of just commercialization and the fact that it's a big consumer brand. This is just you taste this and you think this is sublime, and you can't help but wish that there was more of it out there to be had in its natural state, because it's really just incredible.
You guys are in magic land.
Yeah. Well, I see you've actually poured a glass this time. What do you think?
Yeah. He hinted. When he hints, it's like an order. He's like, get a glass. I was like, all right.
For me, it's might be the best cask from this distillery. Number 4. I've had our best whiskey from the old dog. Period.
Wow.
So.
That one, both of those were a little bit higher price. Of the 292, I want to say, I think it was 295, but this one was what, 345, I think, or something for this one. But worth it. I mean, they were. I almost call it a unicorn bottle. A 19-year-old from Distillery Number 4, exclusively matured in what appears to be excellent Oloroso sherry casks and PX casks in the case of 292. But yeah, those were both
unbelievable,
wonderful whiskeys.
Yeah, why are you hiding it? He's literally like switching bottles around.
Bart comes over. I give him the 8-year-old Peat. He's happy, and he's like, "Oh,
yeah, I know." He throws Peat at me, and then all of a sudden, I get something like that. I'm like, "What the hell? You've been tricking me."
Are we ready for our number 1 whiskey?
I got to give you my number 2.
Yeah, I'm ready for Jenny.
Yeah.
God.
You were sitting there so patiently.
Well, I know. I was waiting. I didn't want to be rude.
Is it 4.293?
No, it's not.
It would be.
This next one is an Oily and Coastal. This was part of our summer seasonal selection bottle, cask 42.68, an Atlantic Morning Dip.
Mm-hmm.
And
your name is
and 15 years ex-bourbon hogshead, then second fill charred hogshead at 59.9% ABV. I'm a massive Oily and Coastal just fangirl. Probably, I know I'm not allowed to say favorites, but might be my favorite flavor profile. And I just really, really enjoyed this whiskey. And it's kind of funny now that I'm like looking back on the top 5 that I picked. These weren't like whiskeys that kind of knocked me off my feet, kind of whiskeys. These were all just whiskeys that when I sat down and poured them, I was like, holy shit, this is just a really good whiskey. Those whiskeys that you just pour, and every single time you pour it, you're just you have to say it out loud. This is just a really, really good whiskey. And that was the basis of my selection tonight, that these were whiskeys that I would just be happy to have anytime, any day of the week. So, number 2.
Amen.
Beautiful.
Reach it.
It's like I've been kidnapped by Scott. I'm forced to drink whiskey that's great.
All right, I'll show you the back. So my number one, backside of it.
Is that green?
Green.
It is.
What color is yours?
Believe it or not.
I know we
I'm
caught
still trying to decide.
Oh, well, if you need
Wait
some
for me to get
swing,
done.
mine's green.
Huh.
You guys.
Wouldn't wonder if these are the same.
I like it.
Because this one was phenomenal. It's one of our small batch releases, and I can't believe it hung around as long as it did. It is sold out just
Shut up.
this week.
God dang,
I
I
think
love
finally,
the title already.
maybe
Read
last
it.
week. You've tried this one.
I know.
This is Throw the Cork Away, the
Mm.
8-year-old Isla Festival bottle that we released
Oh,
from
good call.
Distillery 53 rare release. 8 years old, 5 years ex-bourbon, 3 years first fill Oloroso, and it's gorgeous. And I got to pour a little bit of it.
I was going to say, you're out of glasses.
Oh, what?
Dang it. He's got more. I was hoping that.
They're all over the place.
Well, not close to me.
And this one's almost gone.
I know. That's why I'm saying I need a little pour.
Yeah, that whiskey was just the integration of peat and like sherry and distillery character was just so beautifully like woven in that whiskey that I just.
Yeah, and it was one of the small batches where they took they did several sherry butts in this one and combined them. There were 2,600 bottles available, so probably 4 sherry butts
77.
used to make this one.
Look at that.
At 8 years old.
You were always better at math than me.
Yeah. Really.
But no, I love, like I say, I mean, this one, peat and sherry to me, heavy peat and heavy sherry, if done right, is delicious. And this one filled that one. Yeah, and there's probably a lot of people would be surprised that I would pick a peated one for my number one pick. And it's just gorgeous.
I feel like a very close, like honorable mention whiskey on the peat and sherry topic is Dark Secrets 53.391. Holy crap. This whiskey is,
9-year-old probably. I
yeah,
think.
9 years old. Like this whiskey is just, I love 53. But like this particular, this whiskey is just stunning whiskey.
Didn't you get Zach's picks?
We just rolled through Zach's picks. Yeah. Northwood's whiskey.
Zach's been in already.
Yeah.
I like Northwood's earlier said great whiskey Jenna had some last night during virtual drams.
Oh,
So you talk about the
Atlantic Morning Dip.
Yep.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Northwood's is dialed in. I don't even know who that is. Sorry, I'm a guest. I kind of
You're right.
invited myself.
Dustin Ward, though, says, do you all find it hard to drink normal pour when out and about now? Mass production versus all of these amazing single cask bottles. Yeah, it does make it hard.
Yeah, I like mass though too.
Yeah, I mean, you do have to do them. You have to stay in touch with the bottles. That's where it comes in good with us with the Scotch Test Dummies.
True.
Is sticking with the off the shelf bottles.
Oh, you'll come in and say, "Hey, I got a bottom shelf. Try this out." Yeah.
So
good point.
I think being here and like drinking things at single cask, it almost makes you appreciate a lot of those whiskeys more. It really just makes you like when you drink them, you just look at them differently. Like you taste them differently. You're like, you assess the whole whiskey as a whole just very differently. And I'm not sure that had I not been, like privileged enough to be here and to have access to these whiskeys, that I wouldn't have like the appreciation that I do for a lot of those bottles now. So I think it's helped me actually in ways.
That's a good point. Yeah.
Oh, you guys are in a special company. I'm just telling you. This is gonna live for like 1,000 years from now. They'll be looking and going, look at Ben, Jenna, and Scott reviewed this bottle. I mean, it's unbelievable.
They'll be looking at it. They'll say, I can't even make out their faces in 4K. That's just, it's like,
they're like, why
I think
is
he has a beard on his face, but it's curved upwards, so it might just be the low resolution.
Right. They're like, why isn't Ben sitting right here with me when he's telling me?
Look at that. They put that background with the cast. Did they actually think that was real? Did people think it was real back then? What's going on?
I'm not kidding though. I'm flat out 100% in line. When I come over here and I see SMWS taking over, I'm kind of like, When can I start stealing some peated whiskey from Scott?
Yeah, and what's the answer?
Well,
he's
no.
got like 30 bottles in his house.
Yeah,
he hasn't even
true.
opened.
That's true. I got plenty of whiskey at home already. So
he's got a shelf full of
although
SMWS
on that note, I did call him earlier and said, I know you're getting ready to go live, but I want to buy some of this free shipping.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I want to buy like several bottles under this free shipping deal because shipping's crazy and your free shipping deal is unbelievable.
Yeah.
So just to
we'll do that when we get off the horn here.
Yeah, I know. I told him it has to happen. So,
man, what is it? Number one.
All right. So my number one, I don't know when it was released. I don't think it was this calendar year, but I think it was end of last year. So within 1 year's time. We just had that Vaults collection, Kalila, and I was tempted to pick that. I didn't pick that because I just reached for my own collection. So I thought that would be appropriate. But it was hard. It's going to be with a 30-year-old, any Isla cask of 30 years in sherry butt. That was phenomenal, but it's almost too easy. I chose 66.196 Portent of Deception.
Oh,
it's
yeah.
a 23-year-old lightly peated whiskey from the Highlands, distilled 97, double matured, first in an ex-bourbon hogshead and then in a second fill ex-port hogshead. I have a long time affinity for port casks, but it's typically hard, I think, to use a port cask at any time. I was really torn because there's another sister cask of that one, and it's crazy that it could have been up there, but that's 66.195 if these walls could talk, which is also 23-year, lesser peat influence. But I was just going back and forth tasting them, and I think this one, maybe it's because I've had my palate's fully saturated, but Portent of Deception is absolutely stunning. So real old world whiskey. Again, it lingered on the shop for longer than it should have. I think it was probably around 200 something. I don't know. Whatever it was, I thought it was great value at the time. Absolutely fantastic whiskey. And I think after going through all these, I could have gone with that Cunning combo, Scott, that we picked for our number 2. That could have been my number 1. That was in this calendar. It was all so close. But I just can't believe that every single whiskey I chose in this 5 has some sort of wine cask finish. That's not my what I lean towards when I reach for a whiskey, but almost every one in the top 5 most memorable selections. Crazy.
No, in fact, I had that one in mind. I had that with sent that to Chad and Sara for the peated, pleasure or pain deal for one of the lightly peateds. And I felt the same with it. It was 20 for a 23-year-old lightly peated whiskey from a port hogshead. That's the only. I think that's probably the only peated whiskey I've ever had from a port, port pipe. Or a port maturation. So I really liked it. And I mean, there was a subtle influence in there. It wasn't real heavy from that port. 23 years was very nice, but it was a nice port influence, but just not real heavy. But no, I liked it.
Yeah, it is symphonic. I mean,
those older 66s, like the one that came to mind was an older. It was actually 66.168, not in this year or calendar year. This is much older. Wafts You to Heaven. And this was just in refill ex-bourbon, but this whiskey was just like, I wanted to cry.
Is that your number 1?
Huh?
Is that your number 1?
No, this isn't my number 1 because it's not within like the year. But this was like the first one that came to mind. And then I was like, oh, it's been like way over a year. But those older 66s, like take a chance. Like if you're looking for something to like splurge on, I cannot, recommend them enough. They're just absolutely just stellar.
I like the way you guys drop numbers. You just say 66. I'm like, I want that.
Execute.
I'm like, I want the 66. I'm going to splurge on it.
Yeah.
Do it.
But my number 1, and it's so funny because both of you have chosen this distillery in your top 2. This particular whiskey just was so nostalgic to me that it just I just had it, and it just like took me back to like the very beginning when like all of this happened, and this whole whiskey thing. Like it's so crazy that I'm here doing this. Like really, I'm very sentimental. I have to get there tonight. I feel so lucky to be here and to do what I do every day, and to walk into this office of whiskey. And when I tasted this particular whiskey, I was just like, oh my gosh, like this is like old school distillery 4, and it tastes like the whiskeys I had in the very beginning of my whiskey journey. Like Highland Park 15 was like my deserted island dram, like for years, like one of my favorite whiskeys like ever. And I tasted this whiskey and it just took me back to like the very beginning, and it was so nostalgic. So my number one is cask 4.283 Selkies, Kelpies, and Peat Reek.
Whoa.
Very nice.
Yep, this was our spring seasonal selection. So we're obviously like, batting 10 out of 10 on the seasonal selections. But 13 years, ex-bourbon hogshead, and then first fill ex-bourbon barrel. So this whiskey was just, and I tasted it with you, Ben, which was which was so like ironic because I feel like we've been on this journey for going on like 8 years now, and it's
Selkies, Kelpies, and
seem to have most of it left.
Yeah, I just love this whiskey so much on how nostalgic it is and how old school it is, and I miss the style of whiskey, especially from this distillery, and this is my number one.
Wow, big HP showing in our top list.
I know.
It's been a while.
They do some good whiskeys, and the IBs that we get are just phenomenal.
Smelling it is just like.
Can we do a final pick?
Yeah, let's do one. I'm down.
Scott, what do you think about a final pick of all time?
Of all time?
Within your confines of your four walls.
In this collection?
Yes.
Hold on. What was the one?
And I would like to send this to chat of all time. Top society whiskey.
Before Good Cup, Bad Cup. What was
in the mix.
Yes. Yeah, that one, don't do what Zach does. It's like somebody stuck me a sample on the table and I had an orgasm. Okay.
All right. I know I'm not part of this, but I know mine.
You're part of it. We've gone beyond.
Thank you. I've got mine right here. I'll keep it secret.
Wow, yours is red.
Let me go check my.
It is.
I got to check my older bottles back in the office.
I'm going to keep it backwards. He stunned me with this.
Yes, everybody, we're calling all viewers, participate in this one. Matthew J. Ryan says, "Wow, it just got real."
Just got real. So this is the sister bottle to Good Cop, Bad Cop that was part of the same story, where I'm on the phone, I'm working, we're filming, and he hands me Good Cop, Bad Cop, and I'm unbelievable, I'm surprised, and then he hands me this. So we'll come back to this. He's gone to another room to look for his bottle. He did grab, he had me grab Selkies, Kelpies, and Peat. I have not tried this.
Try it. Do it.
Oh, I just had it. It is really good.
Okay. I'm with you, Jenna. I'm with you. I literally think he's kidnapping me. I can't get home now. It's like alchemy.
I have to like narrow this down.
Okay, I'm trying Selkies and Kelpies.
I could actually have a little bit of this. It's so hard to like pick just one, right?
Holy moly.
Nope.
But I knew it. I got it.
Wow.
And it's a dirtiff. Like
Bart gets to say.
What are I'm not a big dirtiff girl, but mine's a dirtiff.
Dirtiff.
Laughing at it.
We're laughing. I gotta tell.
I just realized as soon as I heard dirtiff,
I know what Scott's picking. It's got a little octopus on it.
You need to tell my trade.
I had that one almost.
My trade.
Oh,
you would not believe, but no. As soon as I heard dirtiff, I realized
dirtiff. Deep, rich,
and dried fruits.
I'm loving Jenna's Selkies and Kelpies and Peat Reek here. I'm still keeping this secret.
So we pulled 2 dirtiffs.
Yes.
I did too, Scott.
All right. You want me to go first? Reveal mine?
Yeah. A quick some comments. I asked everyone in the chat to please share your most memorable or your top SMWS whiskey. Northwoods Whiskey Nerd says, I drink my SMWS stuff pretty seldomly, but all this today is a great reason to have my favorite 112.83 Rara Avis. A lot of love for that whiskey.
Which one?
Rara Avis, the one that you drank from the bottle, the Sauternes finished one.
Yeah,
That was
more Rara Avis. Aaron says 1.246, a one like no other. I like that name.
Yeah, that one.
Just because it's a unique, given a peated Farkless, and Farkless is my favorite distiller. And that was one that was also aged in a peated cask, right? To get the, it wasn't actually.
That was the first one.
Yeah, a barrel that previously held peated spirit.
It's a good one.
Adam Clary says, of all time that I have bought 26.156 waxy ruminations. I remember that one. That sounds fantastic.
Anything waxy.
I mean, I could just go with the top 3 right now. It's hard. It is hard to. Matthew J. Ryan, 29.262. Which one is that? I'm trying to remember which one that one is. John Bourne says, Make Monnier Devil as my top spot. That was a 2020 festival release.
Which one?
Correctly. An 8-year-old.
That was a 10.
Boona Baby. Yeah, and that was
A Boona
that was peak pandemic, website crashing, whiskey selling out was crazy. Oh, George says 33.139. Yeah, so that's the octopus one.
Mm-hmm. GCAP.
Because GCAP's right. It has a picture of an octopus on it. That was a 2020 festival release.
That was a 12-year-old Ardbeg with had been Oloroso sherry matured.
Yeah, GCAP knows
was it
what
12?
he's talking about.
It was either 10 or 12 years old.
Go GCAP.
Twilia? Is that how you pronounce it? The name Twilia? Twilia?
Right. Yeah.
Twilia? Well, okay, it's a beautiful name.
A very beautiful name.
I might be mispronouncing it, but the spelling, it reminds me of like a, I don't know, like it's a name of Rivendell. An elven name of in Tolkien's world. Anyway, a beautiful name, Twilia. I hope I am pronouncing it. Anyway, she says I should have bought more of the seaweed smoothie. I don't think I had that one.
I don't think I had that one either. But actually, that's like the third or fourth time I've actually heard of somebody comment on that whiskey, Twyla.
So Twyla.
Beautiful.
I like that. That's good inspiration for a whiskey name. What can we call it? Twyla's.
It should definitely be
Twyla's Last Stand.
whiskey name.
Twyla's Last Stand.
Ooh, Twyla's magic.
Anyway, this has gone into a Twyla fest. So let's bring it back home. Matthew J. Ryan says, so long and thanks for all the medicine. That was the 29 that we were talking about. Yeah, a little bit of tar. And so yeah, so good shouts, everybody. What's yours, Scott?
All right, I'll let Bart go first.
All right. So these were back to back. Good cop, bad cop happened, and I thought, God, strong vanilla, powerful. Then he hands me, literally, I'm on the phone. He hands me another Glencairn, and it had this top on it. I'm thinking, I don't know what that top is, but I usually don't lean toward this. But it was called Happiness.
Because it wasn't green.
That's true.
He likes the green tops.
I usually lean Peat. But he hands me Happiness is a warm bung.
44.
Yeah, I love that one too.
Yeah,
44.117.
And I'm not kidding. I picked up the phone when I was off with my boss. I picked up the phone, tried to make an order. This is before Scott worked with you guys, and they said, we'll look around, but we're pretty sure we sold that out. And I said, please check. I will buy it. And now the only taste I get of this is this one right here.
That one was double matured. I looked, it was a refill Oloroso, and then it was transferred to a refill PX, but and it's 68.5% ABV. That was a good one. That was
what this did for me was I literally called back and said, hey, you can tell looking at my profile, I usually go peated. Clearly, I'm missing out on a wide range of stuff. I know you don't have Happiness is warm bung, but shoot me some stuff. I think I even got a Dirtif after that. I got some different stuff because sadly, or properly, I had kind of pigeonholed myself on the peat, but I started to open myself up on some different things. And it was because of Happiness is a Warm Bun and
Good Cop, Bad Cop.
And Good Cop, Bad Cop. I ordered that as well. They actually had that in stock. And I said, send me one of those. They could not find Happiness. So that's my favorite.
They should have checked the bungs.
Yep.
It's probably there.
Yeah. It's a good one.
You just put them in the microwave and then the Happiness comes out. Warm them up.
It just stunned me the way they were kind of layered in, and very, very good bottle. So,
all right, I would say my best one that I've had so far. This one was not released too long ago. This was a Distillery 24 that I ordered on my own. 24.167 Glory Days. It was a 13-year-old ex-sherry butt and a first fill ex-Oloroso hogshead, 63.3%. And I've got a few casks, a few different bottles from Distillery 24. This one has by far has been my favorite.
This is your favorite, and I've never had this.
No, but I've drank. You can see most of my bottles. The fill level is, you have one or two out.
Yeah,
this one's down a ways.
You've
I've had a couple of this.
Keeping this one secret.
Yep.
When I come over here, there's so many SMWS, I don't know what to grab anymore. This one's been secret. Wow, you poured nicely.
Look at the color. Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Look at the color on that here in just a second.
Moly.
Hold that one up there.
Look at that.
Yeah, it's one of the darkest.
It matches your manga shirt.
Thank you. Let me just put it in. You almost
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. It's camouflage. I can't even see it.
Well, you just do whatever you want.
But no, this one, like I said, I've got a couple of 24s, and this one by far was phenomenal. And when I was back and I was looking through, I had the octopus in my hand, and I'm thinking, what else have I had? And Bart or somebody said Durif, and I was like, oh wait, I know which one.
Just saying, Glory Days. That's a nice, short, pointed name.
Yeah, I think they're tying back to Macallan's early days when they did these heavy sherry, cast strength whiskeys that people can't find anymore.
Is this still available?
Oh no.
Damn
it. This one was available for about an hour.
Oh.
Yeah, not even. I think that was like a 30-minute.
Yeah. Oh my God. You don't need this. You need me to take this away.
Nope.
Just for safety.
I would fight over this one. Someone's getting bloodied, battered.
Well,
it could be me, but
I'm about twice as big as you.
Ben,
is yours is an oldie.
Yeah, mine was released here in the US in 2017, I want to say. 35.179 formula flavor. Another 13-year-old matured full term in a first fill Chenin Blanc hogshead. It's been by far my number one society whiskey since I had it in 2017. Nothing's really stood up to it. Yeah, overall, just for me, knockout. I wasn't working for the company when I got that bottle either, but it definitely persuaded me to pursue. So
yeah, mine's an 2018 release that I've been hanging on to, and it's a Durif, which again, that's not typically a profile that I gravitate toward. But mine is cask 28.43 muscle toned
Hefton Punch.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, that would be it. And just nosing it now, it is just, as beautiful as the day I tasted it for the first time. It really just has held up over the years. But 11-year and first fill ex Oloroso. So stunning whiskey. What I'm gonna sip slowly.
Which one, Jenna? I'm sorry.
It was 28.43 muscle toned heft and punch.
Huh. Interesting. Yeah.
Yep. 11 years ex Oloroso. Just a really beautifully composed whiskey.
Glory Days. GCAP has it right. Wow. Glory Days. Isn't that good?
Mm-hmm.
So good.
Where do we go from here?
I mean, we had so many great whiskeys over. I remember one of the first society whiskeys I ever tasted. Ben, you actually sent me. It was handbags and hookahs, or
Oh yeah, Longmorn, 12-year-old, spicy and dry. One of the best spicy and dry whiskeys
I
I've
think
ever had.
that's.
So
I think that's what
2018.
totally gave me my love for the spicy and dry flavor profile. Great whiskey. Do you still have it?
Yeah, I still have one here for sure. That's
Wow.
That was
Touch me.
another one where just like every box is checked, like within the profile.
Oh, yeah.
First fill bourbon barrel space cider, but like a little bit rustic. It's just like everything was just aligned. That could have been a blended or a single malt, because just it was like everything was balanced.
Yeah, great whiskey.
So yeah.
I mean, so many to pick from.
Yeah, I know. Glory Days could have been called the boss.
Yep.
Just a lot of fantastic whiskeys.
Glory Days like a boss.
Yeah.
Yep. All right.
Well, what a week.
I live in
What a week.
Week started on Sunday when we all got to New York. We were there until Wednesday. I left.
Tell me about that. He's wearing this shirt here that says "I love New York."
I've seen that. I know.
A week ago, we were sitting here on Zoom talking about the upcoming trip, and Scott, I'm like planning out all the logistics, and Scott says, "All right, I need an I love New York shirt." I think, and I said, "You should just go get one." He said, "I'm gonna." I said, "Okay, you should." So I'll get a 5 one. And then a few days flew by, and we didn't have really any break in the day or night. And on Tuesday, I had a meeting in Times Square, basically. So I walked out of the meeting. I came to meet everybody at Brooklyn Brewery, and Paige and I walked out, and we saw 3 I Love NY gift shops within eyesight. And so we just said, "Wait, now we got to get this." And we had a lengthy debate. I didn't tell you the details, Scott, of buying this shirt. We couldn't figure out what size you were, and so we had this guy really involved in the selection process to work there. We're like, we think he's your size. He's like, well, I am a medium, but I also wear a large. It depends on what my mood is in the day. I just need to get an I Love New York shirt for Scott. I don't need to really, it doesn't have to be the perfect fit. He's like, well, you got to pick the right one. Everything was folded in such a pristine manner.
It's a large.
Great size.
It's a large. You're kidding me. You're in a large.
Yeah.
Exactly. See, it was the deception was real in that place. So we almost walked out with the medium, but look at that.
It's perfect. It's like when you buy furniture and you're like, this couch looks small, and then you get it into your living room and you're like, holy shit, this couch is huge.
Yeah.
And I was excited. That was the best part of the trip when they brought me the shirt.
I would imagine. Yeah. I haven't been there since 4 days post 9/11, I think. So, yeah.
It was a really fantastic trip. It was really good to see everyone. It's been many years since a lot of us have seen each other, and a lot of us had never met each other in person. That was the first time I ever met Scott in person, and I hadn't seen Ben in like 4 years, I think it's been. Yeah.
It was fun. Really, really. Obviously, every time we go business travel, it's like working, lack of sleep.
I know. I go, what did you get to see? He said, we were so busy. I didn't get
busy.
Yeah. Well, that's business
I'm
trip.
not sure I understand.
Because I hit the wrong button. That's why you don't understand. Just shut up. Shut it.
Siri was joining in.
Oh, Siri, what's your top?
Very cool.
Siri, what is your whiskey?
I'm not sure I understand.
No, you don't. Shut it. Go away.
Well,
Siri.
Poor Siri.
Yeah. I know. And too, it was really great to meet so many members in New York, and to see people that you talk to all the time in person, and finally put a face to a name. So yeah.
Twyla, I is silent, says, "Good fit, Scott. Good fit."
Thank you.
Yeah, it does.
Oh,
I figured it was extra small.
Scott has his own little sub fan group within the society group. I'm going to call out another good friend I saw earlier. I'm trying to think, how do I know? If you're still here, my dear Sage Summer, I specifically remember during our blind shootout, she was rooting for you and rooting for my failure for the full hour. And every time I would sip a whiskey and think it's you know, it was like, you know, and Timmy, oh, this is so hard. I'm in my own head. I'd look over and she would like call me out for cheating or something, and say, God, you know, we're just lifting up your spirits. Summer, and I appreciate you coming back, despite the fact that your player was beaten badly.
Half a point.
Yeah, the first loser. So it's not the first time Scott's lost a blind tasting challenge on this channel, but you know, it'll be the last, perhaps. I think Scott. I think we really need to do a bracket, like a competition style, with all the whiskey tubers.
Oh yeah,
that'd be so much fun to see everybody go. You know, multiple rounds.
That would be good. Yeah, that's something we need to look at the logistics on.
Yeah.
So tough though. Your guys' whiskey is so
tough.
Yeah, I mean,
it's really difficult.
Magical, really.
Yeah.
You might have an 8-year-old whiskey that feels like a 14-year-old, and you might have a 17-year-old whiskey that feels like a 10-year-old, like we had tonight. You know,
right.
Just the different casks and.
Yeah, but even too, like you'll have a whiskey and you're drinking it and you know what distillery it comes from. You're like,
right.
I know that this is this, but it doesn't taste like this distillery.
Yeah, the Hound was killing me when he was nailing. Hey, this is a bourbon
cask type. He would nail right on, like on first sip.
I was like, how is he doing that? I was like, God dang it! That's when I would sneak in and like, let me try that. I'd be like, I have no idea. So.
Ben, I think you're gonna sleep like a baby tonight.
Oh yeah. It's been a long.
We're all.
I gotta wake up early because I gotta take my kid to Disney on Ice.
Oh yeah.
We're all off next week, right?
The whole week off.
Nope.
I just checked to see if it's a holiday weekend. It's not.
It's not.
When you said that, for a second. No, I'm here for a week, then I'm on vacation for a week and a half.
You guys are teasing
So
me.
I'm out.
I dealt with a shooting last week. You don't even know what that is anymore.
Yeah.
I had a hostage situation. You don't even know what that is.
Nice.
Set up the perimeter.
Right. Yeah. I know. Call SWAT.
Call
SWAT.
Talk
Get a
to the
negotiator.
media. What else?
They do what's called a loud hail. Hello.
All right. I think it's time to wrap it up.
Yeah, I think we're all gonna go and wash our face and brush our teeth and get in our jams and go to bed.
It's Friday night, and I've got friends with a birthday barbecue going right now.
Oh gosh.
Commando.
Yeah.
All right. Well, toothbrushing, face washing, jamming, wearing, sleeping is calling my name.
Put some conditioner on the mustache.
Well, you gotta train it.
Train it.
But what really an amazing week, truly. So thank you to everyone who visited us in New York and hung out with us on these live streams and joined us for virtual drams or just called in to chat. We really could not do this if it was not for all of you, and we mean that truly. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for all of our incredible members. So thank you all so much, truly.
Twylia.
Yeah.
We just missed one person today.
Pickly do.
Pickly do.
Pickly do. Who's that?
Chris. He was on our live stream the other night.
Oh, he's usually Pickly do.
Mm-hmm.
Pickly do.
No, not Chris Trevino.
Oh
no, he was in New York at the gathering. We were live streaming from New York.
Right.
Pickly do always watches our live streams.
Sure.
Well, Ben is on the live stream with me, and he goes, "Who's in commenting tonight? Is Pickly do here?" And I go, "I haven't seen him comment."
God dang.
So Ben's thinking, well, he must be in the hospital. Something bad must have happened.
I was worried. I was legitimately worried.
Yeah.
Was he there in person?
Yeah. Somebody comments and says he's there at the event live.
Oh my God.
I died. And then I said, I'm going to go figure out who he is in the living flesh and get him on the channel. So we found him.
Ben set off on a mission to go find Pickly do.
Did you find him, Ben?
100 people.
We found him, but he's missing today. Hold on. My doorbell's ringing.
What? I would have yelled out, Pickly do! Pickly do! And he would have stood up and been like, right here.
Yes.
So, he tracked him down and brought him in. We had him on the
live.
live. Yeah.
I love it. It's like a manhunt.
All right, y'all. thanks everybody for hanging in. I see some, people in chat have been here from the beginning. Really incredible. And we appreciate the dedication.
7+ hours.
Adam Clary.
Yeah.
Pretty awesome.
We get this weekend kicked off, and I got a pillow with my name on it. Scott, well done. You stood strong. Jenna, you as well. Bart.
It was all because of the shirt.
Pinch hit.
Pitch hit. Bart's the curveball. I'm just here for it.
The shirt got me through, but I'm going to have to wash it. now.
Well, it smells musky.
Ben, Jenna,
Do whatever you want.
Follow the vase.
Bosses Lows.
all right. As we say, Scotch Malt Whiskey Society whiskeys are not for swigging, lugging, or knocking back.
Holy.
Except for when it's the gathering.
Please drink responsibly.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Just launch it.